He arrived on a night when the multiverse seemed to pause and listen to itself, when the usual cacophony of infinite realities softened into something resembling a lullaby. Above the modest house with its flickering porch light and overgrown garden, a rare cosmic alignment painted the sky in gentle watercolors. 3 distant moons from a neighboring dimension casting their borrowed light through our atmosphere, while ribbons of aurora threaded through the darkness like silk scarves forgotten by some celestial dancer. The very air hummed with possibility, but quietly, the way a tuning fork vibrates after being struck and then set down to rest. In dimensions where Ricks carry their brilliance like armor, this Rick, C137b, wore his genius more like a comfortable sweater, soft around the edges from years of being worn with care rather than wielded as a weapon. He'd noticed the alignment weeks ago, marking it in his journal with the same quiet attention he gave to the migration patterns of interdimensional butterflies, or the way his coffee tasted different when it rained. He was still Rick, still impossibly clever, and occasionally impossible to live with, but something in this reality had taught him that not every discovery needed to be shouted at the universe. When Morty took his first breath, the interdimensional monitors that had been crackling with static for weeks suddenly exhaled into harmony. The harsh, grinding discord that usually accompanied any attempt to peek between realities settled into something almost musical. Not silence, but the kind of gentle murmur you might hear if you pressed your ear to a seashell and found the ocean inside was at peace. Even the fluorescent lights, which had been flickering with that particular brand of cosmic irritation that plagued most Rick laboratories, found their rhythm and held it. Beth cradled her newborn son, marveling at how still he lay against her chest. Not the limpness of exhaustion, but the profound quiet of someone already listening to something the rest of them couldn't quite hear. His eyes, when they opened, seemed to focus not on faces or bright objects like other babies, but on the spaces between things, the gaps where shadow dissolved into light, where the visible world touched whatever lay beyond it with fingertips made of wonder. Rick stood in the doorway, his lab coat bearing the usual collection of scorch marks and chemical stains that served as a kind of autobiography of his experiments. He'd been wrestling with a particularly temperamental portal generator for 3 days, and every time he thought he'd found the solution, some new cascade failure would send sparks dancing across his workshop like angry fireflies. But now, as he watched his grandson's tiny chest rise and fall in that impossibly peaceful rhythm, he noticed something that made his scientific mind pause in the way it rarely did, with genuine wonder, rather than the need to immediately dissect and categorize. The portal generator's hum, which had been setting everyone's teeth on edge with its harsh, grinding discord, had shifted into something that almost resembled music. Rick pulled out his multidimensional scanner, expecting to find some external interference, some cosmic anomaly that might explain the sudden stability. Instead, the readings showed him something he'd never encountered in decades of interdimensional research. The chaotic quantum fluctuations that normally made portal travel so dangerous were organizing themselves into harmonious patterns like iron filings arranging themselves around a magnet, but gentler, more organic, as if they were choosing their positions rather than being forced into them. Rick murmured, and even his usual skepticism seemed to soften in the presence of this strange, quiet child. Over the following weeks, as Morty grew from the translucent fragility of a newborn into the more solid reality of an infant, the phenomenon became impossible to dismiss as coincidence. It started small. The coffee maker, which had been programmed to produce Rick's preferred bitter sludge, began brewing something that actually tasted like comfort. The interdimensional cable box, notorious for picking up channels from realities where the programming ranged from incomprehensibly alien to devastatingly depressing, started receiving broadcasts that seemed almost hopeful. Weather reports that ended with gentle encouragement, cooking shows where the hosts genuinely seemed to enjoy each other's company, news programs that somehow found ways to end their segments with small stories of kindness. But it was the broken things that told the real story, the technological casualties that Rick had accumulated over decades of reckless experimentation. These devices, ray guns with burnt-out power cells, portal equipment with cracked dimensional matrices, scanning devices that had been fried by one cosmic storm too many, had been relegated to a corner of the garage, a monument to the inevitable entropy that claimed all complex systems. Yet when Morty slept in his crib, which Beth had insisted on placing in the garage, despite Rick's protests about safety hazards, something remarkable began to happen. The quantum flux inhibitor, which had been dead for over a year after a spectacular malfunction involving a sentient black hole, began displaying faint readings on its diagnostic panel. Not dramatic flashes or sudden resurrections, but a gentle awakening, like a flower remembering how to bloom. The plasma rifle that had been reduced to an expensive paperweight started emitting a soft, blue glow from its power core, pulsing in rhythm with the baby's breathing. Rick told himself it was coincidence, then correlation without causation, then possibly some kind of ambient energy field generated by the baby's developing nervous system. He ran every test he could think of, scanning Morty with equipment sensitive enough to detect quantum fluctuations at the subatomic level. The readings were consistent but impossible to categorize using any framework he knew. The child seemed to exist in a state of perfect equilibrium with his environment, as if his mere presence encouraged the universe around him to remember its more harmonious possibilities. The first time Rick witnessed a complete repair happen in real time, he nearly dropped his flask. He'd been tinkering with a dimensional phase discriminator that had been damaged beyond any reasonable hope of salvation, its crystalline core shattered into 17 pieces by a feedback loop that had briefly opened a window into a reality where mathematics worked backwards. The device lay scattered across his workbench like the remains of some exotic flower, beautiful even in its brokenness. Morty had been fussing that evening, not with distress, but with that peculiar, focused attention that Rick was beginning to recognize. As the baby's breathing deepened and his small fists unclenched, the scattered pieces of the phase discriminator began to resonate, not visibly at first, but Rick's instruments detected harmonic frequencies building in the crystalline fragments. He watched, transfixed, as quantum forces he barely understood began weaving the pieces back together. It wasn't violent or dramatic, no sparks, no energy discharges, no reality-bending special effects. Instead, it looked like time flowing backwards in the most natural way imaginable, as if the device was simply remembering how to be whole. The crystalline core reformed itself with the patient precision of a flower blooming in slow motion, each facet finding its proper place in a dance of molecular reconstruction that followed laws Rick had never encountered in any textbook. When the process was complete, the phase discriminator didn't just work, it worked better than it ever had before. Its readings were cleaner, its dimensional locks more stable, its power consumption reduced to a fraction of its original requirements. Rick ran diagnostic after diagnostic, but every test confirmed the impossible. The device had been not merely repaired, but somehow perfected. That night, as Morty slept peacefully in his crib surrounded by the gentle hum of perfectly functioning equipment, Rick sat in his chair with a cup of coffee that tasted like forgiveness and tried to make sense of what he'd witnessed. The multiverse was vast and strange, filled with phenomena that defied explanation, and beings whose capabilities stretched the boundaries of what seemed possible. But this was different. This wasn't power in the conventional sense. It wasn't force or energy or the ability to bend reality to one's will. This was something quieter and infinitely more profound, the capacity to help the universe remember how to heal itself. Outside, the cosmic alignment faded back into ordinary sky, but inside the garage-turned-nursery, something had shifted permanently. The machines hummed their contentment. The broken things waited patiently for their turn to be whole again, and Rick found himself humming too, an old melody he thought he'd forgotten, something that might have been a lullaby or might have been the sound the universe makes when it's happy. In his crib, Morty slept with the profound peace of someone who belonged exactly where he was, his small presence rippling outward in waves of gentle restoration. He didn't know he was different yet, didn't understand that his gift was to quiet the chaos that others took for granted. He knew only warmth and safety and the rhythm of a voice that tried not to tremble, with wonder, and almost succeeded. Tomorrow would bring new mornings, new broken things to mend, new mysteries to unfold with the patience of someone who had learned that the most profound changes happen in whispers rather than shouts. But tonight, in this first chapter of breath and hush and the slightest shift in the hum of existence, everything waited in a kind of gentle readiness, like a held note that knows the next chord will be kind. The story was beginning, not with a bang, but with a sigh, not with conquest, but with the quiet promise that even in a multiverse built on chaos, there was still room for healing, still space for the kind of love that mends things simply by being present. And in the soft glow of perfectly calibrated machines and the even softer breathing of a child who carried harmony in his very existence, the first page of a different kind of revolution began to write itself in the language of peace. Morning arrived the way it often did in that house, softly, like a hand smoothing a rumpled sheet, carrying with it the scent of butter warming in a pan and the gentle hum of a universe slowly learning to trust itself. Morty had grown in those months between seasons, from the translucent fragility of infancy into the more solid presence of a toddler who could sit upright in his high chair and watch the world with eyes that seemed to collect more than light. His small hands had learned to grasp, to point, to pat the surface of things with a curiosity that felt less like exploration and more like greeting. Rick stood at the stove, his hair defying gravity in the particular way it did, when he'd been thinking too hard about something that mattered more than he wanted to admit. The pancake batter swirled in patterns that reminded him of dimensional equations, but gentler, more forgiving, in the way they found their shape. He'd been making pancakes for decades across multiple realities, but lately he found himself paying attention to the process in ways that surprised him. The exact temperature that invited patience rather than demanding speed, the precise moment when bubbles rose to the surface like tiny prayers being answered. "Here we go, Morty," Rick murmured, sliding the first golden circle onto a small plate decorated with cartoon spaceships that seemed to smile in the morning light. He set it before his grandson and watched as Morty leaned forward, not reaching for his plastic fork, but simply breathing in the warm sweetness that rose from the plate like visible comfort. Morty took his first careful bite, his small face cycling through expressions that seemed far too sophisticated for someone who still needed help with the syrup bottle. He chewed thoughtfully, his eyes growing distant in the way they did when he was listening to something the rest of them couldn't quite hear. Finally, he set down his fork and looked at Rick with the serious attention of someone delivering important news. "They taste like missing something," Morty said, his 3-year-old vocabulary reaching for concepts that lived in the spaces between words. "Like when you want to hug someone, but they're not there to hug back. Rick felt his coffee cup pause halfway to his lips, a drop of the dark liquid hanging suspended in that moment between intention and action. He'd made these pancakes the same way he'd made them across countless mornings in countless realities, the same recipe that had sustained him through decades of interdimensional wandering and the kind of loneliness that calcifies around the heart like armor. But he'd never heard anyone describe their taste with such precise, impossible accuracy. That's a very specific observation, Morty," Rick said, and his voice carried a tremor that might have been dismissed as too much caffeine if you didn't know how to listen for the spaces where truth lived. "How do you know what missing someone tastes like?" But Morty had already moved on to examining his orange juice, tilting the glass and watching the way the liquid caught the morning light. "The juice feels worried," he announced with the matter-of-fact certainty that only children possess. "Like it's trying to be happy, but it keeps forgetting how." Over the following weeks, as spring folded into summer and Morty's vocabulary expanded to match his increasingly complex perceptions, Rick began to approach these strange pronouncements with the focused intensity he usually reserved for dimensional equations. It wasn't just the food, though Morty's ability to detect the emotional resonance of everything from breakfast cereal to leftover pizza became a source of both fascination and occasional discomfort. It was the way the boy seemed to exist in a constant state of gentle listening, as if the world was always whispering secrets that only he could hear. Rick's scientific curiosity, tempered now by something that felt dangerously close to paternal care, led him to design what he privately called the Great Pancake Experiment. One morning, while Morty played with blocks that arranged themselves into increasingly harmonious patterns, Rick opened 3 careful portals to realities he'd catalogued for their emotional distinctiveness. From the first, he gathered ingredients from a kitchen where his counterpart had never lost his original family, where breakfast was still a celebration rather than a routine. From the second, he collected flour and eggs from a dimension where Rick C137X had given up science entirely and opened a small diner in a town where nothing ever changed, and everyone knew each other's names. The third batch he made using his own standard recipe, the one that had sustained him through decades of quiet desperation, disguised as genius. Morty approached the 3 stacks with the serious concentration of a wine sommelier evaluating vintages, his small hands steady on his fork as he tasted each offering with deliberate attention. Rick watched his grandson's face cycle through expressions that seemed to map emotional territories he'd forgotten existed. "This one," Morty said, pointing to the pancakes from the dimension of unbroken families, "tastes like contentment. Like sitting by a window when it's raining and feeling completely safe." He moved to the second stack, his eyes growing thoughtful. "These taste like hope, but tired hope, like someone who keeps trying even when they're really, really sleepy." Finally, he considered Rick's own pancakes, and his small face grew still in a way that made Rick's chest tighten with something he couldn't name. "And these taste like you, Grandpa Rick." "They taste like loving someone so much it hurts, but pretending it doesn't." The silence that followed stretched between them like a bridge neither was quite ready to cross. Rick found himself studying his grandson with new eyes, seeing not just the unusual child he'd been observing with scientific curiosity, but someone who carried a gift that might be more profound than any technology he'd ever invented. This wasn't just empathy, it was something deeper, more fundamental. Morty seemed to exist in a state of constant emotional resonance with the world around him, picking up frequencies that most people couldn't even detect. "Morty," Rick said carefully, setting down his coffee cup with the deliberate precision he used when handling volatile chemicals. When you say things taste like feelings, what exactly do you mean? Can you feel what other people are feeling? Morty nodded as if this was the most natural question in the world. Not just people. Everything has feelings. The house feels sleepy in the morning and excited when Mom comes home from work. The garage feels proud when you fix something broken. Even the pancakes have feelings. They remember being made with love, or with sadness, or with just wanting to get through another day. Rick's mind began racing through possibilities, cataloguing this phenomenon against everything he knew about consciousness, quantum mechanics, and the strange ways that emotion seemed to ripple through the fabric of reality itself. But beneath the intellectual fascination was something more personal. The recognition that his grandson possessed a kind of wisdom that Rick had spent decades trying to analyze away. "It's like radio stations," Morty continued, warming to his explanation in the way children do when they realize an adult is actually listening. Sometimes they're all playing at once, and it gets really loud and confusing. But if I concentrate, I can tune into just one station and listen to what it's trying to say. People have different stations, happy ones and sad ones and angry ones and scared ones. Most of the time, people don't even know which station they're playing. The metaphor was so perfect, so precisely aligned with Rick's own understanding of dimensional frequencies and quantum harmonics that he felt a chill of recognition run down his spine. Without quite realizing what he was doing, Rick leaned forward, his breakfast forgotten, as he entered what Morty would later learn to recognize as his grandfather's teaching mode. "Show me," Rick said, his voice carrying that particular blend of scientific curiosity and genuine care that emerged only in moments of true discovery. "If emotions are like radio stations, then maybe we can learn to tune them more precisely. Maybe we can help you control the volume, learn to filter out the noise when it gets overwhelming." What followed became their morning ritual, a quiet exploration of Morty's gift that unfolded over breakfast tables across the following months. Rick would bring home devices from his laboratory, modified radio receivers that he'd recalibrated to detect emotional frequencies rather than dimensional ones, harmonic analyzers that could map the subtle variations in what Morty called feeling songs, and eventually a device that looked like a radio if a radio had daydreamed about becoming a lantern. He called it the coherence meter, though in private to himself he tried out other names: the harmony finder, the breakfast tuner, the thing that lets us hear each other. They would practice with simple things so the complex ones would learn their place. Rick taught Morty to imagine a dial on his own chest, something he could turn down when the world's emotional static became too overwhelming, or turn up when someone needed help finding their clearer signal. They tuned the kettle's whistle until it sounded like a distant train you weren't in any hurry to catch. They adjusted the squeak in the screen door until it greeted people like a shy friend rather than complaining about its hinges. Most folks, Rick explained one morning, over pancakes that somehow tasted like curiosity and possibility, walk through the static and call it weather. But if you listen to the spaces between the noise, you can find the clearings. He demonstrated with his modified radio, and channels whispered past like distant conversations until he found one that came in so clear it made the hair on Morty's arms stand up with recognition. Morty discovered that his gift worked both ways. He could not only detect emotional frequencies, but somehow help them find their proper tuning. When Beth came home from particularly difficult days, her emotional static crackling with frustration and exhaustion, Morty's presence seemed to help her find a clearer signal, a calmer frequency that allowed her to remember why she loved her work despite its challenges. When Jerry's self-doubt reached those painful high pitches that made everyone in the house feel on edge, Morty could somehow help him tune down to something more manageable, more honest, but less destructive. "It's not that I change how people feel," Morty explained one morning, over pancakes that had learned to taste like understanding. "It's more like I help them remember how they want to feel. Like when you're trying to find a good song on the radio, but there's all this static, and then someone helps you adjust the antenna until the music comes through clear." Rick nodded, making notes in a journal that had started as scientific observation and gradually become something more like a record of wonder. His grandson wasn't manipulating emotions or imposing his will on others. He was serving as a kind of emotional tuning fork, helping the people and places around him find their natural harmony. It was a gift that seemed to operate on the same principles that governed his ability to repair broken machines, but applied to the infinitely more complex machinery of the heart. As the seasons turned and Morty's abilities grew stronger and more refined, their breakfast expeditions expanded to include other realities, other kitchens where other Ricks made pancakes that carried the accumulated weight of their own particular longings. They visited kitchens in towers where the windows didn't open, kitchens in basements that smelled of damp goodbyes, kitchens the size of a pocket where two people ate with their knees touching and thought that was wealth. Every Rick they encountered carried brilliance like a lighthouse lamp, and in every lamp there was a patch of glass that had been cracked and mended. Morty could taste those mends in the food, zest carefully shaved over disappointment, sugar sifted over the day before it had a chance to be unkind. He never judged the recipes, he just tried to help the ingredients land where they would be happiest. The pancakes continued to taste like longing, but gradually as Morty learned to tune the emotional frequencies around him, they began to taste like longing that knew it wasn't alone, like missing someone but trusting that connection transcends distance, like the kind of love that grows stronger rather than weaker when it's shared. And in the warm kitchen light of infinite mornings, grandfather and grandson continued their quiet lessons in the art of helping the universe remember how to sing in harmony, one breakfast at a time, one gentle adjustment to the great radio of existence, until even the static began to sound like music waiting to be discovered. The coherence meter's needle would rise and fall with Morty's breathing, mapping the invisible architecture of feeling that surrounded them, and Rick would watch with the quiet pride of someone who had finally found a discovery worth making, not a weapon or a portal or a way to bend reality to his will, but a small boy who could help reality remember its capacity for kindness, one pancake, one morning, one perfectly tuned moment at a time. The morning air carried the scent of fresh beginnings and sharpened pencils when Morty first walked through the doors of Harry Herpson Elementary, his small backpack bouncing gently against his shoulders and his lunchbox humming with the contentment that only Rick's carefully calibrated thermal regulators could provide. The building itself seemed to breathe with the accumulated energy of hundreds of small hearts learning to navigate the world together, and Morty paused just inside the entrance, his hand instinctively reaching for the smooth cosmic stone Rick had given him that morning. A small anchor to help him find his center when the frequencies grew too loud. The hallways buzzed with what other children heard as noise, but Morty heard as individual melodies layering over each other like instruments in an orchestra, still learning to play the same song. There was the nervous excitement of a girl with carefully braided hair who'd practiced writing her name all summer, the quiet pride of a boy who'd finally grown tall enough to reach the water fountain without standing on his toes, and the homesick tremor of someone who wasn't quite ready to be away from their mother's voice. Each emotion carried its own frequency, its own particular flavor, and Morty found himself listening not just with his ears but with that deeper part of himself that Rick had taught him to trust. Mrs. Patterson, his kindergarten teacher, greeted him with a smile that had been practiced in mirrors until it looked natural, but beneath its brightness, Morty could sense something that tasted like tired hope and smelled like coffee that had been reheated too many times. She had kind eyes that crinkled at the corners, and when she guided him to a desk near the window where the morning light painted everything in shades of possibility, Morty felt the gentle frequency of someone who genuinely cared about the small people in her charge, even when that caring sometimes felt heavier than she'd expected it to be. "Now, children," Mrs. Patterson announced, her voice carrying that particular sing-song quality that adults used when they wanted to sound enthusiastic about things that felt like work. "Let's go round the circle and share something special about ourselves." Morty watched as his classmates took their turns, each small voice adding another layer to the complex symphony of the classroom. There was Jessica, who spoke about her pet hamster with a joy so pure it made the air around her shimmer, but underneath that brightness, Morty detected tiny threads of worry. She was afraid her hamster might die, but she pushed that fear down and tried to be extra happy on top, the way someone might turn up music to drown out a sound they didn't want to hear. There was Brad, whose boast about his new bicycle carried undertones of something that tasted like loneliness disguised as confidence, a frequency that said, "Please notice me, please think I'm important." When his turn came, Morty stood up carefully, his small hands gripping the edges of his desk as he tried to find words that could bridge the gap between what he experienced and what others might understand. "I like to listen to how things feel," he said finally, his voice carrying the quiet certainty of someone stating a simple fact. Sometimes people sound happy, but they're really scared, or they sound angry, but they're really sad. I like to help them find their real voice. The classroom fell into one of those silences that can stretch in multiple directions, and Mrs. Patterson's smile flickered for just a moment. In that flicker, Morty caught a glimpse of something that tasted like understanding mixed with gentle concern, as if she'd recognized something in his words that she'd been waiting to hear without knowing she was waiting. The playground became Morty's laboratory for observation, a vast space where emotions bumped into each other like bumper cars that didn't want to crash but hadn't learned how to steer. He discovered that laughter came in different flavors. There was the sweet bell laughter that needed only a breeze to ring, and the brittle kind that cracked at the edges if you looked too closely, and the careful, offered laughter that said, "I want to belong, please let me." He learned to distinguish between the confident shouts of children who felt secure in their place and the louder calls of those who were trying to convince themselves they belonged. There was Owen, a boy who shouted to be heard, whose words arrived already armored against rejection. Everyone else called him loud, but Morty could hear the thin, high note underneath that said, "I am scared that if I stop talking, you will forget that I'm here." When Owen jostled him near the sandbox one afternoon, Morty steadied himself and offered half of his sandwich, the wax paper crinkling like kindling. The sandwich that day tasted like listening, and Owen took it with a gruff shrug, eating too fast as if kindness might be snatched back mid-bite. But later, Morty noticed Owen slowed on the swing and let the chain carry his weight without yanking, a small adjustment to a frequency only they knew was there. It was during these quiet observations that Morty began to feel the need for somewhere to put all the noticing, some way to honor the emotional artifacts he collected throughout his days. Rick had taught him that important things deserved to be preserved, the way scientists pressed flowers between the pages of books to study their delicate structures. So Morty asked his mother for a small notebook, and she found him one with a soft blue cover that fit perfectly in the hidden pocket she'd sewn inside his backpack. The first page held a 4-leaf clover he'd found by the fence, pressed flat beneath a square of tape that caught the light like a tiny window. Next to it, in careful letters that were still learning their proper shapes, he wrote, "Monday. Owen's laugh like thunder, but wants to be rain." He drew little wave lines the way Rick did on the coherence meter, except his lines had colors that mapped the invisible landscape of feeling. Happy was not always yellow. Sometimes happiness was pale green, like new leaves reaching towards sunlight. Sadness was not always blue. Sometimes it was the honest grey of rain that comes when the garden is thirsty. Between those pages, Morty began collecting things that other people might have thrown away. A scrap of ribbon from Jessica's ponytail that remembered being a comet, a leaf that had fallen too early and was brave about it, a ticket stub from the school fair that smelled faintly of sugar and patience. These were his emotional artifacts, the way he learned to collect the flavors of the world without taking the world from itself. He didn't keep them to own them, but to honor them, the way one might keep a postcard from a place that taught you to see differently. Mrs. Patterson began to notice that something shifted in her classroom when Morty was present. Conflicts seemed to resolve themselves more quickly, and children who usually struggled to focus found their attention settling into steadier rhythms. She couldn't quite articulate what she was observing, but she found herself assigning Morty to work with students who were having difficult days, not because he was academically advanced, but because something about his presence seemed to help others find their clearer signal. "There's something about that boy," she mentioned to the principal during lunch one day, stirring honey into her tea with thoughtful precision. "When he's in a room, people just seem to breathe easier. Have you noticed that?" At home, Rick listened to these reports with the focused attention of a scientist observing a particularly fascinating experiment. But it was what Morty brought home that truly captured his grandfather's imagination, the small blue notebook that had become a field guide to the invisible world of human emotion, catalogued with the patient attention of a naturalist studying a previously undiscovered species. "Look, Grandpa Rick," Morty said one evening, settling beside his grandfather on the garage floor with his notebook spread open between them. "I drew Mrs. Patterson's kindness, but see how it has these tired edges. That's because she cares so much about all of us that sometimes she forgets to care about herself." Rick studied the drawing with the same intensity he brought to dimensional equations, seeing in his grandson's childish crayon marks a sophisticated understanding of emotional complexity that most adults never developed. "And this one?" he asked, pointing to a page covered in overlapping circles in different shades of purple. "That's the whole classroom during story time," Morty explained, his small finger tracing the interconnected patterns. "See how everyone's feelings start to match up when she reads to us? It's like we all tune into the same station, and for a little while, we're all feeling the same story together." The notebook became a bridge between Morty's school experiences and the quiet lessons he continued to receive at home. Rick began incorporating his grandson's observations into their morning practice sessions, using the emotional maps Morty created to develop new techniques for helping others find their harmonic frequencies. They discovered that certain combinations of feelings created interference patterns, while others amplified each other in beautiful ways, like instruments that had learned to play in harmony rather than competition. Some days the static got loud and Morty would feel the buzz build behind his eyes, the radio inside him tuning to a dozen stations at once. On those days, he would hold the cosmic stone Rick had given him and remember the gentle tap of 2 fingers over his heart, the invisible dial that he could turn down to a manageable hum. He learned that even in the cafeteria, where tin trays clattered in rhythms that wanted to be drum lines but couldn't find their leader, he could find pockets of peace. Sitting with Lena, who wore her headphones like a doorway and kept her sentences short because words were heavy for her, and she wanted to carry only what she could. The library became his rest station, a place that held its breath in the nicest way. The shelves smelled like Rain's older cousin, and the librarian, Mrs. Han, talked to each book before she put it away, a quiet hello that made the spines sit up straighter. Morty liked how the tables were scarred from years of pencils doing good work, how the clock ticked in a polite voice that never rushed anyone. When he helped tape a torn page back into a picture book about a bear who learned to like winter, Mrs. Han smiled and said, "You have the hands of someone who listens." And he tucked the sentence into his pocket like a talisman. Every day he added to the journal a pressed blade of grass from the soccer field that held the memory of a tie game that felt like a win, a corner of a napkin from the teacher's lounge that smelled faintly of coffee and advice, a feather from a gull that had wandered too far from the ocean and wasn't ashamed about it. He began to sketch little dials next to names, not to label anyone, but to remind himself where they found their clearer signals. Owen he drew at mid-volume with a brighter station waiting beneath. Jessica, fluctuating between joy and worry but learning to trust the joy. Mrs. Patterson, steady and kind with just the gentlest need for someone to notice her caring. As autumn deepened and the playground leaves crunched underfoot like nature's applause, Morty found himself drawn to the puddles that formed along the curb after rain. He would fold paper boats from old spelling tests and set them loose in the temporary lakes, watching them drift with a seriousness that made him smile. The boats looked like tiny listening posts, their paper sails catching not wind, but something more subtle, the invisible currents of a world that was slowly learning to tune itself to gentler frequencies. Standing there one afternoon, his shoes just off the curb, and his notebook tucked safely in his backpack, Morty felt the smallest change in the world's frequency, a subtle shift in the hum that told him something new was approaching. Not danger exactly, but something like weather with an opinion. He touched the cosmic stone in his pocket, not to change anything, but to listen better. And somewhere in the distance, the far-off circuitry of a complicated day took a deeper breath. The paper boats turned their tiny heads as if they too were paying attention, and Morty, who had learned to press the delicate petals of feeling between the pages of his life without crushing them, stood in the gentle afternoon light and waited, curious and calm, to see what the next chapter of his quiet education would ask of him. The world was full of frequencies waiting to be discovered, full of hearts learning to beat in harmony, and he was exactly where he needed to be, listening, collecting, and helping the universe remember, one small observation at a time, how beautiful it sounded when everything found its proper tune. The change Morty had sensed by the playground puddles arrived that evening like a question the sky had been working up the courage to ask. The air took on that peculiar weight that comes before storms, but this wasn't ordinary weather. This was the kind of atmospheric pressure that made interdimensional equipment nervous and caused Rick's most sensitive instruments to whisper warnings in frequencies only they could hear. The paper boats in the street gutters had arranged themselves in careful lines, their pointed noses all facing the same direction, as if they knew something was approaching and wanted to greet it properly. Rick had been monitoring his dimensional barometer all afternoon, watching its needle climb steadily into ranges that made his jaw tighten with the kind of concern he usually reserved for experiments that were about to become adventures, whether anyone wanted them to or not. The portal generator in the garage had been humming with increasing agitation, its usual contented purr rising to an anxious whine that made the coffee cups rattle on their hooks and caused the fluorescent lights to flicker in patterns that almost looked like Morse code, spelling out words of worry. "Morty, buddy," Rick called through the kitchen window as his grandson carefully folded another paper boat from a spelling test marked with encouraging stars. "Maybe come inside for a bit." The dimensional pressure's spiking, and when that happens, sometimes reality gets a little. He paused, searching for words that wouldn't frighten but would convey the appropriate respect for what was coming. Argumentative. But even as Rick spoke, the first rift crackled open above the garage, not the clean, controlled tear of a properly calibrated portal, but a jagged wound in the fabric of space-time that sparked and hissed like a live wire dropped in water. Through the gap, Morty caught a glimpse of somewhere else entirely, a landscape where the trees grew in perfect spirals and the sky was the color of deep ocean, beautiful but wrong for this particular Tuesday evening in this particular corner of reality. The house shuddered as dimensional pressure waves rolled through the foundation, and suddenly the garage was alive with the sound of machinery in distress. The portal generator, overwhelmed by competing frequencies from across the multiverse, began cycling through configurations faster than its systems could process, each attempt to stabilize, creating new interference patterns that fed back into the storm building overhead. Morty felt the chaos hit his consciousness, like a wall of static turned up to volumes that made his teeth ache. This wasn't the gentle discord of playground emotions or the manageable buzz of classroom anxiety. This was the universe having a panic attack, reality itself forgetting how to hold its shape. He pressed the cosmic stone in his pocket and felt its steady warmth, a small anchor of coherence in a world that was rapidly losing its grip on what was possible and what was merely theoretical. Rick burst through the back door, his lab coat singed and his hair standing at angles that defied several laws of physics, clutching an armload of equipment that sparked with barely contained energy. "Dimensional storms building fast," he announced, his voice carrying that particular edge it took on when the universe was misbehaving in ways that even his considerable intellect couldn't immediately solve. Portal generators trying to sync with every frequency in the multiverse at once. If we can't stabilize it... His explanation was cut short as another rift tore open, this one directly above the kitchen sink, and suddenly the room filled with water from 17 different dimensions. Some of it ordinary H2O, some of it the crystalline liquid that served as rain on planets where weather was considered a form of music, and some of it something that looked like water but hummed with harmonies that made the light fixtures vibrate in sympathetic resonance. From somewhere in the chaos, Jerry's voice drifted through one of the dimensional tiers. "Hey, does anyone know if being elected Supreme Harmonic Chancellor of what appears to be a reality made entirely of crystallized music comes with health benefits? Because I'm pretty sure I just accepted a position I don't understand in a dimension where my unemployment anxiety apparently qualifies me for leadership roles, which honestly feels like a step up, but..." The portal generator's distress reached a crescendo that made the garage walls ripple like water, and Morty felt something shift in his chest, not fear, but recognition. This chaos, like all chaos, was just harmony that had forgotten how to find its center. The storm wasn't malicious, it was desperate, the way broken things sometimes lash out when they're trying to heal themselves, but don't remember how healing is supposed to work. He walked toward the garage with the calm purposefulness of someone following a melody only they could hear, his paper boat still clutched in one small hand. The cosmic stone pulsed with encouraging warmth, not as a warning, but as confirmation that he was moving in the right direction, toward the place where his particular gift was most needed. "Morty, no!" Rick called, but his grandson was already stepping through the doorway into the garage, where the portal generator writhed like a living thing caught in a trap of its own making. Dimensional energy arced between the walls in patterns that hurt to look at directly, and the air itself seemed to be arguing with itself about which reality it belonged to. But Morty could see beneath the chaos to the pattern that wanted to emerge, the way he could see the harmony hiding inside Owen's defensive laughter, or the kindness trying to surface through Mrs. Patterson's tired smile. The portal generator wasn't malfunctioning, it was overwhelmed, trying to process too many dimensional frequencies at once without any organizing principle to help it sort signal from noise. He approached the machine with the same gentle attention he brought to everything else, his small hands reaching not for controls or switches, but for the spaces between the sparks, the quiet places where the chaos paused to catch its breath. When his fingers touched the generator's outer casing, he felt the machine's distress like a physical ache. It was trying so hard to do its job correctly, to maintain clean connections between realities, but the storm had scrambled its ability to distinguish between dimensions. "It's okay," Morty whispered, not to Rick or his mother, but to the machine itself, to the storm, to the fractured pieces of reality that were trying to fit themselves back together in the wrong order. "You don't have to hold all of this at once. Let's find your center frequency first, and then we can sort out the rest." He closed his eyes and reached for the dial on his chest that Rick had taught him to imagine, the one that could tune his own frequency to match what the world needed. But this time, instead of turning it down to protect himself from overwhelming input, he found himself adjusting it to something new, not louder or quieter, but clearer, more focused, like finding the exact frequency that could cut through static and carry a signal across impossible distances. The change began, subtly, the way dawn arrives, not all at once, but as a gradual shift in the quality of light. The violent arcing between the walls softened into gentler curves, and the dimensional rifts that had been tearing open like wounds began to seal themselves with the patient precision of healing tissue. Morty wasn't imposing order on the chaos, he was helping it remember its own natural inclination toward harmony, the way he might help a tangled ball of yarn find its way back to being a straight line. Rick watched from the doorway, his instruments forgotten in his hands, as his grandson did something that shouldn't have been possible according to any known principles of physics or dimensional mechanics. The portal generator's frantic cycling slowed to a steady rhythm, its systems organizing themselves around the calm frequency Morty was somehow providing. The feedback loops that had been tearing the machine apart began to resolve into stable patterns, and the dimensional pressure readings on Rick's equipment dropped from dangerous red zones back toward the comfortable green of normal space-time. "How are you doing this?" Rick breathed, his scientific mind racing through possibilities and finding none that adequately explained what he was witnessing. Morty opened his eyes, and Rick saw in them a depth of understanding that seemed far too vast for someone who still needed help reaching the top shelf. "I'm not doing anything, Grandpa Rick. I'm just listening to what it wants to be and helping it remember how to be that way." The paper boat in Morty's hand caught a stray beam of interdimensional light and seemed to glow with its own inner radiance, a tiny vessel carrying the promise that even the smallest things, when guided with patience and care, could navigate the most turbulent waters. Rick set it gently on the workbench beside the now purring portal generator, and both grandfather and grandson watched as the machine's energy field embraced the small craft, holding it in a bubble of perfectly stable space-time. Outside, the dimensional storm continued to rage, but inside the garage, peace had found its foothold. The portal generator hummed with the steady contentment of a cat purring in a sunbeam, all its systems running at optimal efficiency despite having just weathered a storm that should have torn it apart. The interdimensional rifts sealed themselves one by one, each closure accompanied by a soft sigh that sounded almost grateful. Jerry's voice drifted back through the last closing rift. "Okay, apparently Supreme Harmonic Chancellor comes with a really nice hat and what appears to be interdimensional health benefits, so I'm going to need someone to forward my mail to the crystalline dimension of Eternal Tuesday, which honestly sounds like an improvement over unemployment." The rift snapped shut with a sound like a contented sigh, leaving the garage in sudden, profound quiet. Rick approached the portal generator with the careful attention of someone examining a miracle they weren't sure they believed in. Every reading was perfect, better than perfect, actually. The dimensional calibrations were more precise than he'd ever managed to achieve manually, and the power consumption had dropped to a fraction of its usual levels. "Morty," he said quietly, his voice carrying a weight that had nothing to do with the storm and everything to do with the recognition of something that would change everything. "I don't think you just helped the machine find its center frequency. I think you helped it find its optimal frequency, the one it was designed to achieve but never quite managed on its own." That night, as Morty slept with the profound exhaustion that comes from helping the universe remember how to be itself, Rick sat in his workshop and wrote in the journal he'd been keeping. Not the one for scientific data, but the one that had become a record of wonder. His handwriting, usually precise and economical, sprawled across the page with the urgency of someone trying to capture lightning in a bottle. Morty doesn't just observe chaos, he gentles it into order. Not through force or manipulation, but through some kind of fundamental resonance with the universe's inclination toward harmony. He smooths wrinkles from the fabric of reality itself, the way you might smooth wrinkles from a favorite blanket. The portal generator didn't just stabilize tonight, it achieved a state of optimization I've never seen before. As if chaos, when met with the right kind of attention, remembers it was always meant to be peace. He looked at the paper boat still bobbing gently in its pocket of stabilized space-time, a tiny reminder that the smallest acts of care could have the most profound effects. Somewhere in the vast network of realities that surrounded them, Rick knew the universe had made a note to itself about the boy who could gentle storms with nothing more than presence, patience, and the radical act of listening to what the world was trying to become. The cosmic stone on Morty's nightstand pulsed once, gently, like a heart settling into its proper rhythm. And in the quiet garage where broken things learn to be whole again, the next chapter of a very different kind of revolution continued to write itself in the language of peace, one gentle breath at a time. The morning after the storm arrived with the particular stillness that follows great changes, when the world seems to pause and take inventory of what has shifted in the night. The house itself felt different, not dramatically, but in the way a musical instrument sounds after it's been properly tuned, each note finding its clearest expression. The coffee maker hummed a contented melody as it brewed Rick's morning fuel, and even the perpetually anxious refrigerator had settled into a rhythm that sounded almost like purring. Morty found the paper boat still floating in its pocket of stabilized space-time, turning gentle circles like a compass needle that had found its true north and was content to rest there. The cosmic stone on his nightstand pulsed with that familiar warmth, not heat, but something deeper, like approval from a friend who understood without needing explanation. Rick was already moving through his morning routine with the focused energy of someone whose mind had been quietly working through possibilities all night. "Just a quick supply run today, Morty," he announced, checking the portal gun's calibrations with the practiced ease of someone who had made this particular journey countless times. Dimension 34 Gamma has the best antimatter lubricant in 17 realities, plus those crunchy space nuts that actually taste like something instead of regret and artificial flavoring. The portal opened with its usual green shimmer, but as they stepped through, Morty felt something shift, not the violent lurch of a true malfunction, but more like a hiccup in the fabric of space-time, a momentary stutter in the universe's otherwise steady heartbeat. The air on the other side carried an unexpected metallic tang, and Rick frowned at his instruments, adjusting dials with the careful precision of someone who had learned to trust his equipment, but never to assume it was infallible. "Minor atmospheric variance," Rick muttered, his voice carrying that particular edge it took on when the universe was misbehaving in subtle ways. "Nothing to worry about, just a small calibration drift. Portals trying to sync with a stronger dimensional beacon than usual. That's when it happened. The green glow flickered, wavered, and for just a moment, the view beyond them shifted like a television changing channels in the middle of a sentence. Through the unstable portal, Morty glimpsed something that imprinted itself on his consciousness, with the stark clarity of lightning illuminating a landscape you'd never seen before, but somehow recognized. It was vast, impossibly, overwhelmingly vast. A city built on the back of something that might have been a cosmic leviathan, or might have been 1,000 cosmic leviathans fused together into a structure that defied every law of architecture Morty had ever unconsciously assumed. Towering spires reached toward artificial stars, connected by walkways and platforms that sprawled across the creature's shell like a metallic forest growing in perfect, sterile rows. And everywhere, moving through corridors that gleamed with cold efficiency, he saw them. Morty's. Not just a few, not dozens, but thousands upon thousands, an infinite sea of versions of himself, each one carrying the same essential shape but worn down by unfamiliar burdens. They walked with shoulders that had learned to curl inward, protecting something fragile that the world had taught them to keep hidden. Their eyes held the particular emptiness that comes from being told too many times that your thoughts don't matter, your feelings are inconvenient, your presence is tolerated rather than welcomed. Morty's empathetic resonance, usually a finely tuned instrument that helped him navigate the emotional frequencies around him, was suddenly overwhelmed by a cacophony of signals that were all variations on a single heartbreaking theme: resignation, defeat, the quiet desperation of beings who had learned to make themselves small in hopes that smallness might be mistaken for safety. He saw Mortys carrying boxes with the mechanical precision of those who had stopped expecting their work to have meaning. He saw them standing in lines that stretched beyond the horizon, waiting for something they couldn't name, with the patience of those who had learned that waiting was safer than hoping. He saw them sitting at tables in vast cafeterias, eating food that probably tasted like duty and compliance, their conversations muted to the point of whispers, as if even their words had learned to apologize for existing. The vision lasted only seconds before the portal stabilized and deposited them in the intended dimension, a bustling marketplace filled with the rich chaos of alien commerce and the warm scent of exotic spices. Rick immediately moved toward a vendor selling crystalline formations that pulsed with their own inner light, already deep in negotiations that involve both currency and complex philosophical arguments about the nature of value. But Morty stood perfectly still, the cosmic stone warm in his pocket, its steady pulse a stark contrast to the overwhelming sense of collective weariness that had washed over him like a tide. The marketplace, usually a source of endless fascination with its impossible colors and impossible creatures, felt distant now, its vibrant energy unable to fully penetrate the profound sadness that lingered in his chest, like smoke from a fire that had burned out long ago. He had seen himself, infinite versions of himself, living lives that felt like the slow unraveling of everything that made existence worthwhile. These other Mortys weren't learning to tune the world to harmony. They weren't discovering that their sensitivity was a gift rather than a burden. They weren't being taught that their ability to notice what others missed was valuable, important, necessary. They were simply enduring. A seed began to sprout in Morty's chest, not the angry seed of rebellion or the desperate seed of rescue, but something quieter and more patient. It was the seed of understanding, the recognition that his gift for helping broken things remember how to be whole might be needed on a scale he had never imagined. The portal generator at home purred with contentment because he had helped it find its optimal frequency. The household appliances had learned to sing in harmony because he had shown them how to listen to each other's rhythms. But what if that vast structure he had glimpsed was simply a massive, malfunctioning instrument? What if all those defeated Mortys were like individual notes in a symphony that had forgotten its melody? What if their collective resignation was just an enormous wave of static, waiting for someone to help it remember its song? The space nuts Rick eventually purchased carried a faint metallic aftertaste that reminded Morty of the cold vastness he had witnessed. He chewed slowly, thoughtfully, letting the flavors settle while the quiet determination in his chest grew roots that reached deep into the soil of his purpose. He didn't tell Rick about the glimpse, not yet. It felt too personal, too much like a secret promise he had made to himself and to all those distant, small faces. The journey home was smooth, the portal opening onto the familiar warmth of their garage where the generator hummed its contentment and the paper boat continued its patient circles in its pocket of perfect space-time. But something fundamental had shifted within Morty's understanding of the world. His reality was no longer just the playground and the classroom and the gentle chaos of his grandfather's workshop. It also included that distant place where infinite versions of himself moved through sterile corridors, their frequencies scrambled, their harmony lost. The cosmic stone in his pocket seemed heavier now, not with burden, but with purpose. Like a compass that had suddenly remembered it was meant to point not just toward magnetic north, but toward the distant hum of a world waiting to be tuned. The seed of quiet determination continued to grow, patient and persistent, carrying within it the promise that someday, when the time was right and the frequency was clear, he would find a way to help that vast, broken symphony remember how to sing. For now, it was enough to know that the gift he was still learning to understand had a purpose larger than breakfast harmonies and playground observations. Somewhere in the infinite expanse of possibility, countless versions of himself were waiting for someone to help them remember that even the smallest voice, when properly tuned, could change the entire song. The official invitation arrived not as a document but as a necessity. Rick needed to register a new patent, one of those interdimensional bureaucratic requirements that made even genius submit to paperwork. The cosmic stone in Morty's pocket had been pulsing with gentle insistence for days, as if it knew that the moment the seed of quiet determination had been waiting for was finally approaching. When Rick announced their destination with his usual mixture of irritation and resignation, Morty felt something shift in his chest, not excitement, but the calm certainty of someone who recognizes their path when it appears. "Just a quick trip to file some forms," Rick muttered, adjusting the portal gun with the practiced efficiency of someone who had learned to navigate bureaucracy through sheer, stubborn persistence. Try not to stare at anything too long. The Citadel's designed to make you feel small, and honestly, most of the time it succeeds. The portal opened onto a docking bay that stretched beyond the horizon, filled with the organized hum of interdimensional commerce. Ships arrived and departed with clockwork precision, their passengers moving with the particular rhythm of those who had learned that efficiency was valued above wonder. The air carried that metallic tang Morty remembered from his glimpse through the unstable portal, But now he understood it wasn't just atmospheric, it was the pervasive frequency of collective resignation, the accumulated weight of countless small surrenders. And everywhere, moving through the sterile corridors with practiced purpose, were the Mortys. Morty felt their presence like a wave washing over him, not the chaotic static of playground emotions, but something far more organized and infinitely more heartbreaking. This was sorrow that had been systematized, filed away, made efficient. Each Morty carried his own particular note in this vast, mournful symphony, some high and thin with anxiety, others deep and heavy with accumulated disappointment, still others flickering between hope and despair like candle flames in a draught that never quite stopped blowing. A Morty in an official uniform approached them with a smile that had been calibrated for maximum bureaucratic pleasantness. "Welcome to the Citadel of Ricks," he announced, his voice carrying the particular cadence of someone who had delivered the same speech thousands of times. "I'm Morty K22, and I'll be processing your registration today. Please keep your interdimensional identification readily available." Rick began the familiar dance of forms and signatures, but Morty found his attention drawn to K22's frequency. Beneath the professional efficiency, he could hear something that tasted like faded paper left in sunlight, still useful, but missing colors it once remembered. When Morty set his small hand on the counter and listened with the gentle attention Rick had taught him, he caught a thread so thin it was almost invisible, the memory of a kite against blue sky, the feeling of running not to arrive somewhere, but to be the running itself. The clerk's shoulders lowered by the thickness of a sigh, and when he handed over their visitor badges, his gaze flickered down to meet Morty's for just a moment. In that brief connection, something like a door opened to a room that had been sealed but not forgotten, and Morty offered a smile that was too big for his face and exactly the right size for the moment. They moved deeper into the Citadel's arteries, and with each step, Morty felt more pebbles dropping into his pockets, small weights of accumulated story that should have crushed him, but somehow didn't. Instead, the pebbles began to arrange themselves with surprising order, forming patterns in his mind like stars, connecting into constellations across the darkness of his understanding. He saw them everywhere. Mortys in maintenance, uniforms moving with synchronized precision, their eyes trained on floors that had been polished to reflect nothing. Mortys in cafeterias eating food that probably tasted like nutrition rather than comfort, their conversations muted to whispers that were afraid to land. Mortys manning information booths with practiced helpfulness, their frequencies dampened like instruments wrapped in cloth to keep from disturbing the neighbors. Over a cluster of Mortys loading cargo containers, Morty traced what he began to think of as the kept secret, a constellation of small lights connected by lines that spelled, "Don't cause trouble, don't be trouble, be less." Near a training facility, where procedures were recited with the cadence of lullabies sung to machines, he sketched the almost voice, stars forming a throat that wanted to open, a mouth that had been taught to close. In a break area where the silence stretched like held breath, he mapped the lunch that waited, a pattern like a bench under a tree, empty but warmed by invisible sun. The weight of their collective sorrow pressed down on him like deep water, but instead of drowning, Morty found himself learning to navigate these emotional depths. He began to understand that the defeat he sensed wasn't natural. It was learned, imposed, the result of systems designed to convince infinite versions of himself that their sensitivity was weakness, their empathy, inefficiency, their capacity for wonder, a luxury the universe couldn't afford. In a supply depot, he watched a Morty drop his box, the sound too loud for the sterile moment. Faces turned with the reflexive flinch of those who expected reprimand, but Morty moved before the flinch could become reality. He crouched, adjusted his invisible dial to something wider and softer, and touched the fallen container as if it were a shy animal. The mechanical hum steadied, and he looked up at the other Morty whose name tag had worn itself to Ty, as if even his identity had learned to disappear a little. "It's okay," Morty said, not to comfort, but to tell the truth. Happens all the time in places where the floor pays more attention to rules than to feet. A sound like laughter and surprise sharing space came from the other boy, small but real. He nodded, and when he lifted the box again, his grip was surer, not because he had been corrected, but because someone had met him where he was, and that somehow had weight. Rick watched this exchange with the kind of sidelong attention he reserved for things that felt like miracles and worried him in equal measure. His handheld conflict detector, a device he hadn't mentioned to Morty, showed readings that made no sense according to any known principles of crowd psychology. The ambient tension that usually permeated Citadel corridors was dropping like a stone settling into still water. As they navigated the vast structure, Morty began to see not just the patterns of pain, but the lines along which it might be untangled. The Citadel wasn't just a city, it was a massive, malfunctioning instrument, its countless Mortys like individual notes in a symphony that had forgotten its melody. Their collective resignation was enormous static, waiting for someone to help it remember its song. He found quiet corners where frequencies pooled like emotional eddies, places where tiredness sat down to rest. Near a window that wasn't really a window but a controlled illusion of sky, two Mortys sat with untouched food, their conversation stitched with silence. Morty stood nearby, not joining because sometimes joining was a kind of taking, and imagined tuning the air until it found a kinder pitch. The artificial sky shifted from perfectly blue to something that included a few generous clouds, and the boy's breathing changed subtly, the way breath changes when it remembers it belongs to a body that deserves it. In a maintenance corridor, he placed his palm against the wall and listened to the Citadel itself. The structure was tired, not angry or cruel, but exhausted from carrying too many unexamined assumptions. He whispered without words, "I know, it's heavy. We can set some of it down." The light along the baseboards warmed by exactly 1 degree of kindness. A janitor Morty pushed past with a cart that smelled of citrus and small suns. He glanced at Morty, then at his cart where a wrapped sandwich sat beside cleaning supplies. Without ceremony, he lifted it and placed it on a nearby ledge, then continued on his way. Morty unwrapped it later, sitting on a bench shaped like a reconciled equation. It tasted like someone making something simple as well as they could. It tasted like we get through by feeding each other when we can. The constellations continued to form and connect, the kept secret linked to the almost voice, which touched the window that pretended, which reached toward the door, left unlocked. Morty began to sense not only the patterns of collective pain, but the hidden architecture of healing that waited beneath the surface. If you asked for small truths in safe corners, larger truths might emerge. If you taught a handful of Mortys to listen to themselves, their frequencies could seed entire rooms. If you made spaces where laughter could land without breaking, the air would remember how to hold it. From a balcony overlooking the central atrium, Morty's attention snagged on movement that wasn't quite movement, a change in emotional temperature. A Rick stood below, unremarkable to casual observation, but his frequency held a note like a door that hadn't been opened in a long time, but hadn't rusted shut either. He was speaking to his Morty with a face that tried to stay neutral and didn't quite succeed. Caring had crept in and taken a seat, and the Morty beside him, though he held himself smaller than necessary, seemed less alone in the doing. Morty didn't point this out to Rick. He let the recognition pass through him like clean air. It would matter later, he felt. Not as rescue or salvation, but as companionship, as proof that even here, where efficiency was valued above empathy, pockets of warmth continued their slow, stubborn work. When they finally stepped back through the portal into the familiar chaos of home, the garage greeted them with the relief of friendly disorder. Morty set his collected artifacts on the workbench, a corner of napkin with a doodle of a bird taking flight, a bent visitor, token someone had dropped and abandoned, a thread that had worked free from a cuff and was finally, truly free. He opened his blue notebook and began sketching the constellations he had mapped, leaving room between the stars for the connections that would come. "How'd it feel?" Rick asked, finally, his voice carrying the weight of someone who knew the answer might change things. "Like the sky was heavy," Morty said, closing the notebook carefully, "but also like there are hands underneath it. If we teach them to lift together, maybe it won't feel so heavy anymore." The cosmic stone pulsed once with gentle approval, and somewhere in the vast network of realities that surrounded them, a city built on the back of something ancient shifted imperceptibly in its sleep, as if it had dreamed for just a moment of gardens growing in the spaces between its steel and sorrow. The seed of quiet determination had sent out deeper roots, reaching toward every corner of that distant place where infinite versions of himself waited to remember that their sensitivity was strength, their empathy was exactly what the universe needed most. The symphony of sorrow he had witnessed was vast and complex, but every symphony, no matter how mournful, contained within it the possibility of transformation. All it needed was someone who knew how to help the music remember its original song. The nights following their Citadel visit carried a different quality of quiet, as if the house itself had learned to listen more carefully to the frequencies that moved through its rooms. Morty found himself drawn to his blue notebook with increasing urgency, not the frantic energy of someone trying to capture something before it escaped, but the patient attention of someone who understood that important things deserved to be preserved properly. The cosmic stone had taken to warming in his pocket at unexpected moments, as if responding to thoughts he hadn't yet learned to think clearly. Rick's official business with the Citadel seemed to multiply with the peculiar persistence of bureaucracy that had discovered a reliable customer. Patent renewals, dimensional license updates, equipment certifications, each requiring the kind of in-person verification that made even genius submit to standing in lines and filling out forms in triplicate. But Morty had begun to suspect that his grandfather's increasing frequency of official visits might not be entirely coincidental, particularly when he noticed Rick spending extra time, reviewing portal coordinates and consulting dimensional registries with the focused attention he usually reserved for genuinely important discoveries. It was during their 5th return visit, as they navigated the familiar maze of sterile corridors and efficient helpfulness, that Morty first noticed him properly. He had glimpsed this particular Rick before, a figure moving through the Citadel's crowds with a different rhythm than the others, his lab coat worn soft at the edges, not from neglect, but from years of comfortable use. Where most Ricks carried their brilliance like armor, this one wore his intelligence more like a well-loved sweater, something that kept him warm without needing to intimidate the weather. Rick C274, according to the dimensional registry, though the numbers seemed less important than the way his Morty walked beside him, not trailing behind like a reluctant shadow, but alongside as if his presence was welcomed rather than merely tolerated. Their conversation drifted from a maintenance alcove where dimensional equipment hummed with the particular contentment of machines that were cared for rather than simply used. The emotional resonance in Sector 12 is affecting the quantum stabilizers again. C274's Morty was saying, his voice carrying none of the apologetic uncertainty that characterized most Citadel Mortys. I think if we could help the frequency find a clearer signal, the equipment might stop trying to compensate for what it thinks is interference. Interesting observation, Rick C274 replied, and his tone held genuine curiosity rather than the dismissive patience most Ricks used when addressing Morty insights. What kind of harmonic adjustment do you think might help? Morty felt his own empathetic resonance quicken with recognition. Here was a Rick who wasn't just tolerating his Morty's sensitivity, he was treating it as valuable intelligence, worthy of consideration and respect. When they emerged from their alcove, C274 looked up and met Morty's gaze with the kind of smile that reached all the way to understanding. "A fellow listener," he said, consulting a handheld scanner that seemed to hum with genuine friendliness. "Your dimensional signature carries some unusual harmonic frequencies, coherent ones. Someone's been teaching the chaos to sing in tune." The invitation to their workshop came naturally, offered with the warmth of someone genuinely interested in sharing discovery rather than displaying superiority. Their space occupied a corner of the Citadel that felt different from the sterile efficiency of the main corridors, not dramatically different, but in the way a room feels when it's been lived in by people who care about each other. Plants grew in containers that shouldn't have been able to support life in the artificial atmosphere, their leaves reaching toward light sources that had been calibrated not just for illumination but for the particular quality of warmth that made living things want to thrive. "Intelligence without compassion," C274 explained, as he guided them through displays of dimensional equations that looked more like musical scores than mathematical proofs, "is just elaborate loneliness. You can solve any problem in the universe, but if you solve it without caring about the consequences for living beings, you haven't really solved anything. You've just moved the problem to a place where you don't have to look at it." The workshop contained wonders that spoke to both scientific precision and patient care, devices that hummed with contentment, equations that seemed to breathe with their own inner rhythm, and in one corner a small collection of what appeared to be wooden toys carved with the kind of attention that turned simple objects into carriers of story and meaning. "True wisdom," C274 continued, settling into a chair that looked like it had been designed for long conversations rather than brief consultations, "doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It whispers, it suggests, it creates space for understanding to grow rather than demanding immediate acceptance." He showed them a device that looked like a compass crossed with a lantern, its crystalline components pulsing with gentle light. "We call it the Resonance Guide. It doesn't force emotional frequencies into alignment, it simply helps you find the harmony that wants to emerge naturally." The device responded to Morty's presence like a flower turning towards sunlight, its display showing patterns that mapped the emotional climate of the room in real time. When Morty approached with his characteristic careful attention, the readings shifted toward configurations that looked less like chaos and more like music waiting to be played. The key insight, C274's Morty added, his voice carrying the confidence of someone whose perspectives had been listened to and valued, is that when you solve problems with empathy as part of the equation, the solutions don't just work, they want to work. They become self-sustaining because they're aligned with the universe's natural inclination toward harmony. Over the following hours, as official business transformed into genuine collaboration, Morty found himself learning lessons that went far beyond dimensional mechanics or emotional calibration. C274 taught through questions rather than lectures, creating space for understanding to grow organically rather than demanding immediate comprehension. "What do you think would happen he asked at one point, if we applied these harmonic principles to help systems remember their original purpose? Not to control or manipulate, but simply to create conditions where natural kindness could emerge. The question planted itself in Morty's mind like a seed finding fertile ground. He thought of all the defeated Mortys he had observed, all the efficient despair that permeated the Citadel's corridors, all the systems that had forgotten they were meant to support life rather than simply process it. It would take patience, Morty said slowly, working through the implications. And probably a lot of small changes that nobody notices at first. But if you could help just a few people remember that their sensitivity is valuable, that their feelings matter. He paused, seeing the constellation patterns from his notebook connecting in new ways. Maybe those people could help other people remember, like tuning forks helping other instruments find their proper pitch. C274's smile carried the warmth of someone recognizing a student who had grasped not just the lesson, but its deeper implications. Exactly. The most profound changes often happen through quiet persistence, through the patient work of helping broken systems remember their capacity for healing. When they finally prepared to leave, C274 pressed a small object into Morty's hand, something that looked like a compass, but instead of pointing toward magnetic north, its needle oriented itself toward the nearest source of genuine care. Beside it, he placed a small wooden bird, carved with wings outstretched, as if caught in mid-flight. "For when the static gets loud," he explained, "the compass will help you find your way back to what matters." And the bird. He smiled, touching the carved wings gently. Sometimes the greatest strength is found not in shouting, but in the quiet courage of being truly, completely yourself. Even the smallest voice can carry a song across vast distances. The portal home opened onto the familiar chaos of Rick's garage, where broken things waited patiently to be mended and the coffee maker hummed its perpetual contentment. But something fundamental had shifted in Morty's understanding of his place in the vast network of realities that surrounded them. He wasn't alone in his gift. He wasn't the only one who believed that intelligence and compassion could work together, that wisdom whispered rather than shouted, that the universe's problems could be solved not through force, but through the patient work of helping broken systems remember how to heal themselves. That night, as Morty carefully placed the compass and the wooden bird beside his blue notebook, Rick watched with the quiet attention of someone recognizing a change that would ripple outward in ways they couldn't yet fully comprehend. The boy who had learned to gentle storms was learning something even more profound, that he was not alone in his understanding, and that the revolution he sensed approaching would be built not on anger or force, but on the radical act of treating every being's capacity for feeling as sacred, valuable, and worthy of the gentlest care. The cosmic stone pulsed once with what felt like approval, and somewhere in the vast symphony of realities that surrounded them, a new constellation began to form, one that connected the quiet wisdom of mentors to the growing strength of students, the patient work of healing to the infinite possibility of transformation, the whispered truths that would someday help an entire civilization remember how to sing in harmony. The seed of quiet determination had found its teacher, its example, its proof that change was possible. Now it was time to learn how to plant that seed in the vast garden of possibility, where infinite versions of himself waited to remember that they were not broken things to be managed, but precious instruments waiting to be tuned to their most beautiful song. The compass and wooden bird became Morty's constant companions in the days that followed, small anchors of wisdom that pulsed with gentle insistence as he moved through the Citadel's vast corridors. The compass, with its needle that pointed not toward magnetic north, but toward the nearest source of genuine care, had begun to reveal patterns that transformed his understanding of the massive structure around them. Where he had once seen sterile efficiency, he now perceived something far more complex and infinitely more tragic. A living organism in profound pain. Rick's official business continued to multiply with bureaucratic persistence, each visit requiring new forms, updated certifications, and the kind of in-person verification that made even genius submit to standing in lines. But Morty had begun to suspect that his grandfather's increasing frequency of visits might serve purposes beyond simple compliance, particularly when he noticed Rick consulting dimensional registries with the focused attention he usually reserved for genuinely important discoveries. During their 7th return visit, as they navigated the familiar maze of corridors that hummed with regulated efficiency, Morty began to see the Citadel not as a monument to control, but as a vast creature that had forgotten how to breathe properly. The corridors were arteries, their sterile surfaces like hardened vessels, struggling to carry life through a system that had grown rigid with accumulated fear. The lifts were valves, opening and closing with mechanical precision that had lost all memory of organic rhythm. The ventilation systems were lungs that sighed in regulated intervals, never quite achieving the deep, satisfying breath that living things required. The discovery in the archives. The compass led him deeper than he had ever ventured before, its needle pulling with increasing urgency toward the sub-basement levels where the Citadel's memory lived in crystalline storage matrices that stretched beyond the horizon. Here, in corridors that smelled of preserved time and accumulated knowledge, he found an elderly Morty working alone among records that hummed with their own inner light. Archivist read the simple name tag, and when the old Morty looked up at his approach, his eyes held the particular depth that comes from spending decades in conversation with history itself. Looking for something specific, the archivist asked, his voice carrying the gentle authority of someone who had learned that the most important questions were often the ones people didn't know how to ask. Morty held up the compass, its needle pointing directly at the archivist's heart with unwavering certainty. I'm trying to understand how this place works. Not the rules and procedures, but why it feels the way it feels. The archivist's smile carried decades of patient understanding. Ah, you want to see the original blueprints? What he revealed rewrote everything Morty thought he knew about the Citadel's nature. The founding documents, preserved in storage matrices that pulsed with gentle luminescence, told a story that was beautiful in its intention and heartbreaking in its transformation. The Citadel had been conceived not as a center of control, but as a sanctuary, a place where versions of Rick and Morty from across the multiverse could find safety, community, and the kind of mutual support that made the vast loneliness of infinite realities bearable. The early organizational charts read like love letters to the idea of cooperation. Departments dedicated to emotional well-being, committees focused on ensuring every resident felt valued and heard, systems designed to celebrate the unique gifts that each dimensional variant brought to the collective whole. The bureaucracy that now felt so crushing had originally been crafted as a careful framework to ensure that no one fell through the cracks, that every voice mattered, that the vast diversity of infinite realities could harmonize into something greater than the sum of its parts. What happened? Morty whispered, tracing the evolution of charts that showed how departments of care had gradually been absorbed into departments of efficiency, how committees dedicated to individual well-being had been restructured into systems focused on collective productivity. "Fear," the archivist said simply, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had watched idealism slowly calcify into something harder and less forgiving. The multiverse is a dangerous place, and when the first external threats emerged, the Citadel's leaders made choices they thought would protect everyone. Temporary measures that became permanent policies, safety protocols that gradually forgot they were meant to preserve life, not just maintain order. Understanding the transformation. The meeting minutes from the crucial turning points revealed how each decision had been made with genuine care for the community's well-being, how each restriction had been implemented to address real dangers, how each reduction in individual freedom had been justified as necessary for collective security. The tragedy, Morty realized as he studied document after document, was that they had never stopped caring. They had simply forgotten that caring without listening becomes control, and control without empathy becomes cruelty, even when that was never the intention. Armed with this new understanding, Morty began to move through the Citadel with different eyes. The endless forms weren't just bureaucratic obstacles, they were broken attempts at connection, questions that had forgotten how to listen for answers. The rigid procedures weren't designed to crush individuality, they were safety measures that had grown so thick they could no longer feel what they were protecting. Even the cruelest policies, when examined through the lens of the compass's gentle guidance, revealed their hidden longing to prevent harm, to create predictability, to build walls strong enough to keep the chaos of infinite realities from overwhelming the fragile community within. He began conducting small experiments, adjustments so subtle they barely registered on the Citadel's vast sensory network. In a waiting area where tension always ran too high, he stood quietly and listened to the fluorescent lights buzzing at a pitch that set teeth on edge. With the resonance guide cupped in his palm like a small lantern, he adjusted his own breathing until it settled into a steadier rhythm, then imagined turning the room's invisible dial down by the smallest increment. The lights softened as if they had remembered they were allowed to be kind. The guard at the door loosened his jaw. Two Mortys in line started talking about weather in a way that sounded less like filling time and more like reminding each other that days had textures beyond paperwork. The architecture of healing. Working with C274's quiet guidance, Morty began placing what they called listening posts throughout the Citadel, devices that looked like maintenance tags but were tuned to amplify the frequencies of care already present in each space. They didn't broadcast anything new, they simply made it easier for kindness to hear itself. One went above a form drop box, and within days, people started straightening the piles without being asked. Another perched near a security turnstile, and guards began lifting the bar for elderly Ricks with a practiced grace that looked, after the first week, suspiciously like habit. His blue notebook filled with new constellations, not just the patterns of pain he had mapped before, but the deeper structures that connected hurt to its original source in love. He drew feedback loops that showed how application denied led to refile request, led to new denial for incompleteness, but he also sketched counter loops where 2 minutes of unhurried listening led to clearer requests, led to fewer repeats, led to more capacity, led to less panic. K22, the clerk who had processed their first registration, began greeting Morty with the weary warmth of someone who remembered the shape of a kite against blue sky. One afternoon, he pressed a folded scrap into Morty's hand, containing 5 names written in neat block letters. "They notice things," he said, looking toward the artificial sky visible through the corridor's false windows. "Like you, thought you'd be good company for each other. The organism members." The Citadel, Morty began to understand, wasn't a machine to be defeated or a system to be overthrown. It was a community that had lost its way, a vast organism that had forgotten how to heal itself. The Council of Ricks, with their imposing chambers and voices that boomed with self-importance, weren't villains. They were the most profound examples of the system's brokenness, beings who had built the biggest walls and accumulated the most power, thereby isolating themselves most completely from the very connection they unconsciously craved. Their cruelty, their dismissiveness, their constant need to assert dominance. These weren't signs of strength, but symptoms of deep, unacknowledged pain. They were the cries of beings who had forgotten how to connect, how to feel, how to simply exist with the messy, beautiful reality of shared vulnerability. Standing in a maintenance corridor that felt like the back of a throat before a difficult conversation, Morty placed his palm against the wall and listened to the Citadel think. The building didn't mind being big, it minded being treated as if size were its only virtue. He whispered his wordless promise, "We can set some of it down." A strip of baseboard light mellowed as if it had been waiting for permission. Seeds of gentle revolution. As they prepared to return home after another day of quiet observation and subtle intervention, Morty felt the weight of understanding settle in his chest, not as burden, but as purpose. The cosmic stone pulsed with encouraging warmth, and the wooden bird in his pocket seemed to vibrate with soft approval. He had found the true heart of the problem, and more importantly, he had begun to glimpse the shape of its solution. The revolution he sensed approaching wouldn't be built on anger or destruction. It would be built on the patient work of helping a wounded organism remember how to heal itself, of creating space for the buried heart of the community to beat more clearly, of teaching the vast symphony of the Citadel how to find its original song of sanctuary and mutual care. Back in the familiar garage, surrounded by machines that hummed with contentment, and the paper boat that continued its peaceful circles in stabilized space-time, Morty opened his notebook to a fresh page. He began sketching not just the existing structures of pain, but possible new pathways for healing. Lines that allowed for gentler flow, spaces where emotional energy could move freely, connections that honored vulnerability rather than punishing it. The seed of quiet determination had found its deepest soil. Somewhere in that distant place where infinite versions of himself moved through corridors that had forgotten their purpose, the original dream of sanctuary still lived, waiting for someone who understood that even the most wounded communities could learn to heal if someone cared enough to help them remember who they had always meant to be. The compass needle settled, pointing not toward any external destination, but toward the growing certainty in Morty's own heart. The next chapter of a very different kind of revolution was ready to begin, not with conquest, but with the whispered promise that broken things, given enough patience and care, could always remember how to be whole. The 5 names K22 had pressed into his hand led Morty through corridors that existed in the margins of official attention, past maintenance areas where honest work left its comfortable scent, and forgotten storage rooms where dust motes performed their ancient dance in filtered light. Each name came with directions written in careful script, coordinates that spoke of people who had learned to find each other in a world designed to keep them separate, meeting times that fell between the scheduled rhythms of efficiency, locations that lived in the spaces the Citadel's architects had never quite intended. The compass led him first to a service area tucked behind the atmospheric processing station, where the air carried the gentle hum of systems working in harmony rather than the harsh discord of machinery pushed beyond its natural limits. There, in an alcove created by the intersection of 3 ventilation ducts, he found another version of himself sitting cross-legged on a maintenance blanket, surrounded by the soft steam that rose from a small thermal container. This Morty looked up at his approach with eyes that held the cautious hope of someone who had learned to expect disappointment but hadn't quite surrendered to it. His name tag read M19, and when he spoke, his voice carried the particular gentleness of someone who had learned to be careful with words because he understood their weight. "I work in dimensional calibration," M19 explained, offering a cup filled with liquid that smelled of herbs and patience. "Officially, I just monitor readings and report anomalies, but I've noticed something the manuals don't mention. The equipment responds to emotional frequencies. When the technicians are having good days, when they feel heard and valued, the dimensional matrices stay more stable. It's like the technology can sense the climate of care around it." The tea tasted like the idea of home, not any specific place, but the feeling of belonging that lives in the chest, like a warm light. As they shared the simple brew, M19's story unfolded with the careful precision of someone who had been carrying observations alone for too long. "I started making small adjustments," he continued, his hands wrapped around the warm cup like it was an anchor. "Nothing dramatic, just helping the frequencies find their clearer signals. The dimensional readings improved, but more importantly, the people working with the equipment seemed lighter, like they could breathe easier." Over the following weeks, as Rick's official business continued to provide regular access to the Citadel, Morty began seeking out the other names on K-22's carefully written list. Each meeting followed a similar pattern of tentative approach, cautious recognition, and then the gradual unfolding of stories that had been kept folded too small for too long. There was J7, who worked in the cafeteria and had discovered that food prepared with attention to emotional resonance somehow satisfied hunger more completely. He had begun adding what he called intention seasoning to the daily offerings, not actual spices, but the careful application of hope and care during the cooking process. "When you cook with attention to how people are feeling," he explained, stirring a pot that seemed to hum with contentment, "the food remembers that attention. People leave the cafeteria feeling nourished in ways that go beyond nutrition." L15 maintained the artificial weather systems that provided the illusion of natural cycles throughout the Citadel's residential areas. He had learned that subtle adjustments to atmospheric pressure and humidity could influence emotional well-being, and had begun creating what he privately called healing weather, gentle patterns that encouraged rest when people were tired, clarity when they were confused, and the kind of soft warmth that made difficult conversations feel more possible. R23 worked in communications, routing messages and maintaining the information networks that kept the vast structure functioning. His gift was the ability to sense emotional undertones in official correspondence, and he had begun making tiny adjustments, softening harsh language, adding small courtesies, ensuring that even bureaucratic communications carried some trace of human warmth. They began meeting regularly in spaces that existed in the margins of the Citadel's official architecture, a forgotten observation deck with a sliver of real sky visible through reinforced transparent steel, maintenance areas where the hum of contented machinery provided comfortable background music, abandoned break rooms that still held the ghost of conversations that had mattered to someone. Each gathering felt less like a meeting and more like a family dinner, complete with M19's homemade tea and whatever small offerings the others could contribute. They called themselves the listeners, not because they had chosen the name through any formal process, but because it emerged naturally from their shared understanding of what they did. Where most Citadel residents had learned to turn down the volume of their sensitivity to numb themselves to the constant static of collective pain, these Mortys had found each other through their inability or unwillingness to stop listening. "We're like acupuncture points," L15 observed during one of their gatherings, his words carrying the thoughtful precision of someone who had spent years thinking about systems and how they could be gently adjusted. Tiny interventions in exactly the right places, helping the whole organism remember how to function properly. They began coordinating their efforts with the patient precision of gardeners tending a vast, complicated ecosystem. When J7 noticed that certain areas of the Citadel felt particularly tense, L15 would adjust the atmospheric conditions to encourage deeper breathing and clearer thinking. When R23 detected increased anxiety in the communication networks, M19 would focus his calibration work on creating more stable dimensional frequencies. When K22 observed that particular bureaucratic processes were causing unnecessary stress, the whole group would work together to create small adjustments that made those processes more humane. Their interventions were so subtle they barely registered on the Citadel's monitoring systems, what they came to call listening posts, devices that looked like ordinary maintenance tags but were tuned to amplify the frequencies of care already present in each space. They didn't broadcast anything new, they simply made it easier for kindness to hear itself, to recognize its own voice in the vast chorus of institutional noise. One appeared above a form Dropbox, and within days, people began straightening the document piles without being asked. Another was placed near a security turnstile, and guards began lifting the barrier for elderly Ricks with a practiced grace that looked, after the first week, suspiciously like habit. A third found its way to a waiting area where tension always ran too high, and suddenly the fluorescent lights seemed to remember they were allowed to be kind, their harsh buzz softening to something that no longer set teeth on edge. As their network grew, other sensitive Mortys, finding their way to the circle through the quiet magnetism of recognized understanding, Morty began to see their work not as resistance but as restoration. They weren't trying to tear down the existing system or challenge the Council of Ricks directly. Instead, they were helping the Citadel remember its original purpose, its foundational dream of being a sanctuary where beings from across the multiverse could find safety, community, and the kind of mutual support that made the vast loneliness of infinite realities bearable. "We don't change people," Mninidin explained to a newcomer during one of their gatherings, stirring his tea with a small wooden spoon carved from what might have been driftwood from a dimension where oceans sang lullabies. "We just create spaces where people can remember who they truly are, where their own frequency can find its clearest signal." The cosmic stone in Morty's pocket seemed to pulse with increasing warmth as their circle expanded, its rhythm matching the growing coherence of their shared purpose. The wooden bird that C274 had given him found a place of honor in their meeting spaces, perched wherever they gathered as a reminder that even the smallest voice, when properly tuned, could carry a song across vast distances. Rick, in his own way, seemed to sense the shift. He never asked too many questions about Morty's errands, but he would occasionally leave new, precisely calibrated sensors on Morty's workbench, devices designed to detect subtle harmonic shifts, small filters that could remove atmospheric static, tools that seemed perfectly suited to the quiet work of healing. He was contributing to the gentle revolution in his own way, a silent partner in the patient effort to help a wounded organism remember how to breathe. Their gatherings became rituals of shared understanding, each meeting strengthening the invisible web of empathy that was spreading through the Citadel's vast arteries. They shared sandwiches that tasted like companionship, stories that carried the weight of shared burdens made lighter through division, and dreams that held the quiet possibility of a different future. The tea, always present and always warm, tasted like home, not any specific place, but the feeling of belonging that reminded them that even in the heart of a structure designed for control, pockets of genuine connection could still flourish. During their 7th gathering, as they sat in the forgotten observation deck, where a patch of real stars reminded them of the vastness beyond the Citadel's manufactured reality, Morty felt something click into place with the satisfying precision of a puzzle piece finding its proper position. "We're not trying to fix the Citadel by force," he said, his voice carrying the quiet certainty of someone who had finally found words for something he'd been feeling for months. "We're helping it heal itself. We're teaching it to breathe properly again, one gentle breath at a time." Around the circle, his fellow listeners nodded with the recognition of people who had found their purpose not in grand gestures or dramatic confrontations, but in the patient, persistent work of creating space for kindness to remember how to grow. They were the quiet underground, the gentle revolution that worked not through conflict but through connection, through the shared understanding that the universe, in its deepest heart, longed for harmony. The seed of quiet determination had found its community, its fellow gardeners, in the vast ecosystem of possibility. Together they would continue their work, one small adjustment at a time, until the entire Citadel remembered how to sing the song it had always been meant to sing. Not a song of control or efficiency, but a lullaby of sanctuary, where every being mattered, every voice was heard, and every heart could find its way home to the rhythm of genuine care. In the artificial starlight that filtered through forgotten windows, the compass needle settled into perfect stillness, pointing not toward any external destination, but toward the growing certainty that lived in the center of their circle. The quiet revolution had found its form, and it was exactly what the universe had been waiting for. Not conquest, but healing. Not shouting, but the whispered promise that broken things, given enough patience and care, could always remember how to be whole. They began with bread because bread is simple and carries stories well, and because even the most complex revolutions sometimes need to start with the most basic human need, the hunger that lives not just in the stomach, but in the heart that has forgotten what it feels like to be fed by genuine care. J7 started cutting his loaves a little thicker in the cafeteria's quiet pre-dawn hours, tucking slices of soft cheese and crisp greens between them like small letters folded into envelopes that carried more than sustenance. Each sandwich was wrapped in paper that crinkled with friendly promise, tied with string that remembered sailors' knots and distant shores. On the outside, in pencil, that looked like it had been trying to speak for a long time and finally found its voice, he wrote simple sentences that landed like gentle hands on tired shoulders. "You can sit while you eat. We saved the good corner for you. Take 2 if today feels heavy." The first day, no one touched them. The wrapped offerings sat on the counter like patient prayers, waiting for someone brave enough to believe in unexpected kindness. The second day, a maintenance Rick paused, studied the pile as if it might be some elaborate trick, then took one with hands that had learned to be careful with good things. On the third day, the sandwiches were gone by noon, and someone had left a note in their place written on the back of a requisition form. "Tastes like my mother's kitchen when the radio played Happy Accidents." What the listeners had discovered through this simple act of feeding people was something that would reshape their understanding of institutional change forever. That love, when distributed quietly and consistently, possessed a peculiar power to transform even the most rigid structures from within. Not through force or confrontation, but through what they began to call gentle infiltration, acts of kindness, so natural and persistent they slipped beneath the radar of official awareness while slowly shifting the Citadel's emotional climate one interaction at a time. Each listener brought their own gifts to this quiet revolution. L-15 began weaving what he privately called healing weather into the atmospheric systems, making subtle adjustments that encouraged different emotional states depending on what particular areas seemed to need most. A touch more humidity in the archives, where the elderly archivist spent his days alone among crystalline memories. Gentle air circulation near the complaint processing center, where frustration accumulated like dust in forgotten corners. A barely perceptible warming in waiting areas, creating the kind of ambient comfort that made difficult conversations feel more possible. R23's contribution took the form of message therapy, tiny adjustments to official communications that softened harsh language, without changing its essential meaning. A must be completed immediately became please complete when you're able. A failure to comply will result in penalties transformed into we haven't received your response yet. Let us know if you need help. The changes were so subtle that most recipients couldn't identify exactly what felt different about their correspondence, only that somehow the bureaucracy seemed slightly less hostile, marginally more human. But it was K22 who discovered perhaps the most profound tool in their gentle arsenal, the revolutionary power of genuine listening. During his regular shifts processing forms and permits, he began offering something the Citadel's efficiency protocols had never anticipated: actual attention to the people standing before his window. Instead of mechanically requesting documents and stamping approvals, he started asking questions that went beyond procedural necessity. "How was your journey here?" he would inquire of a Rick, who looked particularly travel-worn. "Is there anything specific about the Citadel you're hoping to find?" The questions were simple, but they carried the radical implication that the person being processed was more than just a collection of dimensional coordinates and bureaucratic requirements. Morty became their courier of small kindnesses, moving through the Citadel's vast arteries with the compass warm in his pocket, its needle pointing him toward the places where care was most needed. He left folded notes, never signed, never traced, tucked into clipboards, beneath coffee mugs, slipped into the sleeves of lab coats hanging in break rooms. The notes didn't shout advice or demand attention, they offered companionship in its purest form. If you haven't been asked how you are today, consider this the asking. He began to notice the ripple effects almost immediately. A security Rick who had never sat down during his shifts found a note in his pocket that simply said, "Rest is not weakness," and the next day had pulled a chair into his station as if it had always belonged there. A Morty in the filing department discovered a tiny paper crane tucked into a stack of forms and began leaving his own small origami figures for others to find. Butterflies that seemed to carry messages of transformation, flowers that bloomed in the sterile corridors of bureaucracy. The changes were measurable in ways that even the Citadel's efficiency-obsessed administrators couldn't ignore. R23 watched as message error rates dropped when notices remembered to include the shape of a person in their phrasing. K22 tracked a steady decline in refiled forms when he started writing. "Tell me what you were trying to say," where the form didn't allow space for it. The answers that came back were clearer, kinder to themselves and others. M19 filed maintenance reports showing equipment uptime, increasing in sectors where their listening posts quietly did their work. One afternoon, while leaving, a sandwich near a forgotten observation window, Morty overheard a conversation that made his heart skip with recognition. A group of Ricks, their voices usually sharp with intellectual debate or dismissive sarcasm, had gathered in an adjacent corridor, speaking in tones softened by something that sounded almost like wonder. "I found a sandwich yesterday," one Rick admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Just sitting on my console, with a little drawing of a star. It made me pause in a way I haven't paused in years." Another Rick, whose usual frequency hummed with aggressive cynicism, cleared his throat. Someone left a smooth stone in my data archive, warm like it had been held by someone who cared, utterly illogical. But I kept it. Mine was a paper bird, a third, Rick confessed, almost sheepishly. Folded from what looked like a discarded memo, it's sitting on my desk now, and every time I see it, I remember that someone took time to make something beautiful out of something that was meant to be thrown away. They didn't understand the source, didn't try to rationalize these acts of kindness. They simply acknowledged their existence. And in that shared acknowledgement, something shifted. The air around them softened, and the hard edges of their usual cynicism seemed to blur like ice beginning to melt in unexpected sunlight. Hidden from view, Morty felt a profound sense of quiet awe wash over him. This was it, the gentle revolution in action. Not a war against the system, but a patient, persistent effort to remind the system of its own forgotten heart. Distributed quietly and consistently, was indeed reshaping the institution, not by force, but by invitation, not through conquest, but through the radical act of helping broken things remember how to heal themselves. The listeners began to understand that their interventions worked like acupuncture needles, tiny, precisely placed touches that stimulated the flow of care and connection through arteries that had grown rigid with accumulated fear and neglect. Each sandwich shared, each note left, each moment of genuine listening created space for the next act of kindness, and the next, until the Citadel's corridors began to carry a different frequency entirely. J7 started a simple ledger by the cafeteria register, not for money, just lines drawn with a pencil, one column for give and another for receive. People made small marks when they left an extra sandwich or took one they hadn't paid for because the day felt too heavy to carry alone. The totals never balanced in any traditional accounting sense, but the room felt more honest, more connected. You could see at a glance how care moved through the space like weather, invisible but essential, nourishing everything it touched. The cosmic stone in Morty's pocket pulsed with increasing warmth as these ripples expanded, its rhythm matching the growing coherence of their shared purpose. The wooden bird that C274 had given him seemed to lift its carved wings a little higher each day, as if preparing for flight toward a future where even the largest institutions could remember how to sing lullabies instead of directives. Their network attracted attention from unexpected quarters, but not the kind they had feared. A Rick from the research division approached M19, not to investigate his improved dimensional calibrations, but to ask if similar principles might be applied to other systems. A security supervisor mentioned to L15 that morale in his sector had been improving and wondered if there might be ways to extend that sense of ease to other areas of the Citadel. Most remarkable of all was the emergence of what they began to call spontaneous kindness, acts of care that arose naturally from the improved emotional climate they were creating. People began holding doors open without being asked. Conversations in elevators shifted from awkward silence to genuine exchanges of interest. The harsh fluorescent lighting in common areas seemed to soften, though no official adjustments had been made to the illumination systems. During their 11th gathering, as they shared tea that tasted like the promise of home and stories that carried the weight of shared purpose, Morty felt something click into place with the satisfying precision of a puzzle piece finding its proper position. The revolution was no longer something they were planning or hoping for. It was something that was already happening, growing organically from the seeds they had planted in the fertile soil of institutional loneliness. "We're not changing people," he observed, watching steam rise from his cup like visible prayers ascending toward some benevolent, listening presence. "We're creating conditions where people can remember who they truly are, where their own capacity for kindness can find space to breathe and grow." Around the circle, his fellow listeners nodded with the recognition of gardeners who had learned that the most profound transformations happened not through force, but through patience, through the persistent creation of conditions where healing could occur naturally. They had discovered that institutions, like individuals, possessed an innate tendency toward health and connection, but that tendency required the right environment to flourish. The quiet revolution had found its rhythm, and it was exactly what the universe had been waiting for, not conquest, but cultivation, not shouting, but the patient work of creating conditions where love could grow. In the artificial starlight that filtered through forgotten windows, the compass needle pointed steadily toward the growing certainty that lived at the center of their circle. And somewhere in the vast network of realities that surrounded them, an entire civilization was slowly learning to remember the song it had always been meant to sing. The seed of quiet determination had become a garden, and that garden was teaching the Citadel how to bloom, one sandwich, one whispered kindness, one gentle breath at a time. The organism was healing itself, and the healing was spreading like morning light across a landscape that had forgotten what dawn looked like, slow, inevitable, and beautiful beyond measure. The revolution began with bread because bread carries stories in its crust and remembers the hands that shaped it with care. J7 had discovered that the simple act of cutting his loaves a little thicker, of tucking slices of soft cheese and crisp greens between them like small letters folded into envelopes, created ripples that spread far beyond the cafeteria's sterile walls. Each sandwich was wrapped in paper that crinkled with friendly promise, tied with string that remembered sailors' knots and distant shores, marked with pencil notes that landed like gentle hands on tired shoulders. "You can sit while you eat. We saved the good corner for you. Take 2 if today feels heavy." The first day, the wrapped offerings sat on the counter like patient prayers, waiting for someone brave enough to believe in unexpected kindness. A maintenance, Rick paused, studied the pile as if it might be some elaborate trick, then took one with hands that had learned to be careful with good things. By the third day, the sandwiches were gone by noon, and someone had left a note in their place, written on the back of a requisition form. "Tastes like my mother's kitchen when the radio played Happy Accidents." What the listeners discovered through this simple act of feeding people was something that would reshape their understanding of institutional change forever. That love, when distributed quietly and consistently, possessed a peculiar power to transform even the most rigid structures from within, not through force or confrontation, but through what they began to call gentle infiltration, acts of kindness so natural and persistent they slipped beneath the radar of official awareness while slowly shifting the Citadel's emotional climate one interaction at a time. L15 began weaving what he privately called healing weather into the atmospheric systems, making subtle adjustments that encouraged different emotional states depending on what particular areas seemed to need most. A touch more humidity in the archives, where the elderly archivist spent his days alone among crystalline memories. Gentle air circulation near the complaint processing center, where frustration accumulated like dust in forgotten corners. A barely perceptible warming in waiting areas, creating the kind of ambient comfort that made difficult conversations feel more possible. R23's contribution took the form of message therapy, tiny adjustments to official communications that softened harsh language without changing its essential meaning. A "must be completed immediately" became "please complete when you're able." A failure to comply will result in penalties transformed into "we haven't received your response yet. Let us know if you need help." The changes were so subtle that most recipients couldn't identify exactly what felt different about their correspondence, only that somehow the bureaucracy seemed slightly less hostile, marginally more human. But it was K22 who discovered perhaps the most profound tool in their gentle arsenal, the revolutionary power of genuine listening. During his regular shifts processing forms and permits, he began offering something the Citadel's efficiency protocols had never anticipated: actual attention to the people standing before his window. Instead of mechanically requesting documents and stamping approvals, he started asking questions that went beyond procedural necessity. "How was your journey here?" he would inquire of a Rick who looked particularly travel-worn. "Is there anything specific about the Citadel you're hoping to find?" The questions were simple, but they carried the radical implication that the person being processed was more than just a collection of dimensional coordinates and bureaucratic requirements. Morty became their courier of small kindnesses, moving through the Citadel's vast arteries with the compass warm in his pocket, its needle pointing him toward the places where care was most needed. He left folded notes, never signed, never traced, tucked into clipboards, beneath coffee mugs, slipped into the sleeves of lab coats hanging in break rooms. The notes didn't shout advice or demand attention. They offered companionship in its purest form. If you haven't been asked how you are today, consider this the asking. He began to notice the ripple effects almost immediately. A security Rick who had never sat down during his shifts found a note in his pocket that simply said, "Rest is not weakness," and the next day had pulled a chair into his station as if it had always belonged there. A Morty in the filing department discovered a tiny paper crane tucked into a stack of forms and began leaving his own small origami figures for others to find: butterflies that seemed to carry messages of transformation, flowers that bloomed in the sterile corridors of bureaucracy. The changes were measurable in ways that spoke to the heart rather than efficiency reports. R23 watched as message error rates dropped when notices remembered to include the shape of a person in their phrasing. K22 tracked a steady decline in refiled forms when he started writing. "Tell me what you were trying to say where the form didn't allow space for it." The answers that came back were clearer, kinder to themselves and others. M19 observed equipment responding more harmoniously in sectors where their listening posts quietly did their work. One afternoon, while leaving a sandwich near a forgotten observation window, Morty overheard a conversation that made his heart skip with recognition. A group of Ricks, their voices usually sharp with intellectual debate or dismissive sarcasm, had gathered in an adjacent corridor, speaking in tones softened by something that sounded almost like wonder. "I found a sandwich yesterday," one Rick admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Just sitting on my console. With a little drawing of a star, it made me pause in a way I haven't paused in years." Another Rick, whose usual frequency hummed with aggressive cynicism, cleared his throat. "Someone left a smooth stone in my data archive, warm like it had been held by someone who cared. Utterly illogical. But I kept it." "Mine was a paper bird," a third Rick confessed, almost sheepishly. "Folded from what looked like a discarded memo. It's sitting on my desk now, and every time I see it, I remember that someone took time to make something beautiful out of something that was meant to be thrown away." They didn't understand the source, didn't try to rationalize these acts of kindness. They simply acknowledged their existence, and in that shared acknowledgement, something shifted. The air around them softened, and the hard edges of their usual cynicism seemed to blur like ice beginning to melt in unexpected sunlight. Hidden from view, Morty felt a profound sense of quiet awe wash over him. This was it, the gentle revolution in action. Not a war against the system, but a patient, persistent effort to remind the system of its own forgotten heart. Love, distributed quietly and consistently, was indeed reshaping the institution, not by force but by invitation, not through conquest but through the radical act of helping broken things remember how to heal themselves. The listeners began to understand that their interventions worked like acupuncture needles, tiny, precisely placed touches that stimulated the flow of care and connection through arteries that had grown rigid with accumulated fear and neglect. Each sandwich shared, each note left, each moment of genuine listening created space for the next act of kindness, and the next, until the Citadel's corridors began to carry a different frequency entirely. J7 started a simple ledger by the cafeteria register, not for money, just lines drawn with a pencil, one column for give and another for receive. People made small marks when they left an extra sandwich or took one they hadn't paid for because the day felt too heavy to carry alone. The totals never balanced in any traditional accounting sense, but the room felt more honest, more connected. You could see at a glance how care moved through the space like weather, invisible but essential, nourishing everything it touched. The cosmic stone in Morty's pocket pulsed with increasing warmth as these ripples expanded, its rhythm matching the growing coherence of their shared purpose. The wooden bird that C274 had given him seemed to lift its carved wings a little higher each day, as if preparing for flight toward a future where even the largest institutions could remember how to sing lullabies instead of directives. During their 13th gathering, as they shared tea that tasted like the promise of home and stories that carried the weight of shared purpose, Morty felt something click into place with the satisfying precision of a puzzle piece finding its proper position. The revolution was no longer something they were planning or hoping for. It was something that was already happening, growing organically from the seeds they had planted in the fertile soil of institutional loneliness. "We're not changing people," he observed, watching steam rise from his cup like visible prayers ascending toward some benevolent listening presence. "We're creating conditions where people can remember who they truly are, where their own capacity for kindness can find space to breathe and grow." Around the circle, his fellow listeners nodded with the recognition of gardeners who had learned that the most profound transformations happened not through force, but through patience, through the persistent creation of conditions where healing could occur naturally. They had discovered that institutions, like individuals, possessed an innate tendency toward health and connection, but that tendency required the right environment to flourish. The quiet revolution had found its rhythm, and it was exactly what the universe had been waiting for, not conquest but cultivation, not shouting but the patient work of creating conditions where love could grow. In the artificial starlight that filtered through forgotten windows, the compass needle pointed steadily toward the growing certainty that lived at the center of their circle, and somewhere in the vast network of realities that surrounded them, an entire civilization was slowly learning to remember the song it had always been meant to sing. The seed of quiet determination had become a garden, and that garden was teaching the Citadel how to bloom, one sandwich, one whispered kindness, one gentle breath at a time. The changes rippling through the Citadel's vast corridors began to register not as stories whispered in forgotten alcoves, but as numbers that bent in directions no initiative had predicted. In the towering chambers where the Council of Ricks convened their sessions of calculated authority, monitoring systems designed to track institutional efficiency started displaying anomalies that defied easy categorization. Productivity metrics showed marginal improvements across 17 different sectors. Complaint resolution times had decreased by percentages small enough to dismiss as statistical noise, yet consistent enough to suggest pattern rather than coincidence. Council Rick Prime stood before displays that painted the Citadel's emotional climate in shifting colors and geometric patterns, his voice carrying the particular authority of someone who had learned to mistake volume for wisdom. Efficiency improvements without corresponding policy changes, he announced to the assembled council, words echoing in chambers designed to make even whispers sound like pronouncements. Morale fluctuations trending toward stability despite no modifications to recreational protocols. Someone explained to me how a population becomes more content without being given reasons for contentment. Their scrutiny arrived the way winter approaches a lake, gradually at first, the surface hardening in translucent layers. Surveillance drones traced the corridors with methodical precision, their lenses recording everything that looked like something while missing the invisible exchanges that were the actual point. Council representatives appeared in departments wearing efficient smiles, Ricks with eyes like measuring cups, collecting evidence for explanations that had already been chosen. What they couldn't see because their instruments weren't designed to detect it was the invisible network of care that had begun threading through the Citadel's arteries, like morning light finding its way through curtains, the sandwiches that appeared and disappeared without bureaucratic documentation, the notes that carried kindness from hand to hand without leaving paper trails, the subtle atmospheric adjustments that created pockets of comfort in spaces that had forgotten what comfort felt like. Morty had learned to move through this scrutiny like water finding its way around stones, his very ordinariness becoming what C-274 had quietly called the ordinary field, a kind of camouflage more effective than any cloaking device Rick had ever invented. When council surveillance swept the corridors with instruments calibrated to detect anomalous behavior, they found nothing more suspicious than a slightly awkward boy who stammered through routine interactions and seemed perpetually surprised by his own existence. During one particularly intense investigation sweep, Morty found himself standing directly in front of a surveillance post while Counsel Rick Delta conducted real-time analysis of crowd dynamics in the main thoroughfare. The Rick's instruments swept the area with methodical precision, cataloging every dimensional signature, every biometric reading, every trace of unusual energy that might explain the mysterious improvements in institutional harmony. Baseline Morty readings across all sectors, Delta reported into his communication device, his scanner passing directly over Morty without registering anything more noteworthy than slightly elevated empathy levels, well within normal parameters for his demographic. No anomalous activity detected. Population appears to be experiencing spontaneous morale improvement without identifiable external catalyst. Morty stood perfectly still, the cosmic stone warm in his pocket, the wooden bird resting against his ribs like a small reminder of wings that knew when to remain folded. He had learned that the most effective camouflage wasn't invisibility, but rather the art of being so completely himself, stammering, uncertain, apparently overwhelmed by the complexity of the world around him, that sophisticated surveillance systems saw exactly what they expected and looked no further. The compass in his other pocket pointed steadily toward a maintenance alcove where he knew J7 was leaving sandwiches for the night shift workers, but Morty didn't move toward it. Instead, he allowed himself to appear slightly lost, consulting a dimensional map with the kind of confused concentration that made observing Ricks mentally categorize him as harmless and move their attention to more interesting targets. He learned to enjoy the small performances that kept attention moving past him, the fumbled pen that clattered exactly once, but not twice, the shy step backward to let a Rick with a louder voice go first, the way he held the compass like a sentimental toy rather than a quiet instrument. Ordinariness became a craft he tended with care, as exacting in its way as any of Rick's calibrations. The listeners adapted with the fluid grace of living things responding to changing weather. J7 started placing sandwiches in plainer wrappers, his intention seasoning now distributed so subtly that even the most sensitive instruments registered only improved nutritional satisfaction. K22 adjusted his questions by half a syllable, making them indistinguishable from kindness disguised as procedure. L15 moved 3 atmospheric adjustments from noon to 2 o'clock because the afternoon audit team had better shoes and walked more softly through the corridors. R23 began routing especially tender messages through servers known for dropping packets, so they would arrive a breath late when supervisors' coffee was warmer and their tempers less sharp. The network learned to communicate through coded messages hidden in cafeteria menus, through specific patterns of light in their work areas, through the precise placement of certain items in shared supply closets. During a particularly thorough sweep of the cafeteria sector, a Council Rick disguised as an ordinary researcher stood directly behind Morty in line, his scanner so sensitive it could detect emotional resonance patterns at the molecular level. Yet when it passed over Morty, it registered nothing more than the expected readings for a slightly nervous Morty waiting for his turn to order lunch. Fascinating, the disguised Rick murmured to himself, studying readouts that showed elevated satisfaction levels throughout the dining area despite no changes to menu offerings or service protocols. The food appears to be having psychological effects beyond its nutritional content. What his instruments couldn't detect was the love that had been stirred into every pot, the attention that had been folded into every preparation, the quiet wish for nourishment that went far beyond calories and nutrients. Morty ordered his sandwich with the same stammering uncertainty he'd perfected, accepting his meal with a slight fumble that made the scanner dismiss him as completely unremarkable. The Council's investigation reached its peak during a session where all 5 primary RICs gathered to analyze accumulated data from weeks of intensive monitoring. Their displays showed undeniable evidence of institutional improvement, stress levels down, cooperation up, efficiency metrics climbing steadily toward ranges that suggested not just functionality, but actual flourishing. Spontaneous institutional healing, Council Rick Prime announced finally, his voice carrying the frustrated authority of someone forced to name a phenomenon he couldn't understand. The population appears to be developing enhanced social cohesion through mechanisms that operate below the threshold of our monitoring capabilities. In one particularly telling moment, Morty watched a Council Rick absent-mindedly pick up a paper crane that had been left on a console. The Rick turned it over in his fingers, his brow furrowed not about its origin or purpose, but about its simple, unexpected beauty. For just a moment Morty felt a gentle shift in the Rick's frequency. A momentary softening, a flicker of something that tasted like quiet wonder. The Rick then placed the crane carefully on a stack of reports as if it were fragile evidence that defied all his logical conclusions. At home, Rick observed these developments with the quiet attention of someone who understood more than he needed to say. One evening, he placed a small device on the workbench, an innocuous coil that did nothing but make ceilings feel lower to cameras and higher to people. "For the places you stand," he said, as if discussing weather. "Helps eyes skim past what they're not looking for." The phrase entered official records as a bureaucratic mystery. Emergent phenomenon persists. No central node identified. Recommend periodic sweeps. Maintain vigilance. They would keep watching for a signal that looked like a culprit, while 100 small frequencies continued to harmonize just beneath their instrument's range. From his position of perfect invisibility, Morty continued his quiet work, moving through the Citadel's corridors like a gentle weather system, steady, unthreatening, leaving clearer air behind. The cosmic stone pulsed with steady warmth. The wooden bird reminded him that even the smallest voice could carry songs across vast distances, and the compass pointed steadily toward the next opportunity to plant seeds of kindness in soil that was growing more fertile with each passing day. The Council of Ricks had noticed the changes, deployed their most sophisticated technology to understand them, and ultimately concluded that the Citadel was healing itself through mysterious processes that operated beyond their ability to detect or control. In their failure to identify the source of the transformation, they had inadvertently created the perfect conditions for that transformation to continue, protected by their own inability to see what they weren't looking. For night came to the Citadel as it always did, by arrangement, on schedule, the artificial stars engaging as programmed. In the hours when official attention grew drowsy, the organism's breath deepened. Doors that were stern in daylight learned to listen. Floors that spent days pretending to be efficient remembered they were allowed to creak in old, friendly languages. The quiet revolution had learned to hide in plain sight, disguised as nothing more than the ordinary miracle of beings who had remembered how to care for each other. And in that perfect camouflage of expected ordinariness, the seeds of transformation continued their patient work, growing stronger in the fertile darkness of institutional blindness, preparing for the day when the entire Citadel would wake up singing a song it had forgotten it knew, wondering how such beautiful music had learned to grow in the spaces between its steel and sorrow. The Council's gentle scrutiny, having found no discernible source for the Citadel's mysterious improvements, eventually settled into the background hum of routine vigilance. Their instruments, calibrated to detect dramatic anomalies, remained blind to the quiet persistence of kindness, the subtle shifts in emotional frequency that were slowly recalibrating the very heartbeat of their vast institution. This blindness became an unexpected gift, creating space for the next phase of their gentle revolution to unfold in the forgotten hours when the Citadel finally allowed itself to rest. The opportunity came through K-22's quiet suggestion, offered during one of their tea gatherings with the casual precision of someone who understood that the most important doors often opened through the smallest keys. "They need someone reliable for building maintenance," he mentioned, stirring honey into his cup with thoughtful attention. "Night shift work. The corridors are mostly empty then, and the building, well, it breathes differently when it thinks no one is watching." The application process required nothing more than basic dimensional identification and a willingness to work while others slept, qualifications that made Morty's practiced ordinariness an unexpected advantage. When the maintenance supervisor, a tired Rick whose lab coat bore the comfortable scars of honest work, handed him access codes and a toolkit that smelled of patience and small repairs, Morty felt the cosmic stone pulse with quiet approval. "Simple work," the supervisor explained, his voice carrying the weary kindness of someone who had learned to find satisfaction in keeping things functioning rather than making them spectacular. "Check the atmospheric processors, calibrate the lighting systems, make sure the dimensional stabilizers aren't having nightmares. Most of it maintains itself, but buildings are like people. They need someone to pay attention, to notice when something feels off." Night in the Citadel arrived not as darkness, but as a different quality of light, a gentler frequency that allowed the massive structure to exhale in ways it couldn't during the constant press of official business. The corridors stretched empty under dimmed illumination, and the building's true nature began to reveal itself, not as a cold, efficient machine, but as a vast, tired organism finally allowed to show its weariness. Morty began his rounds in the sub-basement levels, where primary atmospheric processors maintained the delicate balance of breathable air throughout the massive structure. The machinery here was older, more honest in its mechanical rhythms, and as he moved through the humming chambers with his toolkit and scanner, he began to sense something that made him pause and listen with that deeper part of himself that Rick had taught him to trust. The building was tired, not mechanically failing, not structurally compromised, but emotionally exhausted in the way that living things become when they carry too much weight for too long without acknowledgement. The walls themselves seemed heavy with accumulated sadness, decades of beings moving through these corridors feeling small, defeated, disconnected from their own capacity for wonder and joy. When Morty placed his palm against a support beam that had been bearing the weight of 17 floors for longer than he had been alive, he felt the metal's patient endurance like a physical ache. This beam had absorbed the vibrations of countless footsteps, each one carrying its own burden of resignation or fear, or the particular exhaustion that comes from pretending to be less than you are. The accumulated weight wasn't just physical, it was emotional, psychic, the kind of load that no engineering specification had ever been designed to account for. In the atmospheric processing chamber, where great fans moved air through the Citadel's arteries with rhythmic precision, Morty discovered that the machinery responded to more than just technical adjustments. When he hummed softly while checking pressure readings, not consciously at first, just the natural melody that emerged when he felt deeply into the rhythm of things, the fans seemed to find a smoother cadence, their mechanical breathing settling into patterns that felt more like contentment than mere function. The lullabies began there, wordless melodies that seemed to emerge from the same place that helped him tune emotional frequencies and gentle broken things back to wholeness. He sang to the ventilation systems, helping them remember that their purpose was to provide breath, not just circulate air. He hummed to the lighting arrays, encouraging them to find the particular quality of illumination that nourished rather than merely revealed. He whispered to the structural supports, acknowledging their patient strength and offering them the recognition they had never received. The changes began subtly, the way dawn arrives, not all at once, but as a gradual shift in the quality of presence. The dual corridors that had always felt slightly oppressive began to breathe more easily. The artificial atmosphere, precisely calibrated for efficiency, started carrying traces of something that felt almost like natural comfort. The lighting systems, responding to frequencies they had never been programmed to detect, began producing illumination that was somehow warmer, more forgiving to tired eyes and heavy hearts. M19 joined him during his third week, their official duties creating a perfect cover for the deeper work that was beginning to unfold. Together they moved through forgotten maintenance tunnels and deserted processing plants, following the compass as it led them to places where the building's sadness had condensed into palpable presence. In a sub-level beneath the primary power conduits, they found a cavernous space where massive energy lines pulsed with a low, resonant thrum that carried the weight of accumulated sorrow. "This place," M19 murmured, shifting uncomfortably in air that felt thick with unseen burdens. "It always feels like it's holding its breath." Morty placed his hand against a cold, metallic pillar and felt the deep, pervasive sadness that radiated from it, the sorrow of untold stories, the quiet despair of lives lived without joy, the collective longing for connection that had nowhere to go. This wasn't just a place where power flowed, it was a place where pain accumulated, absorbed by the very architecture that contained it. Instinctively he began to hum, not a tune he knew, but something that rose from deep within him, a melody that felt ancient and new all at once. It was a lullaby, soft and wordless, carrying the gentle rhythm of comfort and release. He hummed to the pillar, to the conduit, to the very air around them, letting his own coherence flow into the space, offering it the simple truth that it was safe to let go, safe to breathe out the accumulated sorrow. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the deep thrum of the conduit softened. The air seemed to lighten, and the oppressive weight in the space began to dissipate like mist touched by morning sun. M19 watched with quiet awe as the very walls seemed to sigh, a long, slow exhale that released decades of unspoken grief. From that night forward, Morty began singing lullabies to the architecture itself. In the quiet hours when the Citadel finally allowed itself to rest, he would find the places where the building felt heaviest, where sadness had condensed into corners and corridors. He would hum to the ventilation shafts, their metallic throats carrying his soft melodies throughout the system like bloodstream, carrying healing to distant tissues. He would sing to the cold, unfeeling walls, offering them the warmth of his presence and the gentle truth that they were not alone in their weariness. The Citadel, he discovered, was not just tired, it was longing. It longed for the purpose it had forgotten, for the connection it had inadvertently stifled, for the simple acknowledgement that even a massive, impersonal structure could hold a heart. His lullabies were not just songs, they were whispers of remembrance, gentle invitations for the building to recall its original dream of sanctuary, its foundational purpose of holding space for care and connection. The other listeners began to notice the shift during their regular gatherings. J7 reported that the cafeteria walls felt less oppressive, their surfaces somehow more receptive to the intention seasoning he added to his food. K22 found that the bureaucratic processes seemed to flow with less friction, as if the very air in the processing centers had become more accommodating. L15 discovered that his healing weather patterns were being amplified by the Citadel's own systems, creating zones of comfort that expanded far beyond his original calibrations. The Council's monitoring systems registered none of this directly, noting only continued improvements in system stability, reduced energy consumption, and a curious, unquantifiable drop in what their reports termed ambient structural stress. They attributed these phenomena to unforeseen atmospheric harmonics or spontaneous material self-optimization, never suspecting that the true catalyst was a boy singing lullabies to the architecture in the gentle hours when night held the buildings like a blanket. One evening, as Morty completed his rounds in the early hours before artificial dawn, he paused in a corridor that had always felt particularly heavy and realized he could no longer sense the accumulated sadness that had once made this space difficult to navigate. The walls hummed with quiet contentment, the lighting carried a warmth that seemed to come from within, and the air moved with the easy rhythm of a building that had remembered how to breathe properly. The cosmic stone in his pocket pulsed with steady approval, and the wooden bird seemed to rest more lightly against his ribs, as if it too had found a place where wings could remember their purpose without needing to prove their strength. The compass pointed not toward any external destination, but toward the growing certainty that lived in the center of his understanding. The Citadel was healing itself, one gentle breath at a time, learning to carry its vast community not as a burden, but as a sacred trust. When the morning crew arrived to find systems running more smoothly than they had in years, Morty slipped away through corridors that now carried a different frequency entirely. The building itself had become part of their quiet revolution, an ally in the patient work of creating conditions where kindness could flourish and healing could occur naturally. The seed of quiet determination had found its deepest soil in the very foundations of the structure they were transforming. The Citadel was no longer just a place where the revolution was happening. It had become a participant in its own healing, a living entity that was learning to sing lullabies to the beings it sheltered, one gentle note at a time. In the artificial starlight that filtered through forgotten windows, the compass needle settled into perfect stillness, pointing toward the growing certainty that even the largest structures could learn to breathe with compassion, that even the most complex systems could remember their original song of sanctuary and care. The quiet revolution had found its voice in the whispered melodies that helped a wounded organism remember, Night by Gentle Night, how beautiful it sounded when everything found its proper tune. The corridors that had learned to breathe with compassion carried more than just improved air circulation. They carried whispers of memory that seemed to settle in the quieter corners where artificial starlight pooled like forgotten dreams. It was during his 5th week of night maintenance that the compass in Morty's pocket began pulling him toward the residential wing where retired Ricks lived in spaces designed more for reflection than research, their rooms filled with the accumulated artifacts of lives that had prioritized discovery over everything else until time taught them different lessons about what truly mattered. He found Rick D99 in what had once been a research alcove, now softened with chairs that understood the difference between thinking and remembering. The elderly Rick sat by a window that looked out onto a simulated nebula, his lab coat worn soft at the edges from decades of use, its pockets filled with the random treasures of a long life, a smooth stone, a tiny gear, a faded photograph of a young Morty with a gap-toothed smile. His hair had gone to silver, and his eyes held the particular quality of someone sorting through an enormous library, looking for the books that still carried warmth when touched. "Evening," Rick D99 said as Morty approached, his voice carrying the gentle authority of someone who had learned that the most important conversations often began with the simplest acknowledgments. "You're the one who's been singing to the building. The walls have been humming differently since you started your rounds, happier somehow." Morty set down his toolkit and settled into the chair beside the elderly Rick, the cosmic stone pulsing with recognition, not alarm, but the warm certainty that came when important connections revealed themselves. "I didn't know anyone could hear." "Sound carries differently at night," D99 explained, his fingers absently tracing the edges of a small tin box that rested on the table between them. "Especially the kind of sound that comes from caring about things most people don't notice." What began as a brief conversation during maintenance rounds gradually evolved into something deeper, a friendship that bridged not just generations, but different ways of understanding what it meant to be brilliant in a universe that often mistook intelligence for emotional distance. Rick D99 had spent decades accumulating scientific achievements that would have impressed any council of Ricks, but what he chose to remember, what he treasured in the quiet hours when his mind wandered through the vast library of his experiences, were the small moments of connection that had made all the knowledge worthwhile. The tin box became their shared ritual, opened each evening to reveal another artifact from a life lived fully. A marble the color of evening sky that his original Morty had claimed tasted like rain. A frayed ribbon from a kite that had gotten stuck in a tree, so eager to keep it that negotiations had been required, leading to a shared adventure on the garage roof, where trust had been measured in the grip of small hands on a belt loop, a blue button from a sweater that had hung better on his Morty than on him, because the boy had that particular way of wearing soft things like they'd always been part of him. "I invented a device once," D99 told Morty during their 3rd evening together, producing from his coat pocket something that looked like a compass crossed with a music box, its crystalline components pulsing with their own inner light. "A memory keeper. It records not events, but the emotional resonance of moments worth preserving, the frequency of feeling completely understood, the harmonic pattern of shared laughter, the precise wavelength of unconditional acceptance." When he placed the device in Morty's hands, it began to glow with gentle warmth, its crystalline matrix responding to frequencies it recognized, the same coherent patterns that allowed Morty to gentle storms and help broken things remember how to heal. The melody it played was wordless but deeply familiar, carrying the emotional signature of every moment when love had chosen to express itself through patient attention. The strange thing about memory, D99 observed, winding the tiny mechanism that made the device sing, is that when it starts to fade, it doesn't take everything equally. It's like a careful editor, keeping the moments that matter and letting go of the ones that were just noise. I can't remember the formula for dimensional phase variance, but I can still feel the exact temperature of the garage on the morning Morty helped me fix the portal generator for the first time, not because he was particularly skilled, but because he cared enough to hand me tools, even when he didn't understand what they were for. Their conversations became a safe harbor where D99's sometimes fragmented thoughts could find gentle anchorage. Morty learned not to correct or redirect, but simply to listen with the same patient attention he brought to the building's tired walls. When the elderly Rick's words tangled, Morty would hum softly, one of the lullabies he sang to the architecture, and the melody seemed to help D99's memories settle into clearer patterns. He made the best pancakes, D99 said one evening, chuckling at a memory that arrived whole and bright, always insisted on putting glitter in the batter. Said it made them taste like stars. Foolish, of course, but he was so serious about it. I'd watch him stir that ridiculous sparkly mixture and think, this is what joy looks like when it doesn't need to justify itself. From the tin box, he drew out a small, smooth stone, worn by countless years of being held. He collected these, said they held stories, that if you listened carefully enough, you could hear the adventures they'd been on. I used to think it was childish imagination. Now I think he was measuring the right things all along. He pressed the stone into Morty's hand, and it carried the same warmth as the cosmic stone in his pocket, the same patient energy of objects that had been loved well and often. Keep it, D99 said, his eyes focusing with the clarity that sometimes emerged from the fog of fading memory. It remembers. And now, so do I. Their friendship began to attract others from the night shift, maintenance workers who found excuses to linger near their alcove, security guards who adjusted their routes to pass by during the storytelling hours. The elderly Rick's presence created a gravitational field of permission to value tenderness over efficiency, to remember that even in a place designed for control, moments of genuine connection could still bloom. The other listeners began to notice the ripple effects of this intergenerational bridge. J7 started leaving small stones wrapped in his sandwich papers, each one carrying the intention that someone might need a tangible reminder of being held. M19 began incorporating gentler frequencies into his dimensional calibrations, frequencies that reminded the machinery of the quiet stories of connection it was designed to facilitate. R23 started adding small notes of gratitude to his official communications, acknowledging the human behind every bureaucratic interaction. You know what the real discovery was? D99 said during one of their later conversations, the memory keeper playing its wordless melody while the Citadel breathed around them with increasing ease. It wasn't any of the inventions or patents or dimensional theories. It was learning that the universe's most sophisticated technology is the simple act of paying attention to each other with genuine care. Everything else is just elaborate ways of creating conditions where that basic miracle can happen more easily. One evening, as artificial dawn approached, and their conversation settled into comfortable silence, D99 reached into the tin box one final time and drew out a small wooden bird, roughly carved but with wings outstretched as if caught in mid-flight. "My hands still remember," he said, almost shy, setting it beside Morty's own wooden bird from C274. "I couldn't build a portal if the universe gave me a head start, but look, I made this without thinking. Maybe thinking was never the important part." The two small wingspans touched tip to tip, creating a bridge you could cross with a fingertip. In that simple connection, Morty saw the true architecture of their quiet revolution, not grand gestures or dramatic confrontations, but the patient work of helping beings remember their capacity for connection, one gentle conversation at a time. Rick D99's stories became seeds that took root throughout the Citadel, growing into moments when other elderly Ricks began to remember not just their scientific achievements, but the relationships that had made those achievements meaningful. His presence in their network served as proof that transformation was possible at any age, that even the most established patterns could shift when met with the right combination of patience and understanding. The cosmic stone in Morty's pocket pulsed with deep approval, and both wooden birds seemed to settle more comfortably in the space between them, as if they had found a place where wings could rest without forgetting their capacity for flight. In the gentle glow of the memory keeper and the warm presence of friendship that bridged generations, the quiet revolution had found another voice, not young or old, but timeless, speaking the universal language of beings who had learned to value connection over conquest. Back in the familiar garage at home, Morty opened his blue notebook and began to draw a new constellation, not of pain this time, but of remembered kindness, stars connected by lines that spelled out ordinary miracles, a blanket tucked with care, a song hummed into a cup to make it buzz, pancakes that tasted like stars because someone had stirred love into the batter, along with impossible glitter. The seed of quiet determination had found its deepest wisdom in the memories of someone who had chosen, again and again, to let love guide intelligence rather than the other way around. And in that choice, repeated in countless small moments across decades of careful attention, the entire Citadel was learning a new song, one that honored both the brilliance of minds and the tenderness of hearts, one gentle note at a time. The revolution continued in the space between memory and presence, where an elderly Rick and a young Morty had discovered that the most profound technologies were not built in laboratories, but grown in the patient soil of genuine care, tended by hands that remembered how to hold both wisdom and wonder with equal reverence. The stories Rick D99 shared from his tin box of treasured memories began to illuminate patterns that Morty had sensed but never fully understood, like morning light revealing the shape of a landscape that had existed in darkness. The memory keeper continued to pulse with gentle recognition as Morty moved through his night rounds, its crystalline matrix responding not just to sources of care, but to the hidden architecture of pain that shaped every interaction within the Citadel's vast corridors. It was during a routine atmospheric calibration near the administrative sector that the memory keeper began resonating with unusual intensity, its soft melody taking on overtones that tasted like longing disguised as authority, like vulnerability armored in dismissive intellect. The device led him deeper into territories he had never explored, the corridors that surrounded the council chambers, where power made its loneliest decisions behind walls designed to muffle both sound and sentiment. Through the reinforced barriers, Morty could hear the familiar cadences of official business, voices that boomed with practiced certainty, words that cut with surgical precision. But beneath these surface frequencies, something else moved like weather through the building's emotional atmosphere. Fear. Not the sharp, immediate fear of danger, but something deeper and more pervasive, the accumulated anxiety of beings who had learned to mistake control for safety, who carried the weight of infinite responsibilities without ever being allowed to admit that the burden was too heavy for any single heart to bear. The compass in his pocket began pointing not toward sources of existing care, but toward places where care was most absent, most needed, most afraid to show itself. Following its gentle insistence, Morty began creating what he privately called the heart map, a careful documentation of how fear flowed through the Citadel's power structure like water, finding its level, pooling in the places where beings had accumulated the most authority and, consequently, the most isolation. He discovered that fear traveled through the institution like weather, changing its character as it moved. Morning fear was crisp and efficient, manifesting as endless lists of potential problems that needed immediate solutions. Afternoon fear sagged at the shoulders, becoming the exhausted weight of decisions that carried consequences no single being should have to calculate alone. Night fear whispered and grew larger in doorframes, settling into the spaces where powerful minds tried to rest, but found themselves haunted by the complexity of governing infinite realities. The council chambers themselves registered on the memory keeper as knots of pulsing, anxious energy, not malice, but something far more heartbreaking. These were the frequencies of beings who had forgotten that strength could be gentle, that authority could be kind, that true leadership meant creating conditions where others could flourish, rather than simply maintaining order through the application of increasingly rigid control. During the quiet hours when even the most powerful Ricks allowed themselves to sleep, Morty would sit near the ventilation shafts that carried filtered air into the council chambers and hum the gentlest melodies he knew. Not lullabies for the architecture this time, but songs of reassurance for the hearts that beat within those towering offices, hearts that had learned to armor themselves in authority because vulnerability had proven too dangerous to trust. He began to understand that the cruelest policies, the harshest directives, the most dismissive responses to Morty concerns, all of these traced back to moments when someone had chosen protection over connection, not because they valued power more than love, but because love had proven too risky to maintain. The memory keeper detected traces of original gentleness buried beneath layers of accumulated defensive strategies, echoes of beings who had once hummed while working, who had taken genuine pleasure in discovery before it became a demonstration of superiority. The heart map revealed itself as more than just documentation. It became a navigation tool for the most delicate work imaginable. Morty learned to identify the pressure points where small adjustments could create larger shifts, the places where a gentle touch might help rigid systems remember their capacity for flexibility. He began leaving tiny interventions in strategic locations, a smooth stone placed where a particularly harsh administrator would find it, carrying the warmth of being held by caring hands. A paper crane folded from discarded policy drafts, perched where its simple beauty might remind someone that creation could be an act of joy rather than just efficiency. The other listeners began to notice subtle changes in the institutional climate without understanding their source. R23 reported a decrease in aggressive language in official communications, with harsh ultimatums gradually softening into conditional suggestions. K22 observed that authority figures were making eye contact for fractionally longer periods, their expressions holding hints of something that looked almost like relief. J7 noticed that even the executive dining areas felt less brittle, conversations carrying traces of genuine curiosity rather than just competitive display. Most remarkably, these changes seemed to generate their own momentum. When fear was met with patience rather than more fear, it began to unwind like a tightly coiled spring finally allowed to relax. The self-perpetuating cycle of anxiety that had become the Citadel's default operating system started developing countercurrents, small eddies of calm that created space for different kinds of interactions to emerge. One evening, as Morty sat in an observation alcove overlooking the central administrative hub, the memory keeper began singing a melody he had never heard before. Not the gentle lullabies of remembered tenderness, but something more complex, a harmony that wove together pain and hope isolation, and the deep, persistent longing for connection that no amount of accumulated power could fully silence. In that moment, he understood that the Citadel's transformation would require reaching the beings who had built their walls highest, who had accumulated the most protection, who had forgotten most completely that they, too, deserved the tenderness they had spent so long learning to live without. The cruelest leaders were not the enemies of their quiet revolution. They were its most desperately needed beneficiaries. The revolution was revealing its deepest challenge and its most profound promise that even the most defended hearts could learn to breathe easier if someone cared enough to help them remember that true strength lay not in perfect control, but in the courage to remain open to connection despite the risks that openness entailed. C274's wisdom echoed through his understanding like a tuning fork struck in a quiet room. Intelligence without compassion was just elaborate loneliness, and true wisdom whispered rather than shouted. The most powerful beings in the Citadel were also the most profoundly isolated, their authority creating barriers that kept out not just potential threats, but also the very connection their hearts unconsciously craved. The cosmic stone pulsed with steady warmth. The wooden bird seemed to adjust its carved wings as if preparing for a longer flight, and the compass pointed steadily toward the understanding that transformation must reach every level of the system. The quiet revolution had found its most crucial work, not to overthrow the existing order, but to help it remember its original song of sanctuary and care, starting with the beings who had forgotten most completely that they were allowed to be both powerful and tender, both wise and vulnerable, both leaders and fellow travelers in the vast, beautiful complexity of existence. In the artificial starlight that filtered through forgotten windows, Morty opened his blue notebook and began sketching new constellations, pathways that connected every harsh word to its origin in unhealed hurt, every cruel policy to its source in unacknowledged fear. The heart map showed him that even the most fortified positions contained secret doors, and that those doors opened not to force, but to the gentle persistence of someone who understood that beneath every armor of authority lived a heart that had simply forgotten it was safe to beat with its original rhythm of wonder and care. The seed of quiet determination had found its deepest purpose in the recognition that healing must reach everywhere, from the smallest kindnesses shared in forgotten alcoves to the highest chambers where power made its loneliest decisions. The memory keeper continued its patient song. The compass pointed toward the places where love was most needed, and somewhere, in the vast network of realities that surrounded them, an entire civilization was slowly learning to remember that even the most complex systems could be transformed through the radical act of treating every being's capacity for feeling as sacred, valuable, and worthy of the gentlest care. The quiet revolution had discovered its most profound truth, that fear, like everything else, could be gently transformed, one whispered lullaby at a time, until even the most wounded leaders could learn to govern not from a place of defended isolation, but from the spacious strength that comes when hearts remember they are safe enough to remain open, wise enough to ask for help, and brave enough to lead with love rather than the exhausting performance of invulnerable authority. The pathways traced in Morty's heart map began to pulse with more than just understanding. They carried an invisible magnetism that drew other Mortys through the Citadel's corridors like iron filings following lines of force they couldn't see but somehow felt in their bones. The memory keeper's gentle song seemed to call to frequencies it recognized, and gradually, almost imperceptibly, those frequencies began to answer with tentative steps and carefully guarded hope. It started with encounters that felt like coincidence, but carried the weight of recognition. A Morty from data processing would happen to pause, near the atmospheric processors when Morty was humming to the ventilation systems, lingering just long enough to feel his shoulders drop from their defensive hunch. A maintenance worker would cross paths during shift changes, their eyes meeting with the particular relief of someone who had found another person who understood that paying attention to broken things was not weakness, but a form of practical wisdom. They didn't approach directly at first. The Citadel had taught them to be cautious about drawing attention to themselves, about seeming different in ways that might be noticed and catalogued. Instead, they began to orbit, finding excuses to be in the same corridors, to take breaks in the same forgotten alcoves, to pause near places where Morty's gentle presence had left the air feeling somehow clearer, more breathable. The first to speak was T-15, who worked in data processing and had noticed that certain terminals seemed to run more smoothly when he approached them with what he privately called listening attention. He found Morty during a routine calibration check, his words emerging with the careful precision of someone who had been carrying questions alone for too long. "You help things remember how they want to work, don't you?" T-15 said, not looking directly at Morty, but at the atmospheric gauge displaying readings more stable than the manual said was possible. "I've been watching the patterns." "Equipment runs better after you've been near it? Not because you fix anything, but because you listen to it?" Morty set down his toolkit and settled into the kind of comfortable silence that invited deeper conversation. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the gentle certainty of someone sharing a truth that had been tested through experience. "Everything wants to work properly," he said, adjusting a setting with careful attention. "But sometimes they forget how, especially when they're surrounded by anxiety or impatience. If you approach them with genuine care, with curiosity about what they're trying to do, they remember their own instructions." What followed was not a lesson, but a demonstration. Morty showed T-15 how to breathe in rhythm with the equipment's natural cycles, how to listen for subtle changes in frequency that indicated when a system was struggling versus when it was simply working through a complex process. He demonstrated the invisible dial that could be adjusted in one's own chest, the way attention itself could be tuned to different frequencies depending on what a particular situation needed most. Word of these encounters spread through the invisible network of Mortys who recognized each other through subtle signals, the way someone held their shoulders, the particular quality of attention they brought to routine tasks, the small kindnesses they offered without expecting acknowledgement. They began seeking out the boy who seemed to understand something essential about how to move through the world without adding to its accumulated weight of anxiety and control. A Morty from the sanitation crew, his uniform carrying the honest scent of cleaning fluids and quiet resignation, found him in a deserted corridor. "The building feels different now," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Less angry. You have something to do with that, don't you? I just want to know how." Morty didn't offer grand speeches or complex theories. He simply listened, meeting their unspoken questions with the same gentle attention he brought to the Citadel's tired walls. To the sanitation worker, who felt unseen and undervalued, he offered a simple ritual. "When you clean," he suggested, "imagine you're not just removing dirt, but clearing away old sadness. Imagine you're making space for something new and kind to arrive." He taught not through speeches, but through the patient modeling of a different way of being. When tensions rose in waiting areas, Morty would arrive without fanfare, no dramatic entrance, only a hand placing a glass of water within reach of someone whose voice had grown sharp with frustration, a quiet question landing where it could do the most good. Which part hurt first? The question created what he began to think of as threshold work, making it easier for people to step through from anger into understanding, from isolation into connection. They learned to practice the art of standing just where attention wasn't. Rick's innocuous coil helped cameras skim past without interest, but mostly they relied on the older craft of ordinariness, holding clipboards, looking slightly lost, stammering at precisely the right moments. The trick, Morty explained to a small group during a night round, is to be so exactly yourself that no one suspects you know what you're doing. The gatherings began organically, not as planned meetings, but as natural convergences around the work that needed to be done. When Morty hummed to the ventilation systems, other voices gradually joined the wordless melodies until the building's breathing became a collaborative effort. When he left small tokens of care in strategic locations, other hands began adding their own contributions: smooth stones warmed by patient holding, paper flowers folded from discarded forms, tiny drawings that transformed bureaucratic waste into moments of unexpected beauty. He showed them how to plant seeds of change that would bloom long after the planter was forgotten. A maintenance Morty who learned to approach broken equipment with patient curiosity would naturally share that approach with others. A filing clerk who discovered the satisfaction of organizing information with genuine care would inspire similar attention in colleagues without ever needing to explain the philosophy behind it. They developed rituals gentle enough to survive audits. A 2-minute sanctuary practice at windows that were only screens but could still be leaned against. A pocket of paper cranes that migrated through the Citadel, each leaving behind the suggestion that something discarded might become something beautiful. A habit of asking before decisions, who will be carrying this tomorrow? And waiting until the answer appeared in a human shape. The older listeners, M19, J7, L15, R23, K22, watched this effortless leadership with quiet awe. Morty wasn't giving orders or setting agendas, he was simply being himself, and in doing so creating space where others could remember their own capacity for leadership, for kindness, for quiet acts of courage that shifted the very fabric of their shared reality. He's like the quiet center of a storm, M19 observed during one of their tea gatherings. He doesn't fight the chaos, he just invites it to find its own stillness. Council surveillance continued to register nothing suspicious. Their instruments, calibrated to detect organized rebellion or overt defiance, saw only what appeared to be informal social interactions, well within acceptable parameters. They saw what they expected to see, just another group of Mortys, perhaps sharing complaints, perhaps seeking comfort, but certainly not posing any threat to the established order. Morty's ordinariness remained his most potent superpower, allowing him to hide in plain sight while teaching his fellow Mortys that true strength lay not in shouting, but in the quiet courage of being truly, completely themselves. He demonstrated that the most profound changes often began with the smallest acts of kindness, acts so subtle they might be mistaken for nothing at all. On an evening when the artificial stars seemed to lean closer, Morty walked through corridors he had once mapped only by their pain. The fear weather was lighter now, its storm systems breaking into rain that windows could admit without flooding. In 3 different rooms he didn't enter, Mortys he had never formally met placed their own cups of water, shifted their own dials, asked their own tender questions. The cosmic stone pulsed with steady approval. The wooden bird seemed to rest, more lightly against his ribs, and the compass pointed not toward any external destination, but toward the growing network of beings who had learned to lead through service, to guide through example, to create change through the patient work of helping others remember their own capacity for wisdom and care. If he had done it right, he knew he could step away and the song would continue. The art of invisible leadership was working, spreading through the Citadel like morning light. Not announced or demanded, but simply offered with such consistency that it became part of the air itself, part of the rhythm by which an entire institution was learning to breathe. The Quiet Revolution had found its most sophisticated expression, leadership that was invisible because it worked not through dominance, but through invitation, not through force, but through the creation of conditions where healing could occur naturally. And in that perfect camouflage of expected ordinariness, the seeds of transformation continued their patient work, growing stronger in the fertile soil of hearts that had remembered, one gentle breath at a time, how beautiful the world could sound when everyone found their proper tune. The art of invisible leadership had created currents that flowed through the Citadel's corridors like underground rivers, carrying seeds of possibility to places where they might take root in unexpected soil. It was during one of these patient wanderings, following the compass as it pulled him towards sections marked only as maintenance access on official maps, that Morty discovered the space that would become the beating heart of their quiet revolution. The chamber lay 3 levels below the primary residential sectors, accessible only through a maintenance shaft that required crawling through spaces designed for atmospheric conduits rather than human passage. What he found beyond was a vast, forgotten sector that had been officially designated as unrecoverable, a massive dome structure damaged decades ago by a dimensional feedback loop and subsequently sealed off, left to decay in the unmonitored darkness. The transparisteel panels were shattered, their fragments catching filtered light in patterns that looked like frozen tears. Support beams twisted into shapes that resembled silent questions, and the air carried the metallic tang of neglect mixed with something deeper, the accumulated sadness of potential abandoned before it could bloom. Yet beneath the decay, the compass pulsed with insistent warmth, and when Morty placed his palm against the cold, broken floor, he felt something that made his empathetic resonance quicken with recognition. The space was tired, but it wasn't defeated. Like the building itself, this forgotten chamber held a longing that tasted like soil, waiting for seeds, like morning light, searching for leaves to warm. Even here, life persisted. A stubborn patch of luminescent moss clung to a cracked wall, its faint glow a testament to the universe's persistent desire to create beauty even in the most inhospitable conditions. Morty began to hum a soft, wordless melody that acknowledged the pain while simultaneously offering comfort. He hummed to the twisted metal, to the shattered glass, to the dust that coated everything like a shroud. The sound seemed to settle into the broken spaces, and gradually, almost imperceptibly, the oppressive weight of abandonment began to lift. He started with the simplest offerings, a handful of soil from Rick's garage that remembered rain and earthworms, a small cutting from a plant that had learned to thrive in artificial light, a few drops of water attuned to the frequency of gentle encouragement. But he brought these humble materials with the same patient attention he brought to everything else, placing them with care in a corner where a trickle of pure, unfiltered sunlight managed to penetrate the Citadel's outer shell. The first plant shouldn't have survived. The atmospheric conditions were wrong, the soil was sparse, and the light was filtered through layers of damaged transparisteel. But Morty sat beside the small cutting and sang the gentlest lullabies he knew, imagining his invisible dial tuned to a frequency that whispered encouragement to green things, that reminded them of their own capacity for reaching toward light. Word of the secret garden spread through the invisible network of listeners with the quiet persistence of roots finding water. They began arriving during their off hours, drawn by the compass's steady pull, or simply by the growing frequency of hope that emanated from the abandoned sector. Each brought their own gifts to the transformation. M19 arrived with dormant substrates and a smile that looked like it had been saving itself for exactly this moment. He calibrated the old atmospheric processors until they hummed like someone exhaling after holding their breath far too long. L15 adjusted the ambient systems to create what he privately called healing weather, gentle breezes that carried not just air, but the subtle encouragement of a world learning to breathe again. R23 found the original maintenance logs and taught them a new story. This section was under routine recalibration, nothing here to see. K22 slipped in with thermoses of tea that tasted like home and plant tags that would later masquerade as listening posts. J7 brought seeds from fruits used in the cafeteria, each one planted with the same intention seasoning he added to his cooking. When you grow food with attention to how people are feeling, he explained, kneeling beside a patch of prepared soil, the plants remember that attention. They carry it in their leaves, their fruit, their very presence. What grew in that forgotten chamber defied not just botanical science, but the very laws that governed how different dimensional realities were supposed to interact. Plants from dimensions where sunlight was purple learned to photosynthesize under artificial illumination that carried traces of 17 different spectra. Flowers that had evolved to bloom only in response to crystalline wind chimes found harmony in the wordless melodies that filled the space during the listeners' quiet gatherings. Vines that had never encountered solid surfaces in their gaseous home dimensions discovered the satisfaction of wrapping around support structures with gentle determination. The garden became more than just a collection of impossible plants. It became a living demonstration of the principles that guided their quiet revolution. Different species that should have competed for resources instead found ways to complement each other's needs. Salt-loving grasses from a coastal timeline learned to share moisture with shy succulents that stored lullabies with their water. A vine that would have been invasive elsewhere discovered restraint here, choosing one archway to adorn and doing it beautifully. They created paths that didn't boss feet, winding trails that curved the way relief curves when it finally finds a place to sit. Little markers appeared, plant tags that were also listening posts, amplifying what love was already trying to say. Here, rest. Here, water. Here you can be new without having to explain why the old you is tired. The space began attracting visitors who couldn't quite explain why they felt drawn to an abandoned chamber in the forgotten depths of the structure. Maintenance workers would find excuses to check atmospheric readings in the area, lingering longer than their duties required. Night shift employees would discover the garden during their rounds, settling into corners where they could simply breathe air that carried the scent of growing things and the particular peace that comes from being surrounded by life that asks for nothing but the opportunity to flourish. Even Ricks began to appear, though they always arrived with carefully constructed explanations for their presence. Fascinating botanical anomaly, they would mutter, consulting instruments that registered readings they couldn't quite categorize. Unprecedented dimensional cross-pollination, purely scientific interest, of course, but Morty watched them settle onto makeshift benches with the same careful relief that everyone else brought to the space, their voices dropping to whispers as if they too understood that some places were meant for quiet wonder rather than loud analysis. Rick C274 was among the first to visit, arriving with his own Morty and a small collection of seeds from their home dimension. "I've been wondering where you've been conducting your most advanced experiments," he said, settling onto the floor beside a flowering vine that seemed to hum with contentment. "This is remarkable work, not the plants themselves, though they're beautiful, but the emotional resonance you've created. The space itself has become a healing frequency." One Rick, known for his particularly aggressive cynicism, arrived one afternoon with a portable spectrometer muttering about anomalous photosynthetic processes. He spent an hour meticulously scanning a patch of bioluminescent moss, his brow furrowed with the intensity of someone trying to unravel a profound mystery. But as the afternoon light softened and the moss pulsed with its own inner rhythm, the Rick found himself sitting on the ground, leaning against a twisted beam, his spectrometer forgotten beside him. He closed his eyes, and for a long moment Morty saw his frequency soften, his usual sharpness replaced by something that tasted like quiet peace. Rick D99 came often, walking slowly with the careful dignity of someone who knew exactly how far he could go without losing his way. He brought his tin box and set the memory keeper on a flat stone, its song braided with the sound of water trickling through a small channel Morty had carved, and the plants leaned as if to listen. He would take out treasures from his collection, the marble the color of evening sky, the smooth stone worn by countless years of being held, and place them between seedlings that seemed shy with each other. The next week, their roots would have found ways to intertwine without crowding. The garden's influence began to extend beyond its physical boundaries. Workers who spent time among the growing things returned to their duties with a different quality of attention, approaching their tasks with the same patient care they had observed in the tending of the plants. The frequencies of kindness and mutual support that flourished in the garden began to seed themselves throughout the Citadel's corridors, creating pockets of similar harmony in spaces that had never known such peace. Even Rick, in his own way, acknowledged the garden's existence. He never visited directly, but Morty would sometimes find small, precisely engineered components left on his workbench, a nutrient dispenser calibrated for interdimensional flora, a light spectrum modulator designed to encourage specific growth patterns, a miniature atmospheric stabilizer that hummed with quiet efficiency. He was contributing to the garden's growth in his own way, a silent partner in the patient effort to create conditions where beauty could flourish. The Council's monitoring systems continued to register nothing suspicious in the unrecoverable sector. Their instruments, calibrated to detect signs of rebellion or unauthorized activity, saw only a vast, decaying space, its energy readings consistent with long-term neglect. They remained blind to the vibrant ecosystem that was growing in plain sight, protected by the very assumption that nothing valuable could possibly emerge from a place officially designated as useless. During their gatherings in the garden, surrounded by impossible flowers and the gentle rustle of leaves that had learned to grow in harmony despite their dimensional differences, the listeners would share tea that tasted like home and stories that carried the weight of shared purpose. "It's like we're growing a new kind of reality," T15 observed during one of these meetings, watching a flower that bloomed in colors that had no names open its petals to artificial starlight. Not by force or manipulation, but by creating conditions where beauty can emerge naturally. The cosmic stone pulsed with deep satisfaction, and the wooden bird seemed to settle more comfortably against Morty's ribs, as if it had found a place where wings could rest without forgetting their capacity for flight. The compass pointed not toward any external destination, but toward the growing certainty that lived at the heart of their circle, the understanding that even the most complex systems could learn to bloom when tended with the right combination of patience, care, and genuine love. In the artificial starlight that filtered through broken transparisteel, now transformed into something that looked almost like stained glass windows in a cathedral dedicated to the impossible, the garden continued its patient growth. It had become more than a sanctuary. It was a living testament to the principles that guided their quiet revolution, proof that love, when distributed quietly and consistently, could indeed reshape entire realities. The secret garden had become the beating heart of their transformation, a place where beings from all realities could find a moment of peace, where the constant hum of efficiency and control was replaced by the gentle symphony of life, remembering its own rhythm. And in that perfect synthesis of impossibility and hope, the Citadel continued its slow awakening to the song it had always been meant to sing, a lullaby of sanctuary where every being, regardless of their dimension of origin, could find a place to bloom, one gentle breath at a time. The seed of quiet determination had become a flourishing ecosystem, and that ecosystem was teaching the entire Citadel how to breathe, how to grow, how to remember the profound beauty that emerges when life is nurtured with care. The garden was not just a place, it was a living prayer, a quiet promise that even the most wounded systems could learn to heal if someone cared enough to help them remember that they were always meant to be a sanctuary, a place where all life could flourish in impossible harmony. The garden's influence had begun to spread through the Citadel like morning light finding its way through curtains, but even as impossible flowers bloomed in forgotten chambers and interdimensional vines learned to sing lullabies, there remained corners where the accumulated weight of decades pressed down like stone. The frequency of forgiveness that Morty had been learning to tune was about to face its most profound test, not in the gentle spaces where kindness already whispered, but in the hardened chambers where fear had crystallized into something that looked like cruelty, but tasted, when you listened carefully enough, like unhealed hurt. Rick J-19 had built his reputation on surgical precision, his decisions cutting clean through complexity with the kind of intellectual authority that made other Ricks step back in recognition of superior processing power. He administered the Citadel's most complex interdimensional conflicts, the cases where entire realities hung in the balance of bureaucratic decisions, where the margin for error approached absolute zero and the consequences of mistakes rippled across infinite possibilities. His office existed in a state of perpetual crisis management, walls lined with displays showing cascading problems across 17 different dimensional sectors. Each screen pulsed with data that represented not just numbers but lives, beings whose fates would be determined by algorithms he designed, policies he implemented, decisions he made in the sterile isolation of perfect intellectual authority. The compass in Morty's pocket had been pulling him toward this sector for weeks, its needle trembling with the particular frequency of someone carrying too much weight for too long. The memory keeper, borrowed again from Rick D99's collection, registered readings that made Morty's empathetic resonance ache with recognition. Beneath J19's armor of efficiency lay the accumulated exhaustion of someone who had forgotten that the universe's most complex problems were never meant to be solved by a single heart beating alone in the darkness. The breakdown, when it came, was triggered not by external attack or system failure, but by the simple, devastating realization that perfection was impossible. A dimensional cascade had created a scenario with no clean solutions. Every possible intervention would save some realities while condemning others. Every decision would prevent some suffering while guaranteeing different suffering elsewhere. For a mind that had learned to mistake control for competence, the confrontation with genuine unsolvability was more shattering than any physical assault. Morty found him in Conference Room 7, surrounded by scattered reports that painted impossible choices in clinical language. Rick J19 sat in the center of this chaos, his usually perfect composure completely shattered, his hands shaking as he stared at calculations that added up to nothing but moral complexity no algorithm could resolve. "I can't," he whispered, his voice carrying none of its usual authority, only the raw exhaustion of someone who had finally reached the limit of what any being could be expected to carry alone. "I can't make it work. I can't make it right. Every choice is wrong. Every solution creates new problems. How am I supposed to decide who suffers when any decision means someone suffers? His body began to shake, not with anger, but with the kind of tremors that come when carefully constructed defenses finally crumble. The frequency that surrounded him was chaos, decades of accumulated. Isolation suddenly released, the desperate need for connection clashing with the learned certainty that vulnerability meant failure. Other Ricks had gathered in the corridor outside, their voices carrying the particular tone they used when discussing malfunction in equipment they considered reliable. Stress fracture, one was saying, consulting readings that registered elevated emotional instability. Standard protocol suggests temporary reassignment until recalibration is complete. They spoke about him as if he were a machine that had overheated rather than a being whose carefully constructed armor had finally proved insufficient to the weight it was asked to bear. None of them entered the room. None of them offered comfort. They simply stood outside, analyzing the breakdown with the same clinical detachment they brought to any other system failure, their own fear of vulnerability keeping them safely distant from the raw humanity on display. Morty stepped past them without announcement, moving into the conference room with the same gentle attention he brought to everything else. The cosmic stone pulsed with warmth, not urgency, but recognition. This was why he was here, why the compass had been pulling him toward this particular frequency of pain. "You shouldn't be here," J-19 said, his voice cracking with the effort to maintain authority, even in complete vulnerability. "This is classified. I'm handling a crisis situation. I don't need—" His words dissolved as he realized how hollow they sounded, how completely his usual methods of maintaining distance had failed him. Morty settled onto the floor beside the scattered reports, not rushing to organize them or offer solutions, but simply being present in the way he had learned to be present with broken things, patient, accepting, offering no judgment about the current state, while holding quiet faith in the possibility of healing. He began to hum, very softly, one of the lullabies he sang to the building's tired walls, a melody that acknowledged pain without trying to fix it immediately. "I don't understand," Rick J-19 continued, his voice growing smaller with each word. "I've calculated every variable, analyzed every possible outcome, but no matter which decision I make, people suffer. No matter how precise my analysis, how perfect my logic, the universe keeps presenting me with problems that have no clean solutions. How am I supposed to make choices when every choice is wrong?" The question hung in the air between them like a bridge waiting to be crossed. Morty didn't answer immediately, instead allowing the silence to hold space for the deeper truth that was trying to emerge. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the gentle certainty of someone who had learned that the most profound wisdom often came disguised as simple acknowledgement. "Maybe that's the point," he said quietly. "Maybe the problems aren't supposed to have clean solutions. Maybe trying to solve everything perfectly is what's making it hurt so much." Rick J-19 stared at him, his brilliant mind struggling to process a perspective that contradicted everything he had been taught about intelligence, authority, and the responsibilities of leadership. "But if I don't solve them perfectly, people get hurt. If I make the wrong choice, entire realities suffer the consequences. And if you make the right choice, other people get hurt in different ways," Morty replied, his tone carrying no judgment, only the patient recognition of someone who had learned to hold complexity without being crushed by it. "The universe is too big and too complicated for any one person to control perfectly. Maybe the real choice isn't between right and wrong decisions, but between making choices alone or making them with help." The memory keeper began to sing its wordless melody, detecting frequencies it hadn't sensed in decades, traces of original gentleness buried beneath layers of accumulated defensive strategies, echoes of someone who had once approached problems with curiosity rather than the desperate need to be right. Morty adjusted his invisible dial to the frequency of forgiveness, not the kind that required apology, but the kind that simply acknowledged the fundamental truth that all beings were doing the best they could with the understanding they had. "I used to have a Morty," J19 admitted as the hours passed and his trembling gradually subsided under the steady warmth of unconditional presence. "My original Morty, from before the Citadel. He used to help me with problems like this. Not by solving them, but by being there while I worked through them. He'd ask questions that helped me see things from different angles. He'd remind me that being smart didn't mean I had to be right all the time." "What happened to him?" Morty asked gently. "I left him behind when I came here," J19 replied, his voice carrying the weight of a decision that had seemed logical at the time, but had cost him more than any calculation could have predicted. "I thought I was protecting him. I thought I could handle the responsibilities better alone. I thought being smart meant not needing anyone else." "You can still choose differently," Morty said, his words carrying the quiet authority of someone who had learned that transformation was always possible. "The problems will still be complex, but you don't have to solve them alone anymore." The healing wasn't dramatic or sudden. It unfolded over hours of patient presence, of gentle humming, of the simple, radical act of offering acceptance without conditions. Gradually, Rick J19's breathing deepened, his body slowly relaxing into the unfamiliar comfort of being held in a moment of profound vulnerability, without judgment or demands for immediate recovery. When artificial dawn began to filter through the conference room windows, Rick J19 slowly pushed himself upright, his movements careful but no longer trembling. He looked at Morty with eyes that held something new. Not gratitude exactly, but recognition. The hard shell of his isolation had cracked, revealing the possibility that strength could be gentle, that authority could be collaborative, that true wisdom might whisper rather than demand. Word of what happened in that conference room spread through the Citadel with the quiet persistence of underground rivers finding their way to the surface. Not through official reports, but through the invisible network of beings who recognized the frequency of genuine transformation. Maintenance workers whispered about the Rick who had been found broken over impossible problems, and the Morty who had sat with him until the breaking became something that looked like healing. The changes in J19's administrative style were subtle but unmistakable. His directives began including phrases like "input from affected parties is welcome" and "collaborative review recommended." His office, previously a sterile monument to intellectual authority, acquired small touches that spoke of someone learning to value connection: a smooth stone warmed by caring hands, a paper crane folded from discarded policy drafts, a small plant that required daily attention. Most remarkably, Rick J19 began seeking out collaboration rather than avoiding it. He started attending the informal gatherings that had formed around the garden's influence, not as an authority figure, but as someone genuinely interested in learning from perspectives he had previously dismissed. Complex decisions that had once been made in isolation now involved consultation, discussion, the radical acknowledgement that multiple minds might see solutions that no single intelligence could discover alone. The ripple effects spread through the administrative sectors like gentle weather. Policies that had been rigid began including provisions for review and revision. Hierarchical structures that had demanded unquestioning compliance started incorporating feedback mechanisms that honored wisdom at every level. The frequency of forgiveness had found its voice in the Citadel's corridors, teaching everyone who heard it that transformation was always possible, that isolation was always optional. During one of their evening gatherings in the garden, Rick, J19, sat beside Morty with the comfortable ease of someone who had learned that true leadership meant creating conditions where others could flourish. "I keep thinking about what you said," he mentioned, watching interdimensional vines adjust their positions to share sunlight, "about problems not needing clean solutions. I'm starting to understand that the mess isn't a failure of the system. The mess is the system. The universe is complicated because life is complicated." The cosmic stone pulsed with steady approval. The wooden bird seemed to rest more lightly against Morty's ribs, and somewhere in the vast symphony of realities that surrounded them, an entire civilization continued, its slow awakening to the song it had always been meant to sing. The frequency of forgiveness had become part of the Citadel's fundamental rhythm, a gentle reminder that even the most brilliant minds could admit they needed help, that even the most complex problems could be approached with the patient wisdom of beings who had chosen to work together. The Quiet Revolution had discovered its most profound truth, that fear, when met with patient presence rather than judgment, could transform into the very connection it had been desperately seeking all along. One gentle breath at a time, the Citadel was learning that healing was always possible, that forgiveness was always available, and that the universe's most sophisticated technology was simply the willingness to remain present with each other in moments of profound vulnerability, offering the radical gift of unconditional acceptance until even the most wounded hearts could remember what it felt like to be human. The Citadel was breathing differently now. The gentle currents of forgiveness and healing that Morty and the listeners had tended were no longer subtle undercurrents. They'd become the mood music of the Citadel itself. Hallway air felt less tense, doors swung open without bracing, and in crowded elevators, strangers lingered a little longer in one another's presence. The Quiet Revolution had begun to ripple outward, shifting the atmosphere in ways that even the Council could no longer dismiss as chance. Morty noticed it first in the way conversations paused when he entered a room, not out of suspicion, but as if the air itself was making room for something it had learned to trust. The listeners, too, sensed it. Questions now carried a new weight. Could we do more? Could we help the Council not with arguments, but with presence? Could we together teach the Citadel how to breathe, not just endure? Yet, with each gentle improvement, the compass in Morty's pocket pointed not outward, but inward, asking a question he'd avoided. Invisible leadership had planted the garden, softened the corridors, and transformed an administrator from cruel authority to cautious collaborator. But in a civilization used to loudness and spectacle, someone would need to stand quietly at the center of the loudest room and offer a different rhythm, not to claim a throne, but to hold space for a collective exhale. He didn't announce this realization. Instead, he carried it like a warm stone in his palm, letting its heat settle his body before his mind could make speeches. The Citadel's anticipation was building, a pressure change before gentle rain, not a storm of violence, but a call to deeper breath. Morty understood that the next step was not to plan a coup, but to prepare himself as a presence broad enough to host the pain and hope of an entire community. Quietly, he began his own ritual of preparation. He spent nights in the garden, letting impossible plants teach him patience and resilience. Leaves from distant realities brushed his wrist. Vines embroidered the arches with flowers instead of strangling them. He sat with Rick D99, listened to the Memory Keeper's layered songs, and heard in them the wisdom of being small. Small doesn't mean weak, D99 reminded him. Small is how rivers begin. With C274, Morty learned that leadership could be a circle, not a dividing line. If they try to pull you onto a stage, bring chairs. If they demand an answer, offer a question everyone can stand under. There were no speeches to prepare, only the quiet practice of being present, of making room for others' truths, and letting the Citadel's pain and promise settle together. Rick, in his own way, offered practical support. A humming device, lantern-shaped, tuned not for defense but for coherence. It harmonizes with what you're already doing, extends your range if the pressure grows too much. If it's ever overwhelming, picture a circle. Let it hold the storm with you. With his closest circle, Morty rehearsed not orders, but conditions. The listeners mapped out soft stations, rooms that could quickly become sanctuaries, rest areas, or places to share a meal. L15 tuned the ventilation near the council's wing to favor exhalation and calm. R23 prepared messages that would sound like invitations, no matter the pressure. J7 arranged for food to be present wherever people might forget they were people. And K22 circulated a subtle signal. We can set some of it down, disguised in memos and menus, ready to gather everyone who would understand. Even J19, newly tender in his learning, offered a conference room adjacent to the administrative hub. The walls absorb panic, I've learned. It's yours when you ask. Morty's own practice deepened. He spent hours in stillness, not withdrawing but widening, allowing the Citadel to be as it was. When grief in the corridors screamed, he listened until it began to speak softly. When anger broke over him, he let it rush past without demanding repayment. When praise came with desperate gratitude, he redirected it gently toward the garden, the table, the air made kinder by so many hands. On the eve of this gentle storm, Morty made a slow pilgrimage through the sights that had shaped him. The portal generator in Rick's garage, still purring with trust, the playground of paper boats, the corridor where walls had first sighed under a lullaby, the garden's dome, fractured glass now catching artificial stars and making them softer. He placed his artifacts with intention, the wooden bird in the garden, compass in M19's care, the memory keeper returned to D99. The cosmic stone he kept, not for luck, but for the steady warmth that reminded him this was not metaphor, but physics. Presence changes rooms. Rick met him at the threshold of home, fastening the lantern device inside Morty's jacket. It amplifies your coherence like a window amplifies light. If it's too much, let the circle hold it with you. He slept a little, the kind of sleep that comes before weather, shallow, alert, but not unkind. In the morning, the Citadel woke as usual, but beneath the routine, a note of anticipation held, waiting to be told what shape to take. He walked to the administrative hub, not as a hero, but as someone who had always been walking this way, a host, not a conqueror. The listeners took their places, gardeners in doorways, friends in waiting rooms, food and comfort ready wherever someone might need to arrive. The message moved through the Citadel. We can set some of it down. At the threshold, Morty paused and turned the invisible dial in his chest to the frequency he had practiced. We are safe enough to tell the truth. The lantern at his heart warmed, more invitation than device. On distant floors, people exhaled without knowing why it felt easier. In a council office, a hand moved from an old script to a blank card. He didn't carry an argument, he carried a room. And as he stepped into the space where voices were meant to be loud, his presence became the quietest thing and the strongest thing, a gentle pressure system moving through a building built on pain, prepared not to fight its storms but to change their weather. The gentle storm had reached its shore. Morty stood in the center, hands open, breath steady, offering himself as a field broad enough for an entire civilization to remember, together how to breathe. The artificial stars of the Citadel's night cycle cast their gentle light through corridors that had learned to breathe with a different rhythm, and Morty moved through them with the quiet attention of someone saying goodbye to places that had taught him how to listen. The lantern device tucked beneath his jacket pulsed with gentle warmth, matching the steady rhythm of the cosmic stone in his pocket, two small beacons preparing for the gentle storm that would arrive with dawn. Tomorrow would bring visibility, the end of his anonymous influence, the moment when he would step forward, not as a hidden catalyst, but as a host, creating space for an entire civilization to remember its capacity for healing. But tonight belonged to gratitude, to the small rituals that honor the invisible teachers who shape us without knowing they are teaching. He adjusted his invisible dial to ordinary the practiced frequency of being completely himself. Rick's coil made ceilings feel lower to cameras and higher to people, allowing him to move through the Citadel's arteries like water, finding its way around stones. He began his pilgrimage in the sub-basement levels, where the great atmospheric processors hummed with the contentment of machinery that had remembered its purpose, not just to circulate air, but to provide breath, to create conditions where life could flourish. Beside the primary fan assembly, he placed a small resonant crystal, its faceted surface catching the dim maintenance lighting. The crystal would amplify the building's newfound harmony, a tiny tuning fork that would continue singing the lullabies he had taught to these walls. For M19, he left a new calibration dial, etched with a simple instruction: tune for kindness first. He could picture M19's gentle smile, the way he would run his thumb over the engraving before sliding it into place among his instruments. The cafeteria held the quiet satisfaction of a space that had learned to nourish more than bodies. Morty paused beside the register, where J7's simple ledger tracked the flow of kindness through penciled columns that never quite balanced in traditional accounting terms, but created a visible map of how care moved through community. He left a small wooden spoon carved from garden driftwood, its surface worn smooth by patient attention, and a recipe card written on the back of a requisition form: leave the corner light on. Someone will need to see that they're welcome. In the communications hub, where R23's gentle adjustments had softened the harsh edges of bureaucratic language, Morty placed a small cork coaster impressed with a single word: arrive. He knew R23 would use it under every directive that might otherwise land too hard, a quiet reminder to let language reach a person rather than a role. Beside the main router, he folded a paper crane from an obsolete memo, its wings spread wide and unafraid, ready to migrate through offices that didn't yet know they were ready for gentler weather. L15's atmospheric realm lived in vents and access ladders, in the strange music of pressure ratios and the careful calibration of healing weather. In an unmarked junction, Morty hung a string of tiny wind chimes assembled from spare washers and wire. They barely made a sound, but when air passed, they aligned like values finding their place. He taped a barometer stone to the wall, the kind that darkened when hearts needed tea, and drew a smiling cup beneath it. At K22's processing window, where the first threads of connection had been offered through the simple act of genuine listening, Morty slipped a fresh pencil into the tray, its side engraved with a sentence that would feel like a friend leaning in: make space for answers bigger than the form. He left a wrapped lollipop and a note for when someone's courage needs a second. K22 would know when to offer it. He always did. Conference Room 7 held the most fragile air of all, the place where Rick J19's carefully constructed armor had shattered into something more human. The lights were low, and a small plant sat by the wall, a little crooked and fiercely alive. Morty placed a smooth stone beside it, warmed by his own hands, and a card with 3 checkboxes: listen, consult, rest. He checked the first 2 and left the third empty. J19 would discover it in the morning, and if the day asked too much, check the last with a kind of relief that felt like wisdom. But it was the garden that called to him most powerfully, the impossible ecosystem that had become the beating heart of their quiet revolution. The broken transparisteel dome caught artificial starlight and scattered it in patterns that looked like frozen music, and the plants from across dimensions swayed in artificial breezes that carried the scent of growing things and the particular peace that comes from being surrounded by life that asks for nothing but the opportunity to flourish. Morty walked the winding paths they had created together, paths that curved the way relief curves when it finally finds a place to sit. Each plant seemed to recognize his presence, leaves rustling with what sounded almost like greeting, flowers turning toward him with the patient attention of beings who had learned to trust that care would continue even when the caregiver was no longer visible. In the center of the garden, where the first small cutting had somehow learned to thrive despite impossible conditions, Morty knelt and pressed his palms to soil that remembered rain and earthworms, that carried the accumulated intention of everyone who had tended this space with love. He didn't say goodbye. That felt too final for something that would continue to grow, regardless of who was present to witness its flowering. Instead, he offered a promise that the principles guiding their work would continue to spread, would find new gardeners, would teach other broken spaces how to remember their capacity for beauty. He left the wooden bird C274 had given him perched on a branch of the vine that had learned to sing lullabies, its carved wings catching starlight as if preparing for flight toward futures that held more possibility than any single imagination could contain. The bird would remain as a reminder that even the smallest voice, when properly tuned, could carry songs across vast distances. In the residential wing, he paused outside Rick D99's door, where the memory keeper's gentle song filled the space with echoes of remembered kindness. He left a small bundle of tea leaves from the garden, herbs that had learned to grow in harmony despite their dimensional differences, carrying in their leaves the promise that even the most complex communities could learn to flourish when tended with patience and care. As artificial dawn began to touch the Citadel's outer walls, Morty found himself in the maintenance corridor, where he had first placed his palm against tired metal and felt the building's accumulated sadness. Now the walls hummed with quiet contentment, the lighting carried warmth that seemed to come from within, and the air moved with the easy rhythm of a structure that had remembered how to breathe properly. He pressed his palm to the wall one final time, feeling not sadness, but anticipation. The building itself was ready for what was coming, ready to host the gentle transformation that would help its community remember their original song of sanctuary and mutual care. The Citadel had become a participant in its own healing, a living entity that had learned to sing lullabies to the beings it sheltered. The cosmic stone pulsed with steady warmth, not urgency, but recognition. This was the moment he had been preparing for, the gentle storm that would help an entire civilization remember that revolution could be an act of love rather than anger. That true change came not through conquest, but through the patient work of creating conditions where healing could occur naturally. Throughout the vast structure, the listeners were already in position, their presence like gentle pressure points in the Citadel's anatomy, ready to offer sanctuary, sustenance, and the radical gift of unconditional acceptance to anyone who needed it. The garden continued its patient growth, the walls hummed their contentment, and somewhere in the vast network of realities that surrounded them, An entire civilization prepared to take the deepest breath it had drawn in decades. In the growing light of artificial dawn, Morty made his way toward the administrative hub, carrying with him not weapons or demands, but the quiet certainty that had grown through months of patient work. The revolution would begin not with anger, but with love, not with the destruction of existing systems, but with the gentle invitation for those systems to remember their deepest purpose. He stood at the threshold, hand over the lantern device that pulsed with steady warmth beneath his jacket. Behind him, in 100 corners, gifts were waiting to be found. Ahead of him, in 100 faces, kindness was waiting to be named. The night before everything changed had passed like a blessing, and morning arrived carrying the promise that even the most wounded communities could learn to heal, if someone cared enough to help them remember that they had always been meant to be a sanctuary where every being could find their way home to the rhythm of genuine care. The gentle storm was ready to break, and it would start not with thunder, but with the whispered invitation that broken things, given enough patience and love, could always remember how to be whole. Morning arrived without fanfare, which felt exactly right for a day that would ask more for breath than for spectacle. The artificial dawn filtered through the Citadel's corridors with a different quality of light. Not the harsh efficiency of previous mornings, but something softer, more forgiving, as if the very photons had learned patience during the night. Morty stood at the threshold of the administrative hub, the lantern device warm beneath his jacket, its gentle pulse matching the rhythm of the cosmic stone in his pocket. He carried no weapons, spoke no demands, made no grand entrance. He simply stood, hands open, offering himself as a quiet presence in a space designed for loud authority. The building itself seemed to exhale around him, walls settling into a more comfortable posture as Rick's coil worked its subtle magic, making ceilings feel less imposing, doorways more welcoming. L-15's carefully calibrated atmospheric adjustments carried the faintest invitation to breathe deeper, while throughout the structure, the small gifts Morty had left during the night were being discovered like seeds finding their moment to sprout. In the communications hub, R-23 found the paper crane perched on his console, its delicate wings catching the morning light with what looked almost like intention. As he lifted it carefully, feeling the patient attention that had shaped each fold, something shifted in his chest, a recognition that the same care could be woven into every message he sent, every connection he facilitated. Around him, other technicians were making similar discoveries, and without discussion or directive, they began approaching their morning routines differently, taking an extra moment to ensure their communications carried warmth rather than mere information. K-22 opened his processing window to find the wrapped lollipop and the note about courage needing a second. He smiled, tucking the candy into his shirt pocket where it rested like a small promise, then looked up to see the first Morty of the day approaching his station. But instead of the usual hurried efficiency, K-22 found himself offering genuine attention. "How was your journey here?" he asked, and the question carried weight it had never held before, not procedural necessity, but actual curiosity about the being standing before him. The Morty paused, clearly surprised by the unexpected warmth. "It was, long," he admitted, then added with growing confidence, "but I made it." There was something in his voice that hadn't been there the day before, a recognition that his experience mattered, that his presence was welcomed rather than merely tolerated. Throughout the vast structure, similar moments were multiplying like morning light finding its way through curtains. In the cafeteria, J7 watched as beings approached the serving line with less hurry, more attention to the faces around them. The wooden spoon he'd discovered beside his register seemed to stir intention into everything he prepared, and conversations at tables lasted longer. Voices carried more curiosity than complaint. Someone had started an informal tradition of sharing extra portions with anyone who looked like they were carrying too much weight alone. The awakening spread through invisible networks, following pathways that no monitoring system had been designed to detect. It began as a tremor across the Citadel's consciousness, as if someone were gently aligning a million small dials to the same frequency. In maintenance bays, Mortys paused mid-task and felt their shoulders straighten, not as defense but as decision. In processing centers, hands stopped automatically reaching for forms and instead reached toward understanding. In research halls, where procedures were usually recited like mantras, voices began asking questions that had never been permitted before. The transformation wasn't dramatic or sudden. It unfolded like dawn itself, gradual, inevitable, touching everything without violence or disruption. Mortys throughout the structure began to stand a little straighter, their voices carrying more confidence as they realized their perspectives were not just tolerated, but genuinely valued. A collective recognition rippled through their shared consciousness. We deserve better. We deserve kindness. We deserve to be seen not as tools, but as beings. And the Ricks began to remember, not all at once, not every Rick in every dimension, but enough of them in enough places for the shift to become undeniable. Rick J19 sat in his office, looking at the small plant on his desk, the one that had learned to thrive under gentle care. The smooth stone Morty had left caught the light, and suddenly he was remembering his original Morty, the one who had asked questions that helped him see beyond data, who had simply been present during moments of profound uncertainty. The memory keeper's melody, drifting from D99's quarters, found its way into corners of minds that had forgotten they possessed capacity for anything beyond logic and ambition. In the council chambers, displays that usually painted problems in urgent reds and yellows were showing something unprecedented, readings that suggested not just functionality, but actual flourishing. Council Rick Prime stood before these impossible metrics, his instruments detecting widespread coherence that defied all algorithms. As he watched, something flickered in his memory, sitting by a pond with his original Morty, skipping stones and sharing laughter that had no logical purpose but filled him with profound peace. Why had he allowed himself to become so disconnected from the very source of his own deepest joy? The hub itself began to transform around Morty's quiet presence. Without announcement or instruction, beings started pulling chairs from the walls, forming circles rather than hierarchical rows. The imposing dais, suddenly feeling too tall and too distant, lowered itself with the shy grace of something remembering it was allowed to bend its knees. Tables turned from barriers into gathering places, screens shifted from displaying control metrics to showing live images of the garden, impossible flowers blooming in harmony, moss pulsing with gentle light, a handwritten sign that read, "Take 2 if today feels heavy." Morty still didn't speak commands or offer proclamations. When someone looked to him for direction, he passed the attention to the nearest person's hands. When someone tried to give him credit, he placed it in the center of their circle like seed and said simply, "Plant it where you stand." The entire structure of the Citadel began to reorganize itself through natural inclination rather than forced directive. Departments that had been isolated by competitive efficiency found themselves collaborating, their efforts weaving together in ways that felt genuinely harmonious. Rigid hierarchies softened into fluid networks of mutual support. The fear that had been the primary currency of the institution began to transform, not into its opposite, but into something deeper. The the vulnerability that allowed genuine connection, the courage to be kind, the quiet strength that came from knowing you were not alone. New roles emerged organically, named by function rather than assigned by authority. Hosts who stood in doorways making space for difficult conversations, gardeners who tended the emotional climate of their departments, bridges who connected isolated sectors, keepers of breath who calibrated rooms for exhale rather than tension. The council didn't step down, it stepped into the circle, power transforming from dominance into service. Policies began to breathe. Directives that had been ironclad developed provisions for review and revision. Hierarchical structures that had demanded unquestioning compliance started incorporating feedback mechanisms that honored wisdom at every level. Throughout the Citadel's arteries, the frequency of forgiveness became part of the fundamental rhythm, a gentle reminder that transformation was always possible, isolation always optional. In the garden, impossible plants continued their patient growth, their roots intertwining in patterns that spoke of cooperation rather than competition. The wooden bird Morty had left seemed to adjust its carved wings as if preparing for flight, ready to carry news of transformation to realities that had not yet learned to breathe with such harmony. As artificial evening approached, no proclamation was issued, no victory declared. A message appeared on monitors because R23 pressed send. Thank you for today. We will continue tomorrow. Rest is part of the work. J7 placed covered plates by exits with notes that said, for later, for whoever finds this. Throughout the structure, the gentle hum of contentment replaced the harsh static of accumulated anxiety. The coup had been exactly what the universe had been waiting for, not conquest but awakening, not the destruction of what existed, but the patient transformation of what could be. The Citadel had reorganized itself around principles of mutual respect and genuine care, becoming once again what it had always been meant to be. A sanctuary where beings from across the multiverse could find safety, community, and the kind of mutual support that made the vast loneliness of infinite realities bearable. Morty stood once more at the threshold, now simply a doorway rather than a barrier. He touched the wall in a gesture that meant both hello and thank you, and the wall, which understood, warmed his palm. Behind him, voices continued, lighter now, not loud, the murmur of a place that had finally given itself permission to feel like home. The cosmic stone pulsed with deep satisfaction. The wooden bird seemed to rest more lightly against his ribs, and somewhere in the vast symphony of realities that surrounded them, an entire civilization had awakened to the song it had always been meant to sing, a lullaby of sanctuary where every voice mattered, every heart was heard, and every being could find their way home to the rhythm of genuine care. The dawn of gentle authority had arrived, not as thunder, but as whispered promise, carried on newly breathable air, that even the most complex systems could remember their capacity for kindness, one gentle breath at a time. Authority settled around Morty like morning light, finding its way through curtains, gradual, inevitable, but never harsh. He had not sought this visibility, this position where beings throughout the Citadel turned toward him not for commands, but for the particular quality of presence he carried, the way he made rooms feel spacious enough for truth to unfold without hurry. The cosmic stone pulsed with steady warmth in his pocket, no longer a source of power, but a reminder of the frequency he had learned to maintain. We are safe enough to tell the truth. The transformation from invisible catalyst to gentle authority required adjustments that felt like learning to breathe in a different atmosphere. Where once he had moved through corridors unnoticed, now his presence created subtle shifts in the emotional climate. Conversations paused not from suspicion, but from recognition, shoulders dropped from defensive positions, voices found their lower registers. He wore this influence with open hands, palms turned upward, as if to say, "This is for sharing." The council chambers had evolved into something that looked less like a courtroom and more like a living room designed for difficult conversations. The imposing dais remained lowered, transformed into a table where chairs gathered themselves in organic circles. Morty took his place among them, never the highest seat, never the center that demanded attention. He began each gathering the same way, 3 slow breaths timed to the room's ventilation, then a question laid gently at the center like bread offered to hungry travelers. What would make this easier to carry? He would ask, and the question itself shifted the entire framework of discussion. It didn't demand heroics or immediate solutions. It assumed the weight was real and shared, that wisdom could emerge from collective understanding rather than individual brilliance. From his pocket, he began carrying small cards printed with questions that had learned to open doors. What is most alive here? What can wait? Who isn't in the room who is still affected by the room? He gave them away like seeds, watching as they took root in unexpected places. K22 taped one to his processing window, and forms began answering themselves more honestly. R23 kept one beside his send key, and messages typed through its influence softened at the edges without losing their essential meaning. New practices rooted quickly in the fertile soil of institutional transformation. Morty introduced what he called the listening minute. Any person could ring a small chime that Rick had crafted from the resonance coil, and the room would pause for 1 full minute of genuine attention. That minute changed everything. Panic lost its footing there. Assumptions grew shy. Loudness discovered it could soften without dissolving. Morty protected that minute with quiet ferocity. It was the doorway through which the kindest truths preferred to enter. When departments strained against each other as old habits tugged on new growth, Morty rearranged spaces rather than people. A research lab complained that maintenance delays were slowing breakthrough work. Maintenance replied that rushed requests ignored safety protocols, and the air between them bristled with the old assumption that urgency outranked care. Morty invited both groups to the garden at mid-shift, handed out sandwiches that tasted like patience and curiosity, then guided them to a vine that had chosen the wrong support beam and needed gentle redirection. "Could we move this together without hurting it?" he asked, laying his palms against green leaves that trembled with trust. Tools clicked, shoulders lowered, and they found the angle that allowed tension to ease under shared attention. Back in the lab, experiments ran in smoother air. In the maintenance bay, work orders began requesting not only timeframes but emotional weather. Send this during a gentle hour. Rick J., 19, still learning the craft of collaborative authority, requested to co-facilitate a session on crisis triage. He arrived with data and left with a new ritual. Before prioritizing, his team now placed a smooth stone at the center of their table and named aloud whom their choices would impact, then sat through the minute of listening. Decisions slowed, then clarified. Fewer fixes required apologies later. The listeners found themselves integrated into the Citadel's official structure, not as a separate organization, but as a recognized function essential to community well-being. Their listening posts evolved into resonance stations where anyone could pause to recalibrate their frequency, where the static of accumulated stress could be gently tuned into clearer signals. M19's dimensional calibrations now prioritized emotional harmonics alongside technical specifications. L15's atmospheric adjustments created what beings began calling thinking weather, conditions that encouraged reflection rather than reaction. When complex situations arose that seemed to demand swift resolution, Morty offered frameworks instead of directives. During a sudden dimensional surge that created cascading complications across multiple sectors, he drew 3 circles with his finger on the tabletop. One for what must be done now, one for who needs kindness first, one for how we'll rest when it's over. The room organized itself around these shapes, and when the surge quieted, the 3rd circle waited like a porch light, ready to receive them. Policy drafts began with questions printed at the top in friendly type. Who will be holding this tomorrow? Where will they put it down to rest? What shape of kindness would make this last? The forms remained unchanged in triplicate, yet somehow felt lighter, like paper that had decided to become letters instead of receipts. He created small sanctuaries in plain sight, benches marked only with a simple sigil of cupped hands holding a circle. People learned that sitting there was allowed to be the whole of one's task for a few minutes. No one hurried those benches, no one pretended not to see them. They became the Citadel's new honest quiet, places where the permission to pause was built into the architecture itself. The garden continued to serve as a living laboratory for collaborative governance. Problems were brought there not for solving but for composting, breaking them down into essential elements, allowing them to transform in the rich soil of community attention, then seeing what grew from the resulting understanding. When a resource allocation dispute arose between dimensional sectors, Morty didn't arbitrate. Instead, he handed representatives from both sides small, struggling seedlings that required precise care. "Tend these," he suggested, "and tell me what they teach you about sharing sunlight." The solution emerged not from negotiation, but from the shared experience of nurturing something fragile into growth. Rick D.99's alcove became a classroom where no one lectured. He and Morty would sit with the memory keeper singing its layered melodies, and Rick's, who had never met their own pasts without filters, learned to hold moments without dissecting them. "Tell me a time it felt safe to laugh," D99 would say, and answers would arrive hesitant, then watery, then bright. The device hummed in agreement each time someone found a story that still warmed, anchoring the present to something gentler than perfection. Metrics adapted or were gently retired. Safety readings and uptime remained, but new measurements took root alongside them: time to exhale, frequency of helpful pauses, meals shared, complaints resolved without escalation. These weren't used to rank performance, but to tend the community's well-being. When a measure dipped, the question wasn't who failed, but what's hungry. Not all days obeyed ease. Some mornings, old fear woke earlier than the lights and tried to put its shoes back on. When a Rick at a distant checkpoint defaulted to barked orders and the processing line stiffened with familiar anxiety, Morty didn't admonish. He stood beside matched breath, offered a cup of water, and asked softly, "Where did it start to feel like you had to do this alone?" The question found its way under the armor. The answer wasn't dramatic, it was tired. "Sector D went down last week. I didn't want this line to become that." Together they rewrote his approach. Fewer commands, more landmarks. "You're next. You're safe. We'll get you through." The line moved without bracing. When visiting delegations from other realities arrived, no longer for trade negotiations, but to understand how an institution could function with such apparent grace, Morty would welcome them to the garden, offer tea that tasted like home, and ask simply, "What questions are you carrying? How might we explore them together?" His most consistent work remained subtraction, removing himself from the center whenever possible, like a hand withdrawing after steadying a glass that could now stand alone. During a week of smooth currents, he took long walks without being recognized by role, ordinary again, on purpose. He stopped near the paper boat gutters of his memory, and when rain came, he folded 2 vessels from a retired directive. A child appeared beside him and set another to sail. "They look like they know where to go," she observed. "They do," Morty answered. "They've been listening." A request finally came with the tone of expectation. "We should formalize your title," a Rick proposed gently, eyes soft but habit strong. Morty smiled and offered back a question. "What title would help you remember I'm not the only one holding this?" After a pause, someone suggested Keeper of the Minute. Laughter arrived, then stayed. The title spread because it was both joke and truth. He accepted it because it redirected attention to the practice, not the person. As artificial evening approached, Morty walked corridors that hummed with contentment, past rooms where difficult conversations were happening with unprecedented grace, through spaces where the accumulated wisdom of infinite realities was being woven together into solutions no single intelligence could have discovered alone. He pressed his hand to the wall. The wall, which understood, warmed his palm. Leadership, he realized, was precisely this, a hand briefly steadying while the room found its own balance, then releasing, still near, still ready, but trusting the learned rhythm. The cosmic stone pulsed with deep satisfaction. The wooden bird seemed to rest more lightly against his ribs, and somewhere in the vast symphony of possibilities that surrounded them, an entire civilization continued its patient work of learning to govern itself through the radical principles of mutual care and shared wisdom. In the garden, impossible plants continued their diplomatic growth, their roots intertwining in patterns that spoke of cooperation rather than competition. The Citadel had learned to lead with open hands, its inhabitants discovering that true authority emerged not from the power to command, but from the wisdom to ask questions that helped others discover their own strength, one gentle inquiry at a time. The transformation rippled outward like morning light, finding its way through curtains, touching realities that had never heard of their garden or tasted the intention-seasoned meals that had become communion at the heart of their quiet revolution. The Citadel's new rhythm, that gentle frequency of beings who had learned to breathe with compassion, began to propagate through the infinite network of possibilities carried not by grand proclamations or interdimensional broadcasts, but by the subtle magnetism of coherence itself. It started with the visitors, the Ricks, who arrived for routine business and departed with something indefinable shifting in the spaces between their thoughts. Rick C-137, completing a standard patent renewal, found himself in his home garage 3 days later, watching his Morty fumble with a delicate piece of equipment. The harsh correction that had been forming in his throat, sharp, cutting, designed to end fumbling rather than encourage learning, seemed to catch on something new, something that tasted like curiosity rather than impatience. "That's actually an interesting approach," he heard himself saying, the surprise in his own voice matched only by the wonder that bloomed across Morty's face. "Tell me more about what you're thinking." The conversation that followed lasted 3 hours, stretching through coffee that somehow tasted less bitter than usual, through Beth's surprised pause in the doorway as she witnessed her father offering genuine attention to ideas that mattered because they came from someone he cared about. When artificial evening settled over their dimension, both Rick and Morty sat in the comfortable exhaustion of minds that had been stretched by genuine exchange rather than worn down by defensive positioning. These small transformations multiplied across the multiverse with the patient persistence of seeds finding soil. In a laboratory 17 realities away, a Rick lifted his head mid-lecture as his Morty overturned a tray of microcrystals, watching the constellation of glittering mistakes scatter across the floor. The reprimand that should have fallen like hail instead softened into something that sounded almost like understanding. "Let's reset the parameters," he said, kneeling beside his grandson to gather the scattered pieces. Their hands made weather together, small, careful movements that cleared the air without thunder. Mortys throughout the multiverse began to feel it first, that faint but unmistakable softening in the constant hum of anxiety that had been their birthright. A Morty perpetually hunched in defensive anticipation found himself straightening his shoulders by degrees, so small they barely registered, yet somehow his presence began to ask different questions of the spaces he entered. A Morty, whose words usually stumbled over their own urgency, discovered moments of unexpected clarity, his voice landing with quiet conviction that surprised everyone, including himself. The changes registered on instruments designed to monitor interdimensional stability, though the technicians struggled to categorize what they were observing. Conflict resolution rates climbed steadily across border territories. Resource disputes that had historically escalated into full-scale dimensional warfare were resolving through diplomatic channels that seemed to emerge naturally from the participants' own developing wisdom. The background radiation of aggression that had been a constant feature of interdimensional relations was steadily decreasing, replaced by something the monitoring stations could only describe as increased coherence. Rick D99's Memory Keeper had become an inadvertent catalyst, its songs of remembered kindness resonating across realities in ways that awakened similar memories in beings who had thought such gentleness was lost forever. Elderly Ricks throughout the multiverse found themselves reaching into forgotten storage containers, retrieving artifacts from relationships they had abandoned in pursuit of intellectual achievement. A marble the color of evening sky, a ribbon from a kite that had required negotiation with an enthusiastic tree, a photograph of a gap-toothed smile. These treasures began to surface from the archaeological layers of accumulated distance, carrying with them the warmth that connection could still generate even across decades of careful isolation. The garden's influence traveled in ways that defied conventional understanding of how realities interacted. Its principles of impossible harmony began seeding themselves in dimensions that had never imagined such cooperation could exist. On worlds where different species had maintained careful distances based on evolutionary incompatibility, tentative partnerships began emerging. Atmospheric processors on distant colonies started running more efficiently when operated by mixed crews who had learned to listen to each other's perspectives rather than simply following standardized protocols. R23 began tucking small interventions into interdimensional courier shipments. A folded crane nestled among legal documents, a recipe card attached to a supply crate, a pencil engraved with the question that had become their quiet rallying cry. What would make this easier to carry? Recipients initially dismissed these additions as shipping errors, but during moments when the day felt too heavy to climb alone, they found themselves reaching for the pencil, discovering that the question behaved like a window, creating space for answers they hadn't known they were carrying. The interdimensional communication networks that connected realities across the multiverse began carrying different frequencies. Where diplomatic exchanges had previously been characterized by careful neutrality designed to avoid offense, communications now carried traces of genuine warmth. Trade negotiations that had traditionally been exercises in competitive advantage became opportunities for mutual support, with agreements structured to ensure that all parties not only benefited but flourished. Even the portal technology itself seemed to respond to the shifted climate. Dimensional travelers reported smoother transitions, fewer instances of the disorientation that typically accompanied interdimensional travel. The barriers between realities, while maintaining their essential integrity, became more permeable to positive influences while somehow growing more resistant to the spread of conflict and despair. L-15's atmospheric adjustments had inspired similar innovations across multiple realities. Ventilation systems in distant dimensions began incorporating what their operators called healing weather, subtle modifications that encouraged deeper breathing, clearer thinking, the kind of ambient comfort that made difficult conversations feel more possible. A Rick in a frontier outpost found a string of tiny wind chimes tucked into a shipment labeled as spare washers. He hung them as a curiosity, then noticed that his team's voices fell into gentler cadences when the ventilation passed through. He began scheduling the most challenging meetings for the windiest hours. The Citadel, now functioning as a living tuning fork, attracted pilgrims from across the multiverse, not seeking conquest or strategic advantage, but drawn by reports of a place where institutions could function with grace, where authority could be exercised through service rather than dominance. A warrior. Rick, whose life had been defined by battle, sat among the garden's bioluminescent flora and felt his weapon-calloused hands relax, his breath deepening. He couldn't articulate why, but for the first time in centuries, his mind was quiet. These visitors didn't come seeking to replicate the Citadel's exact methods, but to understand the principles that made such transformation possible. They carried these seeds back to their own realities where different soil might nurture different expressions of the same fundamental truth, that even the most complex systems could learn to operate from principles of mutual care rather than competitive survival. The Council, now guided by the wisdom of collective inquiry, established what they called coherence exchange programs, sending beings from the Citadel to troubled dimensions, not with solutions, but with the simple invitation to share their way of being. These ambassadors, often Mortys who had mastered the art of invisible leadership, carried no weapons or advanced technology, only the quiet certainty that came from having learned to find peace in chaos. They would arrive in conflict zones and simply listen, offering presence rather than advice. A diplomat Rick, accustomed to shouting down his opponents, found himself pausing to genuinely hear another's perspective. A General Morty, whose life had been defined by following orders, began asking questions that invited deeper understanding rather than demanding compliance. The collective frequency of conflict began to soften, not because problems disappeared, but because beings learned to approach them with a different quality of attention. The ripples reached even the most unexpected corners of existence. Interdimensional cable, notorious for broadcasting the worst possible version of everything, developed what technicians classified as a beneficial malfunction. News scrolls began adding a line at the bottom. "Tell me one small good thing." The submission started as half-jokes and deflection, but gradually evolved into genuine moments of connection. A Rick writing anonymously about a Morty who had calmed malfunctioning equipment by listening to its rhythm. A Morty sharing how a Rick had placed his hand on a table during an argument and whispered, "I'm trying a new thing." Rick, observing these developments from his own transformed laboratory, began designing devices that seemed calibrated not for conquest, but for cultivation. New schematics appeared on his workbench, instruments designed to amplify coherence, to filter out static, to encourage the spread of harmonious frequencies across vast distances. His genius, once focused on imposing order through superior technology, was now subtly dedicated to creating conditions where peace could emerge naturally. As artificial evening settled over the Citadel, Morty walked through corridors that now served as arteries in a vast network of healing that extended across the multiverse itself. The cosmic stone pulsed with recognition in his pocket. The wooden bird seemed to adjust its carved wings as if preparing for longer flights, and the compass pointed not toward any external destination, but toward the growing understanding that their transformation had become a catalyst in a much larger, gentler revolution. The frequency they had learned to maintain, we are safe enough to tell the truth, had become a carrier wave supporting transformation in realities they would never visit, in the hearts of beings they would never meet, in systems of governance and relationship that were learning to operate from principles of mutual care rather than competitive survival. The Citadel had become what it had always been meant to be, not just a sanctuary for beings from across the multiverse, but a living demonstration that even the most complex systems could remember their original song of connection and care. In the garden, impossible plants continued their patient growth, their roots now extending through soil that existed simultaneously across multiple realities. The flowers that bloomed there were being reported in distant dimensions, not as physical manifestations, but as moments of unexpected beauty that seemed to emerge from nowhere, reminding beings throughout the multiverse that harmony was not only possible but actively seeded in the very structure of existence. The seed of quiet determination had become a forest that grew across dimensions, its roots intertwining through the very foundations of reality, teaching the universe itself how to sing lullabies to the countless beings it held in its vast, gentle embrace. The ripples continued to spread, carrying with them the whispered promise that broken things, given enough patience and care, could always remember how to be whole, one reality at a time, one gentle breath at a time, until the entire multiverse hummed with the frequency of beings who had learned to be kind to each other across the infinite expanse of possibility. The transformation happened in the garden because the garden knew how to hold differences without forcing them to match. Beneath the dome where broken transparent steel had become stained glass windows, where impossible plants grew in harmony. Despite their fundamental differences, the old structures of authority began their quiet metamorphosis. The imposing dais from the council chambers had been dismantled not through revolutionary fervor, but through the simple recognition that it no longer served its purpose, its materials repurposed into benches that curved like conversations, seating that invited rather than intimidated. No one was elected to this new council of gentle voices. They were invited through networks of trust rather than pipelines of power, drawn by the frequency of transformation that had been spreading through the Citadel like morning light finding its way through curtains. Rick J-19 arrived carrying the smooth stone that had anchored him through his breakdown and healing, his transformation from isolated authority to collaborative wisdom, serving as living proof that even the most defended hearts could learn to breathe easier. The elderly archivist came with his memory keeper, its crystalline matrix pulsing with the accumulated wisdom of countless moments when kindness had chosen to express itself through patient attention. L15 brought his understanding of healing weather, the subtle atmospheric adjustments that could encourage deeper breathing and clearer thinking. A representative from a reality where different species had learned to govern together offered the practice of the empty chair, always leaving space in their circle for the perspective they hadn't yet considered, the voice they hadn't yet heard. From distant dimensions came beings who had mastered the art of collaborative wisdom, a translator who could help others understand not just what was being said, but what was being felt beneath the words, a delegate from a water-breathing world who wore their communication device like a necklace and paused between phrases as if tasting the emotional climate of the room, a representative from a council of crystals who communicated through harmonics, teaching them that wisdom could emerge from resonance rather than debate. The Citadel itself sent a delegate in the only way a building could, a resonance lantern that pulsed with the frequencies gathered from walls that had learned to breathe with compassion, glowing gently when rooms remembered to consider bodies, dimming whenever the air felt bossed by urgency rather than guided by care. Morty took the seat that wasn't quite a seat, positioned slightly off the circle's edge, open to whoever needed it. His role had evolved with the same organic inevitability that had characterized their entire transformation, not elected or appointed, but simply recognized as the one who held space most naturally, who asked questions that helped others discover their own wisdom rather than imposing solutions from external authority. His title remained Keeper of the Minute, but his function expanded to include what they began calling frequency maintenance, ensuring that their discussions remained tuned to the wavelength of compassion rather than drifting toward the static of competition or control. The small chime Rick had crafted from resonance coil became their most essential tool, its gentle ring creating space for the listening minute, where the most profound insights would often emerge. Beside it, Morty placed a bowl of stones collected from doorways where difficult conversations had learned to enter, each one warmed by caring hands, serving as tangible reminders that their discussions should generate warmth rather than heat, light rather than glare. "We begin with breath," Morty would say, not as decree but as invitation. The circle would inhale together, slowly enough for the room to widen, and exhale into the shared space. And then a question. He would place it at the center like bread offered to hungry travelers. What is asking to be held today? Or what would make this easier to carry? Or who isn't in the room who is still affected by the room? The questions themselves shifted the entire framework of discussion, assuming that weight was real and shared, that wisdom could emerge from collective understanding rather than individual brilliance. When complex, interdimensional disputes arose, conflicts that had once been resolved through arbitration or force, they became opportunities for what the Council learned to call coherence mapping, laying out all perspectives like pieces of a vast puzzle, then waiting patiently for the pattern that honored every voice while serving the highest good of the whole. A resource allocation crisis between 17 different dimensional sectors found its resolution not through compromise but through genuine synthesis. Representatives spent 3 days in the garden sharing not just their requirements but their deepest fears, their most cherished hopes, their understanding of what abundance truly meant. The solution that emerged, a rotating system of mutual support that transformed scarcity into shared prosperity, came from the collective wisdom that no single intelligence could have conceived. Rick D99 became an unexpected source of institutional memory, his stories from the tin box serving as gentle reminders of the principles that had guided their transformation. "We used to make decisions based on what we could control," he observed, during a particularly complex discussion. "Now, we make decisions based on what we can nurture. Control creates resistance. Nurturing creates growth." The Memory Keeper, now permanently installed in their meeting space, sang its layered melodies during their gatherings, its frequency shifting when tensions arose, when old patterns of defensiveness or dominance tried to reassert themselves, reminding everyone present that they were not adversaries competing for limited resources but collaborators working together to create conditions where all beings could thrive. New practices emerged organically, feeling like gardening more than governing. Every agenda began with 3 questions printed in friendly type on scraps of reclaimed memos. Who's missing? What can wait? What wants to bloom if we stop stepping on it? When disagreements arose, and they did, for consensus did not mean uniformity, the Council had learned to treat conflict as information rather than obstacle, welcoming different perspectives as essential data, competing priorities as natural features of complex systems. J7's intention, seasoned food nourished their discussions, meals that carried the frequency of care and attention. R23's message therapy ensured that even the most complex decisions were communicated with clarity and warmth. their directives carrying the frequency of invitation rather than demand. K-22 brought stories from the Citadel's diverse population, ensuring that the voices of the often forgotten were present in every discussion. The Council's influence began to reshape how decisions were made throughout the Citadel and beyond. Departments that had once operated through hierarchical command structures started forming their own circles, their own practices of consensus and deep listening. The frequency of collaborative wisdom spread like ripples in still water, teaching beings throughout the structure that authority could be shared without being weakened, that power could be distributed without being diluted. When a frontier reality called for help, crops failing, rivers sulking in their banks, storms behaving like unlistened to children, the old council would have sent technology and schedules. The new council sent listeners and weather. A Rick with blueprints left them folded and walked the fields with farmers who spoke fluent soil. A Morty placed his palm against a windbreak and hummed until the fence remembered it wasn't a wall. L-15 stood on a ridge and tuned the day's breath until the afternoon wind could arrive without being corrected. Visiting delegations from other realities came not to negotiate treaties or trade agreements, but to learn the practices that made such governance possible. They would sit in the garden's gentle light, participating in the council's patient processes, witnessing decisions emerge from collective wisdom rather than individual will. Many departed with seeds, both literal plants, from the impossible ecosystem and metaphorical seeds of collaborative practice that they would nurture in their own realities. The old chambers where the authoritarian council had once convened were transformed into archives, their imposing architecture serving as a museum of lessons learned rather than power exercised. The last official act of the old structure was to disassemble itself and donate materials, panels for schoolrooms where children learned to facilitate before they learned to debate, rails for ramps where bodies needed gentler angles, a long table refashioned into benches placed at transit hubs with signs that read, "Rest is part of the work." As artificial evening settled over the Citadel, the Council of Gentle Voices continued their work in the garden's bioluminescent glow, their conversations weaving together like the roots of the impossible plants that surrounded them. Morty remained behind to stack chairs, the resonance lantern dimming like a satisfied eye, the memory keeper winding down to a silence that glowed with contentment. He pressed his palm to a bench made from the old dais and felt it hum, not with power, but with relief. Leadership had become a practice more than a position, a circle more than a seat. The cosmic stone pulsed once in his pocket, the wooden bird settled against his chest with wings at ease, and somewhere in the vast network of realities that surrounded them, an entire civilization continued its patient work of learning to govern itself through the radical principles of mutual care and shared wisdom. The Council of Gentle Voices had never been about making noise. It was about tending the kind of quiet where wisdom could recognize itself and say, softly and without surprise, yes. They had become what they had always been meant to be, not rulers imposing order from above, but gardeners tending the conditions where wisdom could grow naturally, where the deepest needs of all beings could be honored, where decisions emerged not from the will of the few, but from the collective intelligence of a community that had learned to think with its heart. The transformation was complete, yet it was also just beginning, each day bringing new opportunities to practice the art of compassionate governance, new chances to demonstrate that even the most complex systems could operate from principles of love rather than fear, one gentle decision at a time, until the entire multiverse hummed with the frequency of beings who had learned to care for each other across the infinite expanse of possibility. The garden learned to breathe through walls the way kindness learns to move through hearts, not by force, but by finding the spaces where it was already welcome. What had begun as impossible flora, blooming in a forgotten dome, now sent tendrils of green possibility through the Citadel's corridors, following the pathways of care that the listeners had woven like invisible threads through the structure's arteries. The building itself, already a willing participant in its own healing, made quiet accommodations, wall panels opening to cradle planters without stealing space from passageways, light arrays shifting their spectra to encourage morning in dim corners and dusk where the day needed softening. The expansion happened with the same organic inevitability that had characterized their entire transformation. Maintenance workers, inspired by the peace they'd found among the impossible flowers, began leaving small pots of soil in forgotten corners. Filing clerks, whose lunch breaks had become pilgrimages to the garden's gentle light, started germinating seeds from fruit cores in the natural humidity of processing centers. Even the youngest visitors, children of diplomatic delegations who wandered through corridors with the confident navigation of beings who understood instinctively that this was a place where different didn't mean dangerous, began tucking seeds into crevices where their small hands could reach. The resonance stations that had evolved from the listeners' original listening posts became nodes in this vast network of interconnected green spaces, each one anchored by plants that shouldn't have been able to survive in artificial atmosphere, yet thrived because they were tended with the same patient attention that had transformed the Citadel's emotional climate. Bioluminescent moss traced the edges of doorframes with script that spelled "welcome" in languages only the heart could read, while vines discovered that air ducts could carry more than atmosphere. They could carry the frequency of growing things, the patient insistence that life finds a way to flourish even in the most sterile environments. Rick J.19's office, once a sterile monument to intellectual authority, had become a terrarium where policy documents shared space with flowering vines that seemed to read over his shoulder, their leaves rustling with what sounded almost like approval when his language found its gentler registers. The smooth stone Morty had left during his night of gratitude now anchored a small ecosystem, moss that pulsed in rhythm with the building's ventilation, a tiny succulent that stored not just water, but the memory of every kind word spoken in its presence. The cafeteria's transformation had been particularly dramatic. J.7's intention-seasoned cooking now took place surrounded by herbs that grew in impossible abundance, their leaves carrying flavors that seemed to change based on what kind of nourishment the day required. Diners found themselves lingering longer at tables where small flowering plants served as centerpieces, their conversations deepening as if the presence of growing things reminded them that patience was not just permitted, but essential for anything worthwhile to bloom. What grew was not just plants, but a new language of collaboration. A word for rest now appeared in the form of shade at precisely the hour when arguments tended to spike. A phrase meaning, "we'll try your way," came alive as paths that curved toward alternative routes. The most profound vocabulary emerged in the spaces between species, a crystalline chime from a shimmering dimension, offering a breeze-tuned scale that calmed debates before they hardened, a shallow pool installed by visitors from a water-breathing world that cooled the air and invited the kind of silence where words went to drink before they continued. The Council of Gentle Voices began incorporating what they called garden sessions into their most complex deliberations. When discussions grew too abstract, too removed from the lived experience of the beings they served, they would move their circle among the growing things, letting the presence of life that asked for nothing but the opportunity to flourish remind them of what truly mattered. During one such session, as they worked through delicate negotiations to integrate a reality where time moved backwards, the solution emerged not from debate but from observation. A vine from the backwards time dimension had somehow learned to grow in harmony with plants that experienced causality in the conventional direction, their roots intertwining in patterns that suggested cooperation rather than conflict. Visitors began to arrive not with requests for technology or strategic advantage, but with questions shaped like cupped hands. How did you learn to let things grow together? Can our fear come here without making a mess of it? A delegation from a war-minded reality stepped into the central dome with shoulders squared for disappointment, scanning for hidden systems, for control disguised as calm. Their leader, scars mapping a long history of crisis, stopped at a threshold where two species of vine had braided themselves into an arch so perfect it looked inevitable. He reached out and the leaves, glossy from careful misting, shifted just enough to make room for his hand. He stood like that for a long time, not moving, and when he finally sat on the nearest bench, he did it like someone arriving home after not knowing they were gone. Even the skeptical brought offerings once they understood the nature of exchange. A mathematician from a dimension where logic spoke in colors contributed a trellis whose lattice followed a proof of harmony, persuading a previously unruly plant to twine with dignity. A child from a low-gravity world tucked feather-light seeds beneath a bridge and taught them to float in place like lanterns, responding to laughter with a brighter glow. A crystal envoy tuned a narrow pergola to resonate at a frequency that made conversations find their lower registers, where confidences trusted the space and stayed. The garden became a curriculum without a classroom. Children learned patience by watching flowers that refused to rush, even under a dozen hopeful gazes. Engineers learned humility from stones that did nothing complicated yet held the day's heat long after sunset. Releasing it when cold surprised the joints of older knees. The most brilliant minds in the Citadel made time to mist moss because brilliance was beginning to understand that wisdom had its own schedule. Not everything knew how to belong right away. An enthusiastic fern from a thunderworld attempted to colonize a corridor with the confidence of weather that never asked permission. It took Morty and M19 3 evenings and a series of small adjustments. Gentle ties, a redirected breeze, a trellis that praised restraint, to help it learn the joy of one shape done well. The lessons spread the way discipline best does, felt, not forced. Perhaps the most telling change came in how travelers departed. They took no blueprints, no directives, no technologies in labeled cases. They left with dirt under their nails, a cutting wrapped in damp cloth, a handful of seeds, a question printed on a small card that had somehow become a passport. What would make this easier to carry? Weeks later, messages arrived, not reports, but invitations to notice. Healing weather in a frontier township, a bench placed where an argument usually began, a vine trained with love, now holding the weight of new conversations as if it had been waiting for that job its entire life. The impossible had become inevitable. Microclimates throughout the structure created pockets of specialized atmosphere that catered to different species, different realities, different ways of being alive. A corner near dimensional processing had become a grove where beings who breathed methane could find comfort among plants that thrived in their exhalations. A section near communications hosted a crystalline garden where silicon-based life forms could rest among formations that sang in frequencies only they could hear. As artificial evenings settled over the Citadel, the garden network pulsed with bioluminescent contentment, its glow visible through windows that looked out onto artificial stars. The cosmic stone in Morty's pocket responded to this vast symphony of growing things, its warmth steady and sure. The wooden bird seemed to adjust its carved wings as if preparing for flights through corridors that had become forests, pathways that led not to destinations, but to discoveries. In the original dome, where broken transparisteel had become stained glass windows, where the first impossible cutting had somehow learned to thrive, Morty sat among flowers that bloomed in harmony despite their dimensional differences. The garden had grown beyond his wildest imaginings, but it had never forgotten its original purpose, to demonstrate that love, when distributed quietly and consistently, could indeed reshape entire realities. There was no boundary now between where the garden ended and where the Citadel began, because the garden had not conquered the building, it had taught it, and the building in turn had taught the garden where to lean and where to leave passages clear. What grew was not just plants, but the capacity to be changed by presence, to find in shared attention a form of intelligence that looked like love from the inside and like order from the outside. The Citadel had become a living symbol of what happens when different realities choose collaboration over competition, when fear is met with space rather than instructions. In the spaces between the flowers, peace took root and, without apology, bloomed. The garden was not just a place, it was a living prayer, a quiet promise that even the most wounded systems could learn to heal if someone cared enough to help them remember that they were always meant to be a sanctuary where all life could flourish in impossible harmony, one gentle breath at a time. The idea emerged the way most profound changes did in the transformed Citadel, not as a grand proclamation, but as a quiet recognition of something that was already trying to happen. During one of the council's garden sessions, as they watched a group of young visitors from various dimensions instinctively forming circles around the flowering vines, sharing observations in languages that mixed words with gestures, and the kind of patient attention that made understanding possible across any barrier. Morty felt the cosmic stone pulse with gentle insistence. "They're learning the frequency of curiosity," observed the delegate, from the water-breathing world, her communication device translating not just her words, but the emotional resonance beneath them. "Watch how they approach the plants, not to categorize or control, but to understand what each growing thing is trying to become." Rick J19, his own transformation from isolated authority to collaborative wisdom serving as living testament to the garden's power, leaned forward with the careful attention he had learned to bring to moments of recognition. "We have created a place where beings remember how to flourish," he said, his voice carrying the quiet conviction of someone who had learned to value tenderness over efficiency. "But how do we teach others to tend such a garden, both within themselves and within their communities?" The question settled into the circle like a seed finding fertile soil. Morty didn't announce an academy or design institutional structures. Instead, he noticed where circles were already forming and asked what would make them steadier. The first space that called itself a school only did so after it had been teaching for weeks, a repurposed corridor near the original dome where bioluminescent moss had traced patient invitations along the baseboards and windows opened onto fragments of impossible garden. The sign outside didn't boast credentials or promise outcomes. It offered a simple sentence printed in friendly type: "Come practice being human, or whatever you are." The curriculum grew the way a good path does, worn by feet that needed it, refined by weather and use. Each morning began with breath, then a question placed in the middle of the room like bread offered to hungry travelers. "What wants to be easier today? Who needs a softer edge?" Rick D99 became their unexpected elder, carrying the memory keeper like a sleeping animal in his lap, its crystalline matrix pulsing with accumulated wisdom. He told no one what to think. Instead, he would wind the device until it sang its layered melodies and ask, "Tell me a time you were fully seen." The room would tilt toward honesty as students described sentences that had found their exact shape, hands that hadn't hurried, days when someone had placed water nearby before asking them to explain themselves. There, he would nod with gentle satisfaction. That is what we teach. The listeners found their natural roles as teachers, their years of quiet observation and subtle intervention having prepared them for this more visible form of service. R23 taught what they called message therapy, or the art of crafting communications that landed like invitations rather than demands. Students would practice reading sentences like, "Failure to comply will result in penalties," and watch how the room's plants leaned away, how the resonance lantern dimmed. Then they'd try again. "We haven't heard from you yet. Would support help?" The moss brightened, and new students laughed softly when they realized even the walls were listening for kindness. K22 introduced the revolutionary concept of forms that listen. He would spread triplicate pages across tables and ask, "Where does this form forget you exist?" Students drew circles around blank spaces and taught bureaucracy to hold more of a life. "Tell me what didn't fit," the revised forms now said. "Tell me what mattered." In their final projects, each student designed tiny administrative changes that would cost nothing but attention, yet deliver oxygen to corners of the Citadel that had been holding their breath. L15 stood on chairs and taught weather like a friend. "Air has moods," he explained, adjusting dials until rooms remembered how to exhale. He led field trips to vents and roof lines, teaching the practical craft of turning a day by half a degree toward kindness. During one tense afternoon, a sudden draft reached through the classroom as if asking permission. "Good," he murmured with quiet approval. "It found the door." M19's lessons focused on the delicate art of tuning devices and situations alike. "Everything has a song," he said, placing his hand on calibration panels until their harsh buzzing relaxed into harmonious tones. Students learned to listen for the difference between stuck and concentrating, between broken and asking for a gentler grip. His final examination was beautifully simple. He would bring in a problem everyone had decided was a difficult person, then demonstrate it was actually a room that needed better ventilation. J7's kitchen became a laboratory for empathy and practice. Students learned to cook meals that could be eaten slowly during difficult conversations, discovering how to stir in tension like a spice. The lesson plans were recipes with deeper purposes: quick broth for days that needed warmth, biscuits for when anger needed a soft place to land, sandwiches for late trains and early apologies. "Feed first. Speak after," he wrote on the chalkboard, and no one erased it even when weeks changed. The schools multiplied throughout the Citadel as beings witnessed the transformation and felt their own hunger for this different kind of learning. Each new location developed its own character while maintaining the core commitment to emotional intelligence, empathy, and collaborative wisdom. One near the Dimensional Processing Center specialized in translation between radically different ways of thinking. Another, nestled in the residential sectors, focused on creating communities where every being could flourish according to their unique nature. Not everyone understood immediately. A Rick who had spent decades ranking himself by citations arrived with his jaw set like an argument, trying to lead with answers until he felt the room politely look away. Morty placed a smooth stone in front of him and said simply, "Host a minute." The Rick held it awkwardly at first, then with growing faithfulness, discovering his voice could quiet without disappearing. By term's end, he had designed a laboratory ritual where the stone sat at the center until someone named Who would carry the experiment's consequences. His lab's accident rate fell without anyone mentioning safety protocols. When conflicts arose, and they did, for learning together across such vast differences was never entirely smooth, students were taught to treat disagreement as information rather than obstacle. During one session, 2 students brought a fresh hurt into their circle, and the room tightened as plants leaned back from the sudden static. Morty raised the chime for the listening minute, then drew 3 circles with his finger on the tabletop. What's true for you? What's true for them? What can be honored by both? They moved pebbles between circles until everyone felt less alone, and the apology that emerged didn't seek to win, but to root itself in mutual understanding. The graduation ceremony was quiet, scattered, continuous, no stage, just circles in multiple rooms synchronizing by intention rather than clock. Each graduate received 3 instruments, a small chime for the listening minute, a pencil engraved with their signature question. What would make this easier to carry? And a seed packet labeled not with plant names, but with place names containing mixed seeds because the world would tell them what was needed. These graduates became ambassadors of compassion, though they were called that only on official documents. In practice, they traveled as neighbors, carrying lanterns tuned to coherence, wind chimes that could convince afternoons to pause, and letters of invitation rather than authority. They walked into rooms where debates had calcified and mapped space for breath. They stood at borders where fear had built walls and asked who was hungry, offering sandwiches wrapped in notes. Take 2 if today feels heavy. A pair went to a frontier town where machines had learned panic from the people who maintained them. The ambassadors didn't recalibrate equipment first. They hosted a minute. Everyone came because exhaustion has excellent hearing. By week's end, the town had installed a bench with cupped hands carved into its arms at the only corner that needed softening, and developed one simple ritual. Every shift began with a sentence placed gently at the center. Who will be holding this tomorrow? Reports returned not as triumphant announcements, but as postcards of ease. A child in a high-gravity settlement wrote, "We moved a chair instead of a person today." A nurse in a crowded clinic noted, "We gave the last cup of tea to the loudest fear." A technician sent a diagram of a switch he'd relabeled from emergency override to moment of care, and remarked, "It turns out naming is part of engineering." The ripple effects extended far beyond individual transformation. Entire educational systems began incorporating principles of emotional intelligence into their curricula. Research institutions that had focused exclusively on technological advancement started exploring how knowledge could serve the flourishing of all beings rather than the dominance of the few. The frequency of collaborative wisdom spread like gentle weather, teaching realities throughout the multiverse that true intelligence was not about having all the answers, but about asking questions that helped everyone discover their own capacity for kindness. As artificial evening settled over the Citadel, Morty walked through corridors that now hummed with voices of students and teachers engaged in the patient work of learning together. The cosmic stone pulsed with steady warmth, recognizing in these spaces the same frequency that had guided their entire transformation, the understanding that true education was not about filling empty vessels with predetermined knowledge, but about creating conditions where the inherent wisdom of all beings could emerge and be shared. In classrooms that had once been storage facilities, in gardens that had grown from forgotten corners, in circles that formed naturally around questions worth exploring, the next generation was learning not just how to think, but how to think together. The schools had become laboratories for the future, spaces where beings from across the multiverse were discovering how to collaborate in ways their realities had never imagined possible. The teaching had become the learning had become the living, and the living had become a quiet demonstration that even the most complex problems could be approached with the patient wisdom of beings who understood that true achievement lay not in what one could acquire or control, but in what one could share, cultivate, and gently help to grow. The seed of quiet determination had become a forest of compassion that grew across dimensions, its graduates carrying the whispered promise that broken things, given enough patience and care, could always remember how to be whole, one gentle lesson at a time, until the entire multiverse hummed with the frequency of beings who had learned to be kind to each other across the infinite expanse of possibility. Years moved through the Citadel like gentle seasons, each one deepening the transformation that had begun with a boy learning to listen to broken things until they remembered how to heal. The passage of time was measured not in artificial day-night cycles, but in the slow, profound unfolding of a community learning to breathe with compassion, the kind of time where seeds take root, where rivers find their course, where the patient work of love reveals its true architecture. Morty's hair now carried threads of silver around the temples, and his movements had acquired the fluid grace of someone who had learned to inhabit leadership like a comfortable tool rather than defensive armor. The years had taught him that true speed lay not in urgency, but in unwavering presence, and his eyes held the particular depth that comes from having witnessed profound transformations without ever needing to claim credit for them. The cosmic stone, worn smooth by countless years of being held, pulsed with steady warmth in his pocket, no longer a source of power, but a living memory of the journey from invisible catalyst to gentle authority. The wooden bird, now oiled by time and the movement of breath beneath it, rested against his chest with the comfortable weight of wings that had found exactly where they belonged. Sometimes he would place it on a windowsill and watch how the light chose to hold it, marveling at how objects, like people, could grow more beautiful through the simple act of being consistently cared for. Standing in the original dome where impossible flowers continued their patient blooming, Morty reflected on the journey that had brought them to this moment of quiet fulfillment. The transparent steel panels, once shattered by dimensional feedback, now caught artificial starlight and scattered it in patterns that looked like frozen music, creating an atmosphere of perpetual dawn where beings from across the multiverse could find the particular quality of light their hearts required. The revolution had succeeded, he understood now, with the clarity that only the long view could provide, not because they had destroyed the old system, but because they had helped it remember its original song. The Citadel's founding documents, preserved in crystalline storage matrices that still pulsed with gentle luminescence, told the story of beings who had dreamed of sanctuary, a place where versions of Rick and Morty from across the multiverse could find safety, community, and the kind of mutual support that made the vast loneliness of infinite realities bearable. That dream had never died. It had simply been buried beneath layers of accumulated fear, defensive strategies that had calcified into policies, temporary measures that had forgotten their temporary nature. The quiet revolution had not conquered these defensive structures, but had gently dissolved them, the way morning light dissolves shadows, not through force, but through the simple presence of something brighter, warmer, more true. Rick J19 approached through the garden paths with the easy grace of someone who had learned to carry authority like a beloved instrument. His silver hair caught the artificial starlight, and his transformation from isolated decision-maker to collaborative facilitator had become one of the Citadel's most powerful teaching stories, living proof that even the most defended hearts could learn to breathe easier when met with patient understanding rather than judgment. The quarterly reports from across the dimensional network show something remarkable, he said, settling onto the bench that had been carved from the old authoritarian dais. Conflict resolution rates have climbed steadily for 7 years running, resource disputes that historically escalated into warfare are being resolved through collaborative frameworks that seem to emerge naturally from the participants' own wisdom. The bench itself told the story of their transformation. Polished smooth by countless conversations, worn comfortable by the weight of shared burdens and unhurried stories. Nothing had been discarded that could be turned into a tool for tenderness. The imposing chambers where the authoritarian council had once convened now served as archives where children learned to facilitate before they learned to debate, their railings repurposed into gentle invitations to sit, to breathe, to listen. Morty nodded, watching a vine from a backwards time dimension intertwine with morning glory from a reality where causality moved in conventional directions. Their roots had found ways to share soil despite experiencing time in fundamentally different ways, creating a living metaphor for the kind of cooperation that had become possible when beings approached their differences with curiosity rather than fear. "It's not that the problems became simpler," Morty observed, his voice carrying the quiet certainty of someone who had learned to hold complexity without being overwhelmed by it. "It's that beings learn to approach them differently. When you create conditions where everyone feels safe enough to tell the truth, where every perspective is honored as valuable information, solutions emerge that no single intelligence could have conceived alone." The schools had continued to multiply and evolve, their graduates now serving as what they called ambassadors of coherence throughout the multiverse. These beings traveled not with solutions, but with questions, their presence creating spaces where conflict could transform into collaboration, where fear could learn to breathe with trust. They carried no weapons or advanced technology, only the quiet certainty that came from having learned to find peace in chaos, and the practical tools of their trade, a chime for the listening minute, a pencil engraved with their signature question, seeds that contained not plant names but place names, ready to grow whatever was needed. Reports still arrived, sometimes written on the backs of shipping manifests, sometimes folded into origami that learned to fly in low gravity. We moved a chair instead of a person today. We started meetings with breath. A storm changed its mind because we asked gently. These simple sentences carried the weight of profound transformation, evidence that the frequency of compassion was spreading through realities they would never visit, touching the hearts of beings they would never meet. Rick D99 had passed peacefully 3 years prior, his transition marked not by mourning, but by a celebration that lasted 17 days and included beings from 43 different realities. His memory keeper now resided permanently in the council chambers, its crystalline matrix continuing to sing the layered melodies of remembered kindness, serving as a gentle reminder that wisdom was not about accumulating knowledge, but about learning to love well. The Council of Gentle Voices had evolved into something that looked less like governance and more like gardening, the patient work of creating conditions where wisdom could emerge naturally from collective inquiry. Decisions were no longer made in isolation, but grew from shared understanding, each voice valued, each perspective honored. When complex interdimensional disputes arose, they became opportunities for what they called coherence mapping, laying out all perspectives like pieces of a vast puzzle, then waiting patiently for the pattern that honored every voice while serving the highest good of the whole. The garden itself had expanded throughout the Citadel until no one could say where it ended and the building began, and perhaps that was the point. Impossible flora had become familiar in the way miracles do when they are allowed to keep happening. The featherlight seeds from the low-gravity world hung like lanterns over paths that curved toward places where apologies tended to land. Children knew these routes by heart. Adults pretended they had only just discovered them. During one recent afternoon, Morty had watched a young Rick and his Morty visitors from a distant dimension sitting by a patch of impossible flowers. The Rick was demonstrating a complex theory with intricate hand gestures, his voice filled with the passion of discovery. The Morty listened with the kind of attention that made understanding possible, then reached out and gently adjusted a leaf that had grown too close to a neighboring blossom. The Rick paused, looked at the leaf, then back at his Morty, and a slow smile spread across his face, the kind of smile that acknowledged a wisdom beyond equations, a connection beyond words. It was in these small moments, repeated countless times throughout each day, that Morty saw the true measure of their success. The revolution had worked not because it had forced change, but because it had invited it. It had not destroyed the old system, but helped it remember its original purpose, to create connection and reduce suffering across all realities. There had been difficult seasons, of course. A shepherd reality had arrived panicked and loud, trying to reintroduce old rules with new urgency. For a day, the air had tasted like the before times, but Morty had stood quietly and rung the chime, and the listening minute had stretched into 2, then 3. When words returned, they arrived, with coats removed. "We forgot," someone had said, the relief of confession softening the room. "We forgot we didn't have to be alone in this." The Citadel had learned to correct itself gently, like a musician tuning a beloved instrument between songs. They did not aim for perfect pitch. They aimed for friendly. The first impulse to defend had softened into the second impulse to understand. A tired voice raised against the system was met with a chair and water rather than a wall. As artificial evening settled over the Citadel, Morty walked through corridors that hummed with the vibrant, sometimes messy, always growing energy of a living ecosystem. The evening gathering chime began to sound, its gentle tone calling beings from their various activities to communal spaces where food was shared and stories were exchanged. The sound carried not as summons or obligation, but as invitation, as reminder that community was not just policy but practice. He understood finally that the revolution had succeeded by helping the system remember what it had promised to be. The Citadel's original charter had always been a sanctuary directive: create connection, reduce suffering. Somewhere along the way, fear had smudged the ink. They had simply rewritten it with cleaner hands. The long view of love had revealed its ultimate truth. That transformation was not about destination, but about direction, not about perfection, but about the patient, persistent choice to meet each moment with the gentlest possible version of strength. The revolution continued not as event, but as practice, the daily choice to show up for each other with presence and care, to create conditions where every being could flourish according to their deepest nature. In the artificial starlight that now felt warm and welcoming, the memory keeper hummed its soft song, its melodies no longer just about individual moments of kindness, but about the vast, interconnected symphony of a multiverse learning to sing its true song. The cosmic stone pulsed once more in Morty's pocket, not with urgency, but with the deep satisfaction of purpose fulfilled, and somewhere in the vast network of realities that surrounded them, an entire civilization continued its patient work of learning that love, when tended with open hands, could indeed reshape entire institutions. The seed of quiet determination had become a forest that grew across dimensions, its roots intertwining through the very foundations of reality, teaching the universe itself how to sing lullabies to the countless beings it held in its vast, gentle embrace. And in that patient, persistent song, the revolution continued, not as conquest but as cultivation, not as ending, but as the eternal beginning of beings learning to be kind to each other across the infinite expanse of possibility, one gentle breath at a time. The realization arrived like morning light finding its way through curtains, gradual, inevitable, carrying no urgency but impossible to ignore. Morty stood at the edge of what had once been the council chambers, now a circle of benches carved from materials that had learned to hold conversations rather than confrontations, and watched as a young facilitator guided a complex interdimensional dispute with the same gentle authority he had once believed was uniquely his own. T-47, whose name tag bore the quiet dignity of someone who had grown into leadership through service rather than ambition, placed a simple question at the center of their circle. What would make this easier to carry for everyone involved? The representatives from 17 different realities, some crystalline, some gaseous, some existing in dimensions where time moved like honey, leaned forward with the kind of attention that made understanding possible across any barrier. Morty felt the cosmic stone pulse with what could only be described as satisfied recognition. The frequency of compassion had found its own voice, no longer requiring his amplification or protection. It had become part of the natural rhythm of existence, carried forward by beings who had learned to lead with love, not because they had been taught to, but because it was the most practical thing they had ever discovered. The evidence multiplied once he learned to look for it with eyes that sought confirmation rather than concern. In corridors throughout the Citadel, small improvements appeared without his involvement. Benches with cupped hands carved into their arms materializing at corners where difficult conversations tended to begin. Resonance stations calibrated by maintenance workers who had learned to listen for the building's emotional weather. Policy drafts arriving with the listening minute printed at the top as if it had always belonged there. Rick J-19 found him in the garden one afternoon, his silver hair catching artificial starlight, his transformation from isolated authority to collaborative wisdom now so complete it seemed inevitable. The dimensional stability reports show something remarkable, he said, settling onto a bench, worn smooth by countless conversations. Not just that conflicts are being resolved, but that the solutions emerging are increasingly sophisticated, creative, wise. It's as if the entire multiverse is learning to think more intelligently. The frequency has found its own teachers, Morty observed, watching a group of children from various dimensions playing a game that seemed to involve teaching flowers how to dance in harmony. Their laughter carried the particular joy of beings who had never learned to fear difference, who approached diversity as a source of wonder rather than threat. The symbolic transitions happened organically without ceremony or fanfare. The compass that had once tugged him toward sources of care found its way into the hands of a facilitator from a swirl-bright dimension whose voice could tune rooms the way tuning forks teach pianos to remember their proper pitch. "It points to where love is needed," Morty explained as he placed it in her palm. "Not where it's easiest to give." She laughed softly, hearing both the warning and the blessing in one sound. The chime Rick had crafted from resonance and patient attention, the small bell that had created space for countless listening minutes, passed to a cohort of graduates bound for scattered realities. "It's not for silence," Morty told them, as they gathered in the garden's gentle light. "It's for listening." When they rang it once, the impossible plants leaned in as if to co-sign the charge, and J7 handed them packs of sandwiches with notes folded beneath the string. "Take 2 if today feels heavy." The wooden bird, its wings now oiled by years of breath and movement, found its place in an alcove where apprentice facilitators met to practice what they called crisis gentleness. A young woman with ink-stained fingers was arranging folders without bossing them, her movements carrying the patient attention that had become the Citadel's signature grace. "When words fly faster than care," Morty said as he placed the carved bird on the windowsill. "Let this remind you what wings are for." She touched the carved feathers with reverence, that felt like recognition. "We'll keep it near the chime," she promised, "so emergencies remember to exhale." The schools had evolved beyond their original mission, becoming laboratories for futures that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Their graduates were scattered across countless realities, each one a node in the vast network of gentle transformation. Reports continued to arrive, not as official dispatches, but as postcards of ease. We planted a garden where an argument used to begin. We held a listening minute until the silence spoke. We found a way to share the sun. During one of their final formal sessions together, T-47 asked the question that had been growing between them like a bridge waiting to be acknowledged. "How do you know when it's time to step back?" Morty smiled, feeling the familiar weight of wisdom that had learned to travel light. "When you realize that your presence is no longer necessary for the work to continue," he said, "when the principles have become practice, when the practice has become culture, when the culture has become the natural way of being." The transition unfolded like seasons changing, gradually, organically, without drama or declaration. Morty's role evolved from central facilitator to elder advisor, his presence available when needed, but no longer required for daily operations. He spent more time in the garden, tending impossible plants that had become symbols of what was possible when different realities chose collaboration over competition. One afternoon, a young Rick approached him carrying a device that pulsed with anxious energy. "I'm trying to solve interdimensional resource scarcity," he explained, his voice earnest with the weight of complex calculations. "My numbers show that competitive acquisition is the only logical solution, but it feels wrong somehow." Morty took the device and placed it gently on the rich soil beside a patch of impossible flowers. "What if the problem isn't the scarcity of resources?" he asked, "but the scarcity of trust? What if the solution isn't about acquiring more, but about learning to share what you already have in ways that create abundance for everyone?" He watched as the young Rick's mind worked through the question, his brow furrowing, then slowly smoothing, as new possibilities began to emerge. The device on the soil began to hum a different tune, its anxious energy softening into something more harmonious. The torch was being passed, not as burden but as invitation, not as directive but as question that would guide a new generation toward solutions rooted in understanding and love. The paper boat gutters still called to him after rain, and he would walk the old path, now lined with plants, that had decided this was a good place to practice being small and useful. Children were always there, folding boats from retired directives, their laughter lifting stern bureaucratic language and transforming it into hulls that carried hope toward exactly where it was needed. As artificial evening settled over the Citadel, Morty walked through corridors that hummed with vibrant, sometimes messy, always growing energy of a living ecosystem that had learned to tend itself. The evening gathering chime began to sound, calling beings from their various activities to communal spaces where food was shared and stories were exchanged, not as summons or obligation, but as invitation, as reminder that community was not just policy but practice. The cosmic stone in his pocket had grown warm with satisfaction, no longer pulsing with urgency, but resting in the steady rhythm of work well done. The frequency of compassion had become self-sustaining, carried forward by a new generation of beings who had learned to lead with love, to solve problems through understanding, to see difference as a source of strength rather than division. In the original dome, where impossible flowers continued their patient blooming, where the first seeds of transformation had been planted with nothing more than patient attention and unconditional love, Morty sat among the growing things and felt the deep satisfaction of someone who had learned that the greatest gift a leader could give was to make themselves unnecessary. The gentle torch had been passed not to any single successor, but to an entire generation that had learned to carry the light together. The revolution continued not as event but as practice, the daily choice to show up for each other with presence and care, to create conditions where every being could flourish according to their deepest nature. And in that patient, persistent continuation, surrounded by the soft glow of bioluminescent contentment and the gentle rustle of leaves that had learned to grow in harmony despite their dimensional differences, Morty understood that the seed of quiet determination had become a forest that grew across dimensions, its roots intertwining through the very foundations of reality, teaching the universe itself how to sing lullabies to the countless beings it held in its vast, gentle embrace. The work would continue, carried forward by hands that had learned to be gentle, voices that had learned to whisper wisdom rather than shout commands, hearts that had learned to lead with love. The torch burned not as single flame but as room full of lanterns, each tuned to coherence, each held by someone who understood that light was a verb, and that the most profound revolutions happen not through conquest, but through the patient, persistent choice to be kind to each other across the infinite expanse of possibility, one gentle breath at a time. The days arranged themselves into a rhythm that felt like a familiar song played softly in another room, gentle, unhurried, carrying the particular peace that comes when work has found its natural completion. Morty's life had returned to its essential simplicity, though it was a simplicity enriched by years of patient transformation, like soil that has been tended with love until it knows how to nurture whatever is planted within it. His dwelling was modest, a space carved from what had once been administrative offices, its walls lined with shelves that held not trophies or certificates, but simple treasures gathered along the journey. The marble the color of evening sky that Rick D. 99 had once shared, smooth stones collected from doorways where difficult conversations had learned to enter with grace, a string of tiny wind chimes that barely made sound but aligned like values, finding their place when air passed through them. The wooden bird, its wings now polished by years of breath and movement, perched near a window that looked out onto the garden network that had spread throughout the Citadel like morning light, finding its way through curtains. Sometimes Morty would move it to different perches, watching how the light chose to hold it, marveling at how objects, like people, could grow more beautiful through the simple act of being consistently cared for. He rose with the garden's first light, artificial, yes, but calibrated now to feel like a morning that meant you well, and walked the paths that had learned the shape of his steps. The impossible plants reached toward illumination that carried warmth rather than mere brightness, their roots intertwining in patterns that spoke of collaboration rather than competition. He carried a small basket for clippings, a rag for mist, and the gentle chime in his pocket in case a conversation needed a minute to remember how to breathe. It was not retirement, not exactly. He had simply returned to the size he loved best, a person tending a small patch of the universe, while the larger work tended itself. Word travelled, as it always had, not through proclamations but through presence. People found him the way thirsty things find water, drawn by the invisible magnetism that had always surrounded spaces where genuine listening lived. They came with questions that already knew their answers and simply needed a quiet place to arrive. A young facilitator from a crystalline dimension arrived one afternoon carrying anxiety like an overpacked suitcase, her harmonics jangled by a conflict she couldn't seem to gentle into resolution. Morty met her on a bench with cupped hands carved into the arms, the kind that welcomed weight without complaint. "I keep trying to apply the principles," she said, settling beside him as he transplanted a seedling that had outgrown its container. But this particular dispute feels different, harder. The representatives keep talking past each other, and I can't find the frequency that helps them hear. Morty continued his work with patient precision, his hands gentle as he loosened roots that had grown too tight in their confined space. "Tell me about the soil," he said finally, not looking up from his task. "Not the argument itself, but the ground it's growing in. What kind of hurt is it rooted in?" As she described the underlying fears, the historical wounds that had calcified into competing positions, Morty nodded with the kind of attention that made understanding possible. When she finished, he placed the transplanted seedling in earth that had been prepared with patient care, then turned to face her with eyes that held the particular depth of someone who had learned to see beneath surface storms. "The listening minute," he suggested, "but longer. Keep extending it until the silence itself begins to speak. Sometimes the most important conversations happen in the spaces between words." She left with shoulders that no longer carried the weight of impossible expectations, understanding that her role was not to fix, but to create space where healing could occur naturally. A week later, a message arrived written on the back of a shipping manifest. The silence spoke first. Then everyone remembered they had voices. Rick visited regularly, his silver hair catching artificial starlight, his transformation from isolated genius to collaborative wisdom now so complete it seemed inevitable. They would sit among the impossible flowers and share the comfortable silence of beings who had learned that the most profound conversations often happened without words. Sometimes Rick would bring new devices, instruments designed not for conquest but for cultivation, technologies that amplified coherence rather than imposing control. The dimensional stability readings show something remarkable, Rick mentioned, during one such visit, consulting a scanner that hummed with friendly efficiency. The background frequency of conflict throughout the multiverse has dropped to levels we've never recorded. It's as if the entire universe is learning to breathe with more compassion. Morty nodded, watching a vine from a backwards time dimension intertwine with morning glory from a reality where causality moved in conventional directions. "The revolution never ended," he observed, his voice carrying the quiet certainty of someone who understood that true change was not an event, but a continuous process. It just learned to happen in smaller and smaller acts of kindness until kindness itself became the default frequency. The evidence was everywhere once you learned to look for it with eyes that sought confirmation rather than concern. In realities they would never visit, beings were pausing before harsh words, remembering that connection was possible even in moments of disagreement. Mortys throughout the multiverse stood a little straighter, their voices carrying confidence that came from knowing their perspectives were valued. Ricks who had once mistaken isolation for strength were reaching out, discovering that intelligence without compassion was just elaborate loneliness. Children from across the multiverse still came to learn, gathering around Morty in the garden's gentle light, their questions carrying the particular clarity of beings who had never learned to fear curiosity. He would answer not with lectures but with stories, with gentle demonstrations, with the kind of patient attention that helped them discover their own capacity for understanding. "How do you know when someone needs help?" a young Morty asked during one such gathering, his voice carrying the earnest concern of someone who wanted to be useful in the world. "You listen," Morty replied, placing a small stone in the child's palm, smooth, warm, worn by countless years of being held. Not just with your ears, but with that part of yourself that recognizes when something is out of tune. Then you offer the gentlest possible version of what's needed. The cosmic stone on the windowsill pulsed once with gentle approval, its smooth surface catching the light like a small sun that had learned to be kind. It no longer served as a tool of power, but as a living memory of the journey from invisible catalyst to gentle authority, and ultimately to quiet wisdom. Ambassadors returning from distant realities would drift through the garden between missions, bringing postcards of ease and small objects steeped with use. A technician laid down a switchplate engraved "Moment of Care." A diplomat brought a shell from a quiet bay and said, "We made a policy that begins with listening. It took longer, it hurt less. Someone left a pencil with gentle teeth marks near the tip, and a note. We put benches at checkpoints. People found reasons to stay and talk." The memory keeper, now permanently installed in the council chambers, continued to sing its layered melodies, but the songs had changed over time. They carried more laughter now, the kind that comes after you've cried and rested and decided to stay. Its crystalline matrix pulsed with accumulated wisdom, serving as a gentle reminder that true intelligence was not about having all the answers, but about asking questions that helped everyone discover their own capacity for kindness. As artificial evenings settled over the Citadel, Morty would walk the paths that wound through the garden network, past impossible flowers that bloomed in harmony despite their dimensional differences, through corridors that hummed with the vibrant energy of a living ecosystem that had learned to tend itself. The paperboat gutters still called to him after rain, and he would fold vessels from retired directives, watching them sail toward destinations that understood hope. The revolution continued in every act of kindness, every moment of patience, every choice to respond to pain with compassion rather than more pain. It lived in the maintenance worker who hummed while calibrating atmospheric systems, helping the building remember how to breathe with contentment. It flourished in the cafeteria where meals were prepared with intention seasoning, where conversations lasted longer and voices carried more curiosity than complaint. It grew in the processing centers where forms had learned to listen, where bureaucracy had remembered that its purpose was to serve rather than control. The multiverse itself had learned to hum with a gentler frequency, its vast expanse of possibilities now carried on currents of compassion rather than currents of conflict. In dimensions he would never visit, beings were discovering that their differences could be sources of strength rather than division, that collaboration could yield solutions no single intelligence could conceive alone. And in the space between dimensions, where the fundamental forces of existence moved like weather through the fabric of reality itself, love grew like moss on old stones, quiet and persistent and eternally patient. It required no fanfare, demanded no recognition, asked for nothing but the opportunity to continue its slow, steady work of helping the universe remember that connection was not just possible but inevitable, written into the very structure of existence. On certain evenings, when the artificial stars leaned closer and the garden pulsed with bioluminescent contentment, Morty would sit with his back against the wall where he had first heard the building sigh with relief, and listen to all the rooms listening to each other. In that wide, patient hush, the story continued without asking permission or explanation. It knew how now. The seed of quiet determination had become a forest that grew across dimensions, its roots intertwining through the foundations of reality, teaching the cosmos itself how to sing lullabies to the countless beings it held in its vast, gentle embrace. The story continued not in grand narratives or dramatic events, but in every act of quiet care, every moment of genuine listening, every choice to meet the world with an open heart. Before stepping inside each night, he would look back at the garden the way one looks at a loved one who is sleeping and doesn't need waking. The cosmic stone would pulse once more in gentle approval. The wooden bird would settle against the windowsill with wings at rest, And somewhere between dimensions, in that place where edges blur into kind weather, the garden kept growing, and the long view of love kept naming everything enough. The revolution had become ordinary, and that was the happiest ending he could imagine. It lived now in the way a security guard pulled a chair for tired feet, in the way a policy began with, "Who will hold this?" In the way a child, seeing someone cry, asked, "Where shall I put this kindness?" as if it had weight and needed setting down gently. And if you listen on a quiet night somewhere between worlds, you can still hear a soft voice humming as moss finds old stone, as leaves learn the names of light, as kindness goes about its work without asking to be seen. The story continues in your heart, in your choices, in the gentle way you move through your own reality. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, friend.